This is Audible.
Recorded Books presents No Strangers Here by Carlene O'Connor, narrated by Emily O'Mahony. First, this book is dedicated to my parents. My mother, Pat Carter, who could have been a mystery writer herself, and was instrumental in listening to plot point after plot point as I worked through the story, offering advice and encouragement. Next, to my late father, Carl Carter. Forever in our hearts. I love you, Dad. I hope you are soaring like an eagle. I also need to give a nod to Fungy the dolphin. I didn't get to meet you, but you brought joy to so many people and are missed. This book is also dedicated to the veterinarians for all the work you do despite the many hardships the profession brings. And last, to the people of Dingle. Let me tell my readers this is a work of fiction, and none of the murderous bits are based on the lovely people who live there. There are no strangers here, only friends you haven't yet met. William Butler Yeats. Chapter 1. Downtown Dingle was coming back from the dead to celebrate Saoirse Griffin's 13th birthday. Bang on time. She planted herself alongside the Fungy the dolphin statue, the primo spot to witness the sun's demise. The fiery star plunged into the Atlantic, unleashing a triple crown of red, orange and purple onto the skies. A mishmash of boats winked from the harbour, and a string of white lights dangled above Strand Street like a row of blazing candles. Make a wish. Loch Brella Hunnedit. Happy birthday to her. Saoirse, Saoirse, what you searching for? Lads at school liked to sing that while grabbing their dirty trousers and crooning, they got what she was searching for, right here. They hoped it would make her cry, but she liked it. Not the grabby bits, but the searching part. She was a searcher, a spy. She was going to have the best birthday of all birthdays of anyone who'd ever lived, period. If only she had someone to party with. Not a bother. All spies were lonely. It took guts to conquer this world alone, and Saoirse wasn't going to waste a single minute crying over it. Dry your eyes, her mammy always said. Now. She placed the palm of her hand on the dolphin's bronze head, wishing it was slick and grey, wishing Fungy was still with them, wondering if he was out there all alone, chirping into the depths of the ocean, fighting his way back to her. Fungy had been the town dolphin for more than 30 years. Saoirse couldn't imagine ever being that old. Her mum said he had gone off to die, that it was nature's way. Nature could stuff it. She wanted him back. After a gloomy spring when folks either wrestled with brellies twisting in the wind or darted in and out of the colourful shops, pubs and restaurants cloaked in hooded raincoats, a warm start to June was breathing life back into her harbour town. Strand Street teemed with revellers and mourners. A dance for old people was being held at one end of the street, and a wake for a dead mammy at the other. Irish music spilled out of the pubs, competing with the one-man band/puppeteer camped in front of the statue. He was a scraggly, bearded man manipulating a harmonica, drum, banjo, cymbal and 3 slack-jawed puppets. With their pale wooden faces, frozen eyes and gaping red mouths, they looked like miniature corpses being forced to hop up and down just to entertain the living. She knew how they felt. Controlled, unhappy, forgotten. Like the dead people who got embalmed so living people could drape over the caskets and wax on about how beautiful they looked now that they were dead. Saoirse would never understand adults. She still couldn't decide what she wanted to happen to her body when she died, and sometimes it kept her up late into the night. She wondered if the dead mammy was going to be embalmed or sunburned. Soon, tourists encircled the puppet man, euro clutched in their foolish hands. It would do no good to try and nick any of his tips. She'd done that once and it was faster than he looked. He had chased her all the way down to the harbour, forcing her to drop €10 even though she had only taken 5, just so she could get away. Angry bruises had sported on the back of her arm where he'd grabbed her, and they took forever to fade away. Egypt. She turned her head, feasting her eyes in the other direction. Finally, Saoirse was going to have a birthday party, and who cared if no one else knew it? She was happy out, pretending all the fuss was just for her. She was officially a teenager. She would prove her mammy wrong. 13 was not an unlucky number, and celebrating it wasn't asking for trouble. They were better off, her mother said, celebrating it next weekend when she was 13 and 1 week. But next weekend wasn't her birthday. It was now, tonight. A Saturday to boot. And even if it was asking for trouble, she'd pick that over another night watching Mrs. Brown's Boys and eating beans straight out of the can. Gross. Saoirse had nicked a full bottle of Irish cream, which she'd then left at their door with a bow, and she didn't even have to sneak out of the house. An hour later, her mammy was flat out on the sofa, snoring as the telly prattled on, the empty bottle tipped sideways on the floor. She lingered at the end of the street, surveying her options, and there were 3. Option 1. Cross the street to the harbour and pick a boat. So many choices. Not just dirty old trawlers where fishermen left crumpled bills and half-smoked fags lying about in heaps, but sailboats and speedboats, and the odd fancy one, like the medium-sized white one she'd been keeping her eye on. Dreamscape. Some of them kept their hatches locked stingy tight, but there were always a few that yawned opened at her touch. Saoirse was a strong swimmer and a mad climber. Should she start with the boats or leave them for the end? Tonight was also the first Saturday in June, which meant option 2. The old people would be dancing. It was so easy to slip a hand into their suit pockets as they shuffled around to trad music, leaving their treasures behind on ring-marked tables. And today, the trifecta. There was option 3. The dead mammy's fundraiser. Cancer had taken her way too young, and they were collecting money for the 3 children and husband she'd left behind. No one had held a fundraiser when Saoirse's father had been carted off to jail and charged with a domestic, and Saoirse wasn't quite sure what that even meant. Why didn't they just say it was for getting drunk and being mean? He really was mean when he was drunk. Would jail make him nicer? Doubtful. Because right now things were worse than when he was around. Now they had no money and her mum was sad all the time, like all the time. And nobody gave a fart about it. How was that fair? Their house had been egged 3 nights in a row. Maybe Saoirse all by herself wasn't worth it, but maybe she was supposed to scrub up and put on a dress, or maybe she needed cute brothers and sisters. Or maybe her mammy needed to get cancer, or maybe people only cared about you if you were dead. After agonising over her choices, she had finally come to a decision. It was her birthday. She would hit them all, starting with the dance and ending on the fancy white boat. Think of all the prezzies she'd collect. Maybe she'd even spend the night on the boat, letting the waves rock her to sleep. She'd keep nicking things until her purple backpack was stuffed. No one would even notice her. No one ever did. Their head shrinker she had been forced to see after Detective Byrne had nearly killed her father with his fists, leaving him in a bloody heap in their garden, taught her that adversity could be an adversary. You could take a negative and make it positive. She was an invisible girl who nicked things. Coins from pockets and cubbyholes, lipsticks from handbags and bathroom cabinets, fags from tabletops. She could make one sweep through a pub after happy hour, and by the time she'd reached the back door, her pockets would be overflowing. Drunk people were such idiots. Although, now that she was 13, she was determined she was going to have her first taste of drink. She was a troublemaker, like her dad. But after the bullies, after those taunts, she'd turned it around, just like the head doctor taught her. Saoirse, what you searching for? Tonight, she was searching for her birthday presents. She wondered if that detective was here, somewhere in the crowd. Was he shaking his hips or comforting motherless children at the wake? He'd probably forgotten all about her. She was supposed to call him Mr. Byrne now. He was no longer a detective because of nearly killing her father. Maybe if he knew it was her birthday, he would have thrown a party for her. She had a feeling he wouldn't approve of her shenanigans, but who cared? He was no longer a detective. If he didn't follow the law, why should she? She was about to slip into the pub where the grey hairs danced, when she stole another glance at Dreamscape. A person was exiting the fancy white boat, dressed all in black with a hat. Was it another street performer? Or someone famous? Was he so famous he didn't want to be recognised? Imagine if she nicked something off a celebrity. That would be a dream come true. She decided the mysterious figure was a man, although it was hard to tell, the coat was so baggy. His hands were shoved in his pockets, and face down so all she could see was the top of his dark cap. He was striding away from the boat now, headed for Strand Street. This was her chance. He was wearing mourning clothing. No doubt his destination was the wake. He'd probably be away from the boat for hours. She hurried across the street to the harbour, keeping her eyes trained on the man in the black, as they switched sides, craning her head and watching him until he disappeared into the crowd. Dreamscape. What a perfect name. Sneaking onto this fancy boat was going to be a birthday dream come true. Chapter 2. The dead man wore a designer suit to the beach. He was found along Sleehead Drive at the base of a small cliff on Clogher Strand. There he was, early on a Sunday morning in June, reposed against a craggy boulder in his fancy navy suit, starched white shirt and vibrant green tie. Next to his body, 2 words had been formed using 69 gleaming black stones. Last dance. The stones popped against the pale sand. It wasn't a whisper, it was a shout. His legs were straight out in front of him. His hands rested palms up on his thighs, and his sky-blue eyes were open, forever staring out to sea. The only visible sign of distress was the white foam pooling at the corners of his gaped mouth. The lines fanning out across his face and wisps of silver hair clinging to a mostly bald head betrayed his advanced age. A card, with a black background, peeked out of the dead man's suit pocket. Detective Inspector Cormac O'Brien manoeuvred around the cordon they'd placed around the body to get a closer look. A red-faced devil sporting a lascivious grin stared back. "Would you look at this?" He turned to Detective Sergeant Neely, but her face was buried in her iPad, and her honey-coloured hair whipped around by the wind obscured her eyes. He was the new sheriff in town, as they said in the black and white films he loved to watch, and despite being by-the-book polite, the rest of the team seemed on a mission to wall him out. Swallowing his frustration and resisting the urge to yank the electronic yoke from her hands and chuck it into the sea, Cormac turned back to the strange card. He was dying to pluck it out of the dead man's pocket, but Cormac could not touch the body or any of the tantalising evidence. The state pathologist had been notified, and a local coroner, deputy state pathologist and technical unit were on the way. Once it was officially declared a crime scene and processed for evidence, they would transport the body to Kerry General Hospital, and, fingers and toes crossed, the post-mortem would begin in the morning. They already had an identification on their victim, for this was Dingle, County Kerry, Ireland, and the man was a local. Cormac once again turned to Sergeant Neely, the only member of the Dingle Gardaí he'd allowed to remain with on the small curved beach. Although she was no doubt used to being the one in charge, she was giving Cormac room, letting him do his thing. Not that she had much choice, but Cormac was grateful she wasn't sending out any territorial vibes, or Cormac would be forced to pull rank. The guards back in Killarney sometimes called Cormac Napoleon behind his back, and he didn't need that business starting up here. The rest of the guards were gathered in the car park along the road and perched atop the cliff. "I want to go over it again." This time, DS Neely heard him, and her head popped up. She was somewhere in her 60s, if he had to guess, but she was well preserved with a lean, strong body. Right so. If she was sick and tired of repeating herself, she had the decency not to show it. Repetition helped Cormac think. Johnny O'Reilly, 69 years of age, wealthy racehorse owner. The O'Reillys have a massive estate and horse barns just outside of town. Ever hear of Ruby? DS Neely was looking at Cormac as if the answer should be a resounding yes. Ruby slippers? He quipped. Neely frowned. What's that now? Click my heels 3 times? He attempted a smile. No place like home? Neely shook her head, a look of exasperation stamped on her face. She was a beauty of a racehorse, so she was. Ruby was the O'Reillys' pride and joy, their first €1 million purse winner. Cormac tried to feign interest. It was obvious the sergeant expected him to be impressed. Her sire was named Last Dance. Now she had his attention. Is that so? He glanced at the message written in stones and waited for her to offer more. She did not. Let me guess. Another £1 million purse winner? She shook her head. You really don't know? The tone of her voice was clear. He was an idiot. He threw open his arms. Indulge me. The poor thing was struck dead in a road accident before he could even run his first race. She paused. It was all over the news, like. Her eyes travelled over him as if assessing his worth. But I suppose you were just a lad in short trousers. What else? He smiled and tried to sound chipper, which just elicited another frown. He'd been warned about the locals. Friendly if you kept your distance. She returned to her electronic notes. In town, Johnny was known for his other proclivities. She cleared her throat. Namely, dancing and women. I thought he was a married man. A look flickered across her face, as if she'd just tasted something foul. He's married, all right. Roisin O'Reilly. She leaned in. She'll strike the fear of God into you, so she will. Cormac would get to the widow later. He couldn't stop staring at those stones. Last Dance. Was it just a euphemism, or did it refer to this dead horse? How long ago was this road accident? She lifted her head as she silently counted. Has to be well over 25 years ago, maybe longer. In this case, a cigar was just a cigar and last dance just meant last dance. How well do you know this fisherman? Finbar? I've known him all my life. They turned their gaze to the cliff where puffs of cigarette smoke hovered over Finbar Malone's head before dissipating in the crisp air. He looked the part of an old fisherman, with a grizzled white beard and seafaring attire. A tall and sturdy man to boot. You had to be tough to make the ocean your mistress. He'd been the one to find the body, and Cormac found his initial statement odd. He said he'd stopped here to have a smoke in peace before going home to the missus. When he spotted the body, he clamoured to the nearest cottage to request a call out to the guards. And this was the odd part. Because I don't own a mobile phone. As if sensing he was being watched, Finbar looked down and met Cormac's eyes straight on. The waves had picked up, lapping farther up the shoreline. A working fisherman without a mobile phone? That dog don't hunt. The fisherman was lying. But why would he lie about a mobile phone? Perhaps he meant he didn't have it with him, Neely said. Or maybe it wasn't charged. But that's not what he said, is it? Neely directed her gaze to Finbar Malone. Finbar Malone is harmless, she paused. Sir, she added emphatically. Cormac didn't need the sir routine. He didn't even want to be called Inspector or D.I. O'Brien. He'd rather everyone just call him Cormac or Mac and go about their business. Hell, even Napoleon was better than Sir. But with this high-profile case, he was going to need all the clout he could get. His gaze returned to the fisherman. He didn't know why, but he was lying. Regardless, Cormac was grateful that the burly man hadn't trampled all over Cormac's murder scene in his clunky boots. His thoughts returned to Finbar's first words when Cormac had arrived on scene. Shock of me life, I'm telling you. On the beach in a suit, dead as a doornail, I wasn't expecting that now. What had he been expecting? Cormac had been a member of An Garda Síochána going on 19 years now, and an inspector for 3. Stationed out of Killarney, he was an outsider in this close-knit Dingle community. This was his first murder probe, and given the victim was one of the elite, he was going to have multiple set of eyes on him, a collective hot breath on his neck. There would be no room for error. Too treacherous to swim, this tucked-away beach was a popular spot for social media photos. Dramatic waves, a curved white beach abutting a rocky cliff, a patchwork of green and brown mountains rising up to the sky. It was Insta-worthy, as the kids said. Cormac, at 39, felt too old to be in the Insta-anything crowd, and too young to be with the old-timers. But right now, planted in front of this fascinating scene, he felt he was at the beginning of what could be the murder inquiry of the century. Certainly of his lifetime. Cormac was having trouble reconciling the jaw-dropping scenery with the bizarre scene in front of him. The stones fascinated him. Every one of them had been coated with a clear gloss and was nearly identical in size. 69 stones. You counted them? From the tone of her voice, such a thing would never have occurred to Neely. I did. And your man was 69 years of age. Isn't that something? Sergeant Neely said, but she looked at Cormac as she said it. The stones had not all been sourced from this beach, at least not at the last minute. Finding ones nearly identical in size would have taken a tremendous amount of time and effort. And then their killer had painted them, ensuring that when the sun kissed them, they would sparkle. The gloss was a small clue, but it was at least a thread to pull on. Even cunning killers were human, and humans were gloriously imperfect. Painted stones and a posed body ruled out suicide, something he'd already heard guards begin to utter under their breath. No way this was an elaborate suicide. Although, if one were to choose an absolutely gorgeous place to die, it didn't get much better than this. Mountains and cliffs that drew one's eyes up to the skies, Sleehead Drive curving through and the great Atlantic roaring below. If God was an artist, then the Dingle Peninsula was his masterpiece. But why pose the body here? Did this exact location have significance to the killer? The waves are advancing, Neely said in alarm, pointing. Her yellow visibility vest flapped in the wind, distracting Cormac, making him think of the poet Seamus Heaney, and how he'd once described the weather in Dingle as loud. It took Cormac a moment to see what had agitated Neely. Frothy waves licked at the soles of the dead man's shoes. Shit. See if we can get some sort of plastic barrier, he said. Something to toss over them. I mentioned that ages ago, Neely said, under her breath as she hurried back towards the car park, holding her iPad aloft and carefully following the shoreline. Had she? He'd been lost in thought, no doubt. His ability to shut everything else out while concentrating was both a blessing and a curse. He supposed there was no getting through the investigation without ruffling some feathers. He'd been trying his hardest to bond with them, but they were going to have to meet him halfway. He was here to solve a murder, not make friends, although, truth be told, he was a friendly sort by nature. His mam always said he could talk the hind leg off a horse. Cormac stared into the dead man's lifeless blue eyes. He had a feeling he'd be seeing them in his dreams the rest of his life. Who did this to you? Above, a helicopter whirred, and Cormac could feel the thwack, thwack, thwack in his chest. Out on the sea, the Irish Coast Guard churned, directing boats away from the inlet. A buzz of excitement hung in the air, mingling with cigarette smoke and the distinct ocean tang. Seagulls screeched above, as if they were too glued to the drama. Despite the wind, it was a bright morning, blue sky smiling down at them, but ominous clouds hung in the periphery like actors gearing up for a dramatic entrance. Sergeant Neely returned, clutching a clear plastic cover with gloved hands. She and Cormac tucked it over the dead man's shoes and around the sides of his legs. Alongside the body, a rocky finger extended from the cliff, and something black and small flapped in the wind. Cormac leaned in. "There's a piece of black fabric caught on the rock," he said. "Clothing?" she asked. "No." He removed a pair of tweezers from his pocket. "Evidence bag?" She reached into the plastic bin they'd set up on the shoreline and handed him one. He lifted the piece of fabric and examined it up close. "It's not a rubbish bag. It looks like some kind of tarp." He hesitated. "Like a body bag." "A body bag?" His eyes travelled over the body. "Could be he was brought here in a body bag." "Did their killer work for law enforcement? The morgue?" "Based on this?" Neely jiggled the evidence bag as he dropped the shard into it. She drew it close and stared at it. "Bit of a stretch, don't you think?" "It would explain how he was brought up to the beach in a boat, and yet he's not wet," Cormac said. Apart from his shoes, the dead man was dry as a bone. "Perhaps he's just had time to dry," she said. "The wind alone could have done the trick." "Inspector," a guard on the other side of the beach yelled, "we have footprints." Sticking to the shoreline, Cormac and D.S. Neely crossed to the base of the hill. There, on the incline, small indentations could be seen ascending the muddy hill. "Jesus," Neely said. "It's a young one." "Maybe a kid found the body first," the guard said. "Scrambled away out of fear." Cormac examined the prints. "They're only going up." The guard frowned. "What?" "If a kid found the body, we would see prints going both ways." He gestured as he spoke. "The prints are only going up." "Then where did the kid come from?" the guard asked. "A boat," Cormac said. All heads turned to the waves pounding the shore as they pondered this. "Let's cordon this hillside off so the technical team can get impressions." The guard nodded. "Check for more prints and any signs of disturbances at the top of the hill." "Right away." The guard scrambled back up and soon the rest were efficiently conducting a search. "We have more," the guard yelled back. "The kid at least made it to the top of the hill." "I want impressions of all of them," Cormac said. "What are you doing?" Neely said. "You can see this is a suicide, can you not?" "Suicide?" he said. "No." He understood why she wanted to label it thus. A suicide would mean this case was closed, nothing to fear. Dingle was a place for Irish music, a pint or 12 and the best seafood chowder in the country. A place for water sports and boating, quaint and colourful little shops, Murphy's ice cream, an outdoor museum of ancient architecture, ferries to the Blasket Islands, wine imported from Spain. Downtown even had a small, yet he had to admit, charming aquarium. Fish didn't set off his allergies. He could do fish. Irish was spoken everywhere you turned, and every sign included the Irish translation. This was the Gaeltacht region, the wild Atlantic Way, the 30-mile-long Dingle Peninsula. Ryan's Daughter, wasn't that filmed here? Yes, that's right, bragging rights. It was bad enough that Fungy the dolphin had disappeared. Murder wasn't anywhere in the tourist brochures. Cormac headed back along the shoreline and Neely followed. They stopped when they reached their original spot near the body. Make the argument for suicide. Neely pointed out the vial and syringe they'd found lying on the sand near his hip. Although they couldn't touch it, they had zeroed in on the vial with a camera lens and read the label, Release. The department iPad had informed them it was a euthanasia medication used by veterinarians. He owned a lot of horses and employed a lot of vets, she said. He could have easily gotten hold of the medication and syringe. Next, she gestured to the cryptic message in stone. He also left a note. Does he mean last dance as in goodbye, cruel world? He could be paying homage to his horse too. Why would a wealthy dancing man take his own life in such an extravagant way? Cormac asked. Had he ever threatened suicide before? Neely took a step forward. He was stepping out on the wife. My guess? She threatened divorce. He wouldn't have wanted all that publicity. He was a man of means. This is an elaborate way to go, I'll give you that, but it's suicide. He had access to the medication and syringe and left a note, Cormac repeated. What else? If she was going to insist this was suicide, which it was not, she was going to have to give him cold, hard facts. She glanced around the beach. There's no evidence that another person was here. There's no evidence that he was here either. Her frown deepened. Inspector? Besides ours, do you see any tracks in the sand? Her mouth twitched as she took in the beach. Not a single one. Indeed. He loathed that they had walked on the crime scene. They were suited up in gloves and booties, and had carefully walked along the water's edge, but he could still see their partial prints marrying what had been a pristine stretch of beach. A killer's canvas. Any signs of a body being dragged? She shook her head. It's as if he just materialised on the beach. You think he walked 16.6 kilometres in the dark with 69 polished stones in his pocket? He clocked the distance from Strand Street in Dingle, where O'Reilly had attended a local dance, to this spot via Sleehead Drive. It was 16.6 kilometres. This man did not walk to his death. Kills himself yet makes sure not to leave a single footprint on the beach? In lieu of an answer, Neely crossed herself. Was he making headway? Look at those shoes, Cormac pointed, and she looked. Not a scuff mark or clump or dirt to be seen. These are the soles of a man who wanted the world to carry him. That was Johnny O'Reilly, all right, she said. Unless he was dancing. He didn't do much dancing last night unless someone brought him a change of shoes. The smooth beach reminded him of the allegorical poem, Footprints in the Sand, where your man complains that through all his many troubles, God had abandoned him, for there were only one set of footprints in the sand. But God is quick to correct him. Cormac's mind raced to the last line. It was then that I carried you. He looked again at Johnny O'Reilly. Who carried you? Cormac took a moment to study the craggy boulder serving as Johnny's headrest. Nature's lazy boy. The long rocky finger extended from the base and disappeared into the ocean. Cormac tilted his head back to have a gawp at the cliff hanging above them. If this was suicide, why didn't he just jump off the cliff and disappear into the ocean? If it was murder, why didn't the killer just toss him into the ocean? Neely responded. Touché. Because then we would miss the show. Our killer came up by boat. O'Reilly was here in a body bag. He dragged him up this rocky finger, and lucky for us, he did. Lucky? The body bag ripped. Right. Not that Cormac was holding on to much hope that the small piece of ripped bag would lead them to the killer, but it did suggest mistakes had been made. He pointed this out to Neely. Mistakes? Neely still sounded guarded, but he had moved the needle just a little, he could tell. Mistakes like ripped fabric and failing to notice a young stowaway. It would have to be a small boat to manoeuvre up this inlet, Neely said. Cormac nodded. I think a larger boat was waiting out in the ocean. I think the killer used a life raft, some kind of smaller boat to bring the body in close. And I think the boat had a stowaway. I'm guessing a young lad. Neely whistled. You think the stowaway made a swim for it? Cormac nodded. While our killer was staging the scene, it probably saved his life. Neely said something in Irish and crossed herself once again. Cormac, rusty on his Irish, did not ask for a translation. He thought of his mam and granny, and constantly working their rosary beads until blisters formed on the tips of their soft fingers. At the time, he thought they were actually communicating directly with God, sending out distress signals in a Morse code of their own making. We're definitely looking at a murder scene, Cormac said. And this clever killer came to play. Chapter 3. Cormac O'Brien stretched as he looked out at the formidable ocean, wondering if he was the only one who felt overwhelmed by its mass and power. You're nothing, human. You'll be long gone and I'll still be raging. He glanced at his watch. 11:30 on a Sunday morning. Last known sighting of their victim, Saturday night at 10:45 p.m. They were hot on the trail, so to speak, and it excited Cormac more than he was going to admit, at least to the locals. Do you do the crosswords? He asked Neely. No, sir. Sudoku, word scramble, crosswords. Keeps the brain sharp. Yes, Inspector. She had no more interest in going over the message. He was having a hard time believing it was a suicide note, but a nod to the dead horse from a quarter of a century ago? That didn't seem likely either. She cleared her throat. Something on your mind? We need to schedule a media briefing, Neely said. We can't do that until the family is notified. And if we don't notify them immediately, they're going to hear from someone else. The look on her face conveyed her point. She might as well have said it. And that Detective Inspector O'Brien would be a total fuck-up. You're right. The helicopter alone was like a beacon that a drama was unfolding. I'll do it now. He took a step, her hand shot out to stop him. It might be better to send a familiar face. She pointed to herself, as if it wasn't clear whose face she was on about. I'd be happy to do it for you. Cormac wanted to push back, but if he was going to get anything done around here, he needed to show that he was a team player. I appreciate it. He reached into his pocket, then handed her his calling card. Extend my condolences. Let them know I'm at the scene and I'll meet with them as soon as I can. I will so. Emphasise that they will not be able to access the murder scene, but assure them we are going to do everything we can. Absolutely. She was interrupted by a phone call. DS Neely? Yes. Yes, that's right. Release. She made eye contact with Cormac. Are you joking me? From the tone of her voice, this was something big. Isn't that something? Hang on to that report. I've got the inspector right here. Cormac made a move to take the call, but she'd already hung up. You might be right, she said. Maybe this was murder. She was going to string him along, torture him. Talk to me. Lad at the station thought there was something familiar about release. She pointed to the vial. Cormac nodded his understanding. He did some digging and turns out a vial of release was reported stolen 2 weeks ago from a local veterinarian clinic. Interesting, Cormac said. Neely's face was a portrait of a woman keeping a juicy secret. And, he prompted, the vet is Dr. Eamon Wilde. His wife is Maeve Wilde. She was the one dancing last night with Johnny O'Reilly. Remember how I said Mr. O'Reilly was stepping out? It's rumoured that Maeve Wilde is the one he's been dancing with, all right. Dancing in the sheets, she added, in case he was as dense as he apparently looked. Cormac nodded, torn between Neely coming around to this being a murder probe and preferring not to speculate based on gossip. This is something, he said. Was Dr. Eamon Wilde, this cuckolded vet, their creative killer? Or was it Maeve, a possible homewrecker and one of the last people to see their victim alive? Let's put them at the top of the list. They would be conducting house-to-house interviews immediately. The Wildes and the O'Reillys have a complicated history, she said. O'Reilly's been overworking vets for years. One could hardly blame them if it all got to be too much. You were going to meet with the family, Cormac said. Right. Not a word about this vet, or his wife. She gave him the side-eye. They'll hear it from someone, she said. This is Dingle. Before he could reply, she was hurrying back to the car park. She'd be getting her steps in today, and Cormac wondered briefly if she had one of those gadgets that counted them. He turned back to Johnny O'Reilly's body. Given his pristine state, it wasn't hard to imagine him alive. Going about his Saturday night, people were creatures of habit, and someone had altered Mr. O'Reilly's creaturely habits last evening. One didn't just disappear from a dance like Cinderella at the stroke of midnight. Someone must have seen something. Detective Inspector. A Garda was scrambling down the hill and nearly came close to stepping on the beach before reeling himself in. The O'Reillys are here. Cormac's head shot up. Here? Now? Here, the Garda confirmed. Now. Cormac stuck to the shoreline as he hurried over to the guard. Together they climbed the hill to the car park. He glanced up toward the blockade, where he could make out a vehicle, something sleek and silver. Shit. The warning had come too late. Detective Sergeant Ely was already halfway up the hill. Radio the guards at the blockade. Tell the family I'll be there in a moment. Finbar Malone's boots and cigarette butts had been bagged as evidence, and he'd been cleared to leave. Cormac watched the truck rattle toward the barricade, kicking up a clout of dust. Somewhere nearby, a dog barked. Cormac's thoughts returned to the local veterinarian. His nose was itching already. He was allergic to all creatures, great and small. He was going to need his allergy meds, and a new inhaler. It was always something. Then again, in this job, Cormac was constantly reminded that no matter how bad he had it, there was always some poor bastard who had it worse. He turned to his team. Come here to me. This local vet and his wife. Someone paint me a picture. They have a bit of an unconventional family, a guard answered. He was in his early 30s, thin and pale. Unconventional. That certainly matched his murder scene. Go on. Maeve Wilde lives in a caravan on the property in the summer months. Eamon is rumoured to sleep in the flat above his clinic, the guard continued. The secret to a happy marriage: live far apart and don't speak to each other. Cormac grinned and a few guards laughed politely, as if he knew. Do they have children? They have a grown son and daughter. The son, Donica, is a bit of a hothead. He's a known drug user, been picked up a few times for being a public nuisance. Was an addict smart enough to stage such an elaborate scene? Cormac didn't think so, but he had to leave room for all possibilities. He lives in Dingle? Aye. In the summer, he's a caretaker for one of the O'Reilly yachts at the harbour. Cormac's ears perked up. What size yacht are we talking? I suppose you'd call it a small yacht, but compared to the trawlers and sailboats, it's an upgrade. Boom. There it was. A small yacht with a lifeboat or rowboat that could have made it to the boulder with a body. Does this Donica Wilde have a kid? No, sir. Not that I'm aware. I want guards to secure the harbour and search that yacht pronto. I want that yacht cordoned off. It could be our original crime scene. I want guards talking to every single person at the harbour, check with the harbour master and Coast Guard, and see what activity they logged last night. Any boats coming and going from that harbour, I want to know who was there last night and if they saw anyone near that yacht, especially a kid. Kill the lights and sirens. I don't want anyone at the harbour to know we're coming. Guards around him came to life, nodded and hurried to their squad cars. The activity was going to alarm the family at the barricade, but he couldn't worry about that now. There's also a matter of the Wilde daughter, a guard who remained behind said. You'll probably recognise the name. He highly doubted it. Why's that? Dr. Dimpna Wilde? He felt a jolt. Out of Dublin? Niall Floor's widow? Heads nodded. He knew who she was, right. Her picture had been on the front page of nearly every Irish newspaper for an entire year. Her husband had been one of 3 men wrapped up in a retirement investment scheme. Hundreds of wealthy Dubliners had lost their life savings. Niall Floor had hung himself in his carport before they could arrest him. Dr. Dimpna Wilde swore that she and her son had no knowledge of his activities. The Irish government had swooped in and taken most of their assets, and people were both enthralled and divided on the prominent veterinarian. She was a striking figure despite her diminutive size. Pale blonde hair nearly the colour of bones, and eyes like mint chocolate chip ice cream. Neither here nor there, but it was his favourite flavour. Dimp the Imp, one tabloid had called her. Another likened her a cross between a fairy and a miniature Viking. After months of watching the nauseating coverage, he'd found himself on Team Dimpna, wanting to believe she wasn't privy to the scandal. He felt a squeeze of pity for the additional drama that was headed her way. When it rains, it pours, especially in Ireland. Who'd have thunk it? His nose twitched again. Fecking allergies. He faced his team. I'm going to greet the family and then, would someone kindly point the way to the nearest chemist? Chapter 4. Dr. Dimpna Wilde spayed an orange and white tabby, surgically removed undigested biscuits wrapped in a child's dirty sock from the insides of an overweight bulldog, then vaccinated an African parrot who called her a cheeky bitch. When the vet tech turned away, covering a laugh, Dimpna stuck her tongue out to the parrot. She was dying for a cup of tea and a biscuit, minus the dirty sock. But today was not going to be her day. Her next client was a wiggling black Labrador puppy who hadn't chosen his friends wisely. She stitched him up, grateful he'd already been in for his rabies shot, then gave him an injection to ease the stings. A course of antibiotics and he would be right as rain. He looked up at her adoringly, his brown eyes practically mooing with love. She rubbed his puppy head, then laid a finger on his wet nose. Don't let the bastards get you down. As her assistant started the closing paperwork, she returned to the waiting room, with the foul-mouthed parrot, and handed it back to a rotund, older woman, who grudgingly looked up from her crossword. Cheeky bitch, the parrot said in a loud and cheerful voice, drawing both laughs and glares from people in the waiting room. I thought that's what she said, Dimpna said. Excellent pronunciation. A sheepdog with a bandage wrapped around its left ear lunged on its leash. Settle, Dimpna said to the sheepdog in a stern voice, and it lowered its belly to the floor, hiding its eyes. Good boy. The older woman lowered her crossword. I'm so sorry. Me daughter taught her that, and now she won't quit repeating it. I think she does it just to get on me nerves. The woman leaned close to the bird, her nose within biting distance. Bad girl, Fancy Pants. Bad girl. You should probably back off a little, Dipna started to say, but it was too late. Fancy Pants clamped her strong beak down on the tip of the woman's nose. The woman screeched. Dipna carefully extricated bird from woman, and her assistant hurried over to help her place Fancy Pants back in her cage. Cheeky bitch, the woman screamed. Your daughter taught him. Is that it now? Dipna couldn't help but ask. The woman held her nose and had the decency to look ashamed. Perhaps I say it now and again when I'm provoked. When an animal is in a stressful environment, I'd advise you to not get that close. Yes, doctor. The woman stood, her crossword falling to the floor as she rushed for the checkout, now in a hurry to get away from the attention. Dipna bent down, picked up the crossword, her eyes scanning it. Prodigal son, she said, then set the newspaper on the counter. The woman frowned. Pardon? Wayward one in a parable, 7 down. Dipna nudged the crossword closer, hopefully making it clear that she didn't allow her clients, human or animal, to dirty her reception floors. Prodigal son. The woman wrinkled her nose. Thank you. Not a bother. People thought Dipna was in the animal business. She wasn't. She was in the people business. She turned to update the lab's owner, a fresh-faced young blonde overcome with tears. Stargazer is going to be fine, love. I gave him something for the pain and I'll be sending you home with antibiotics. I'll need him back in a week to remove the stitches. My assistant will have him out to you shortly. He's not going to die. He'll live to see many more days. I'd suggest no more doggy play dates unless you know the other dogs well. Owners were always trying to shove random dogs together. A tendency just as dangerous in animals as it is in humans. Dipna's phone buzzed in her pocket. Her personal phone. She glanced at the screen. She didn't recognise the number. She silenced it. I'm so grateful, like. The blonde clasped her hands in prayer. When I came in, I nearly thought you were the vet's daughter, until you turned around like. Although many of Dipna's clients were regulars, this was Dublin, and fresh faces appeared all the time. Technically, she was the daughter of a vet, thus the vet's daughter, but there was no need to add to the confusion. I'm a grown woman, Dipna said. To be fair, she was wearing her white blonde hair and pigtails today. She didn't need stray hairs falling across her face while she worked. When she wasn't in her vet scrubs, Dipna also liked to wear flowery dresses and colourful wellies. She had a closet full of both, and she wasn't afraid to get either of them dirty. The good thing about being teased her entire life for being the spitting image of a fairy was that she could do whatever the hell she wanted, and people thought it was cute. Dipna was cute sometimes. Other times, not so much. At least not on the inside, but that didn't stop her from using it to her advantage. The girl laughed a little too loud, and Dipna threw a look to her receptionist. I'll take care of you over here, the receptionist said. Dr. Wilde, the hamster is next, then the turtle. Dipna glanced at the waiting room, prompting the owners of the turtle and the hamster to raise them in the air like offerings to the gods. Please keep your darlings in their carriers while you wait, Dipna scolded. We don't want any little critters making an escape and getting into worse shape. Over the years, she'd seen it all. More furry creatures had flung themselves at these walls trying to escape than she could count. Dipna had just accepted the hamster, foregoing the carrier since the animal was already wriggling in her hands, when the door flew open and a terrified man barged in. He saw her and shoved an upside-down vase in her direction. The vase was vibrating. Underneath it, 2 white feet frantically pedalled. "Doc, me rabbit is stuck and I've tried everything." "I see that," Dipna said. "Now you see why magicians choose the top hat." She handed the hamster to her vet tech, who had sidled up and reached for the vase. Yep, it was going to be one of those days. "Would someone check if we have Kerrygold Irish butter in the fridge?" "For your lunch?" the receptionist asked, her mouth agape. Dipna rarely took lunch. "For the rabbit, love. If that doesn't work, try saying abracadabra and waving your hands about willy-nilly." A vet tech grinned and headed for the kitchen. Dipna's phone buzzed in her pocket again. Go away. "Dr. Wilde?" Her assistant was at her side, taking the stuck rabbit out of her hands, and then everything happened at once. The receptionist, phone to ear, gasped. Dipna's phone buzzed once more. The door opened and 4 members of An Garda Síochána stepped in, and all of the focus in the room snapped to their blue uniforms and caps with gold shields. Her first thought was that they had an emergency dealing with an animal, but another part of her pulsed with dread. The tallest guard stepped forward, and that's when she realised what was happening. She recognised the tall one. It had been 6 months since she'd seen him, and a year since life as she knew it had turned into a nightmare. A year since her late husband was swept up in a pyramid scheme. A year since he'd taken his own life without leaving them so much as a note. A year of defending her and her son's name, and a year of the courts deciding what else they were going to take from them. They'd seized the house in Clontarf, emptied nearly all their bank accounts, and most of all, they'd dragged their heretofore stellar reputations through the mud. It had only been a month since the last brick had come through the clinic windows. "What now?" she asked. "Cheer up," her dad used to say. "Things will get worse." "What now?" He looked down at the paper in his hand. "I'm sorry, Dr. Wilde. There was a bill due, and given it's not being paid, I'm afraid there's a lien on the clinic." Behind her, the receptionist gasped again. Dipna closed her eyes briefly. This too shall pass. "I see." She took the notice. Eviction. Closure. They had 72 hours. She knew this day would come. She hadn't been able to get loans. She'd been in a bit of denial, tossing notices in the bin and covering them up with chocolate wrappers and wine and tear-stained napkins. "Do I get to finish the day before closing the shop, or do you want all these animals to suffer too?" His face remained passive. He was just doing his job, and no doubt he'd seen worse. 72 hours. "Took 4 of you to say that, did it?" She regretted the comment immediately. None of this was their fault. It wasn't hers either, apart from marrying a man who allowed himself to get sucked into the dark side. "I understand, Garda," message delivered. That was the best she could do. There were nods all round, and then they were gone. Dipna's phone buzzed yet again, making her jump. Perhaps she was just desperate for a distraction, but this time she answered. Chapter 5. For a moment, Dipna heard nothing on the other end of the phone but heavy breathing. Her thumb hovered over the end button, and she was just about to depress it when a male voice spoke. "Dimp?" "Who is this?" Only folks from home called her that. "It's Paul Byrne." Paul Byrne. Lost love. Not the one that got away, but the one that stayed. She hadn't spoken to him in 27 years. His voice was familiar and comforting, like a warm blanket she'd shoved in the back of a press for 20-something years. "I really can't talk now," Dipna said. "We're in a bit of a heap." "Just say it. I'm in a bit of a heap." Scratch that. This involved her loyal employees too. Dipna would do everything she could to make sure they were okay. If she sold the business to a colleague, she'd stipulate that her staff must stay on. Dipna had to cover one ear to hear over the receptionist's sobs. "Is everything okay?" she asked, stepping outside and onto the footpath. She could have sworn that no more than 20 minutes had passed since the start of her shift at 7:30. Yet the scene before her was the typical Dublin lunch crowd. She could smell last night's ale and bleach from the pubs mixed with yeasty breads and coffee from the bakeries. Workers and shoppers vied for space on the footpath. A cacophony of handbags, man-bags and shopping bags. A busker sang slightly off tune on the corner. She waited for Paul's answer, knowing whatever this was, everything wasn't okay. Everyone knew bad things came in threes. "Johnny O'Reilly is dead." "You're kidding me." O'Reilly's face appeared in front of her, uninvited and uncomfortably close. "Dead. What happened?" "It's a murder inquiry." "Murder? My God, who did it? Was it herself?" "Roisin O'Reilly. Such a gorgeous name. Roisin. Little Rose. Not in this case. This Roisin was all thorns. The most twisted branch in the O'Reilly family tree. Another thought struck her. Was it Sean? Her thoughts shifted to her son, Ben. Niall had arguably been a good father figure to Ben, but the scandal had uprooted everything, erasing those happy memories, like wiping a chalkboard clean, reducing them to faint, illegible streaks. Shortly after the scandal, Ben had disappeared on her for 8 months, adding to her agony. When he'd finally resurfaced, he'd been distant and harsh. There was no easy way to process trauma. The scandal and the spotlight it put them under would have been enough to break the average person. But then there was Niall's suicide. Ben had been the one to find him. "That's why I'm calling," she heard Paul say. Her brain locked up. "Why? Is it Roisin or Sean?" "I have no idea. It's an open inquiry." "It has to be her." Although, to be fair, there were probably numerous suspects. The O'Reillys were ruthless, and wherever money led, greed and envy followed. She pushed all thoughts of Sean O'Reilly out of her mind. Thinking of him as a normal man with a wife and daughter was surreal. How did Johnny die? Morbid question, but she had to know. He was found on Cloher's drowned. In a suit, leaning against a boulder, eyes open, foam at the mouth. Bizarre. Things like that didn't happen in Dingle. Some kind of poison? There was a long pause. And for a second, Dipna thought the connection had been severed. I wouldn't be telling you this, only someone's already let the cat out of the bag. The Gardaí are going to take major heat for it. Some detective inspector out of Killarney. Paul should be leading the case. Dipna knew he'd been a detective. But he'd been booted from the force for beating up a man who abused his wife and kid. Paul had always been a good man, and good men didn't always get the happiness they deserved. Which brings me to the last bit of news. A syringe and a vial of release was found near the body. Release? Dipna was jolted back to the present. That didn't make sense. Was it empty? I don't have that info yet. Could it kill a human? She thought about it. I suppose. But it would take 50 millilitres, if not more, to kill a man O'Reilly's size. They come in 100 millilitre bottles. I'd need to know how much was left in the vial that was found. But it would mean plunging multiple syringes into him. Was he tied up? She instantly thought of all the ropes hanging around his horse barns, lassoed. There they were again, her not-so-nice thoughts taking over. Not that I'm aware. Paul probably knew a lot more than he was saying. It was par for the course with him. I can't imagine he just stood still while being injected multiple times. Maybe the first jab of release took him by surprise and rendered him woozy. Paul sounded hopeful. What was he after? No. Release doesn't have instant sedation effects. I suppose he could have been given a tranquilizer first. In your professional opinion, would a vet think of using release to kill a person? No. There are much easier ways to kill a man. A woman walking past her on the footpath stopped and gave Dipna the side eye. She smiled at her and waved. The woman shook her head and walked away, her pace quickening. Good to know. Like what? Dipna knew Paul. He was a heat-seeking missile. He probably wanted this case. Immobilin. What is it? Atorphine and asapromazine. Translate. We call it monster in a bottle. I'm listening. It used to put the fear of God in veterinarians. 5 to 15 milligrams would immobilise an African elephant. A single drop is lethal to humans. Paul emitted a low whistle. You got that right, Dipna said. That's why it's packaged with an antidote. Deprenorphine, otherwise known as Revivin. If Revivin is administered quick enough, it can reverse the effects. Anywho, they're both banned now. Impossible to get? Dipna hesitated. Why was he asking? It wouldn't be unheard of for older vets like my dad to still have bottles tucked away. My father kept it in a purple vial so that it could never be mistaken for anything else. But believe me, they're all scared out of their minds to even think of taking it off the shelf. There's more, Paul said. She waited. This is strictly confidential, but sure, look it. I thought you should know. My lips are sealed. He had information he wasn't privy to anymore. She'd bet anything that the local guards still considered Paul a member of the team. A tarot card was found, tucked into the pocket of his suit jacket. A tarot card? Her mum was a local tarot card reader in Dingle. Which one? It hardly mattered, but she couldn't help but ask. The devil. Temptations, Dipna said without thinking. Although she didn't read the cards herself, she'd watched her mummy enough to know the meanings her mother assigned to them. Some mornings, before sending off Dipna to school, she'd pull a card and give her cautionary tales for the day. On devil days, she'd always warned Dipna not to fall prey to temptations, whatever those meant to a young Dipna. Her ongoing temptation had been the man whose deep, soothing voice was talking to her now. And stones placed next to the body spelled out a message. There was a catch to his voice, and another pause. What message? Last dance. What? She straightened her spine. Last dance. Because of the horse? An image of the black colt shimmered before her, his gorgeous leg muscles reflecting the morning light. She'd been there for his first breath, cleaned the birthing fluids from his dark skin, helped him stand on trembly little legs and felt his soft nose in the palms of her small hands. She'd understood fully, in that moment, why they called it the miracle of birth. There was no other word for it, no greater honour. She'd witnessed many miracles of birth since, but one never forgot their first. To this day, she could feel the joy bursting within her. She'd loved him like he was part of her. One moment he was poised to be the most promising racehorse in all of Ireland. The next he was lying dead in the road. The horror of seeing him laid out, all life in him gone just like that, had never left her. Time didn't heal grief, it just muted in a shallow grave. But moments like this, and it clawed back full force. She would have traded her life for Last Dance. She would have given her breath in exchange for his. Because she was responsible for his death. Her actions had led to his demise. She'd spent the rest of her life trying to atone, sweeping the guilt into little corners of her mind, but always knowing the dirty piles were still there, that she would never be clean. Paul had been warming up to this, trying to be kind, but she felt like he'd just punched her. You're saying... What are you saying? Due to the evidence at the murder scene and mitigating circumstances, your parents are both suspects in the murder inquiry. Blunt, truthful. He sounded like a detective now. Parents, murder, suspects. Downhill slide, meet avalanche. The door to the clinic yawned open and her vet tech stuck her head out. We buttered it up and the rabbit is out of the vase, no injuries. Thank you, love, Dimna said. Kerrygold Irish butter, the tech said with a grin. Cracking good call. Good work, Dimna said. But we added an abracadabra, just to be safe. She waved her hands dramatically. Dimna laughed, but the sound rang false in her ears, and the feeling from the past year came boomeranging back. The one where it felt as if someone had taken an ice cream scooper and hollowed out her insides, leaving only frosted over bits. She turned her attention back to Paul. There was so much to say, but this was not the time or the place. I have to go. Just one more thing. Rumour is your father isn't well, Paul said. What do you mean? When is the last time you spoke with your parents? Mostly postcards from my mum. Maeve Wilde sent Dimna postcards once a month from places she'd never been. Hello from Tahoe. Greetings from Sweden. Tipping away in Thailand. Dimna wasn't sure where on earth she'd gotten them all. Whether friends who travelled gave them to her or she brought them online. But she had a good stash and thoroughly enjoyed sending them out, writing cryptic little messages in sharp black ink in each one. Trying to get a hold of either of her parents on the phone usually resulted in a maddening game of phone tag. Your mum hasn't mentioned anything about your father's state of mind? No. What's the story? She was on high alert now. Maybe you should call her. I will. But first, tell me what's going on. I don't know if there's been a diagnosis, but rumour is he's forgetting things. I forget things all the time, not like that. They say it's dementia. I'm so sorry. And your mother. She and Johnny what? Talk is they were having an affair. Your mother might have been the last person to see Johnny O'Reilly alive. Why do you say that? Because so far she's the last person to see Johnny O'Reilly alive. It was delivered like a punchline, but all Dimna felt was another punch. Clinic closing, a murder, dementia, an affair, parents as suspects. What happened to the rule of 3? They had blown way past the rule of 3. How was she supposed to take any of this in? Dr. Wilde? Her vet tech was back. Animals couldn't wait, not even for murder inquiries. Thank you for ringing me. Dimna hung up. He would understand. Why hadn't her mother rang her? Where was Donica? How bad was her father's dementia? She headed inside and faced the receptionist who was still sniffling. She reached into her pocket and gave her the chocolate bar she'd been saving for a break. Have a cup of tea and dry your eyes. I'm going to make sure you're all right, Petal. She would give her staff every last penny she had in severance. Write them.
This audiobook is completely free for you. Take a moment to breathe, enjoy a bit of relaxing music, and then we'll continue the story. Thank you for watching.
glowing recommendations. She turned to the wall of clients with their own burdens and fears and lovely, lovely pets with big eyes and even bigger hearts that needed endless care. Veterinarians faced one of the highest suicide rates of any profession. Dipna was tough, but she didn't know if she had it in her to face this kind of trauma. The kind that hit too close to home. But then again, what choice did she have? She took a deep breath, smiled. Now, who's next? Chapter 6. By the time Cormac arrived at the harbour, allergy meds in tow, he was still trying to shake his encounter with the widow. Cold and calculating. Roisin O'Reilly had demanded to see the body, and when that request wasn't granted, she had asked for the name of his superior, wrote it down in large block letters on the back of his calling card, then immediately name-dropped several prominent councilmen and judges before phoning a solicitor right in front of him. When she hung up, she refused his invitation to come into the station and said any interviews would be handled through the solicitor. His firm came with no less than 4 names, which was no surprise given everything he'd heard about their wealth and status. The son had seemed a little bit more reasonable, catching his eye and saying, "We just need a moment." But in the end, he'd followed his mother's every command. D.S. Neely was now going back and forth with the solicitor, trying to get them into the station. A briefing was scheduled with the media in less than an hour, and now this. The guards he'd sent to the harbour had found Donncha Wilde scrubbing the O'Reilly yacht top to bottom. By the time they hauled him off, it was too late. If the yacht had been a crime scene, the evidence had been wiped clean. Furious, Cormac strode along the walkway toward Dreamscape. The sleek white yacht with a navy blue and green stripe through the centre certainly made an impression. The presence of guards had everyone on alert. Folks hurried along, avoiding eye contact altogether, or stood in fortified clumps, openly staring. Cormac noted with dismay that the staring clumps were growing in size. Drama was impossible to resist. He even had 3 missed calls from his mam back in Killarney, no doubt wanting the details straight from the horse's mouth. He'd call her later and try to make it as exciting as possible. Take her mind off her woes. He texted her care advocate to make sure everything was all right, and was relieved to hear it was. A minute later, his phone dinged again. 4th one from his mum. "Wasn't me that called, must have been me arse." He chuckled and texted back. "Tell your arse I'll call it later. Sounds like an awful mess. Take care and God bless." His mother was dying. It was just 6 months ago she'd been diagnosed with MND, motor neuron disease, or ALS as they called it in the States. She was already at the wheelchair and feeding tube stage and communicating via text or text-to-speech via her iPad. He was her only child, although she had a brother and sister and a fabulous care advocate and visiting nurse. It was a cruel disease, especially for a woman who had been as active as his mum, an avid hill walker and yoga practicer. She was only 65. Through it all, she kept her head held high and was handling each blow like a champ. Cormac wished he could say the same. His stomach was in constant knots worrying about her, and he rarely slept for more than a few hours at a time. Taking this case meant precious time away from her. But she not only understood, she had insisted he go. He'd video chat with her as soon as he could. She was the one person he could trust without reservation, and her mind was as sharp as a tack. Cormac shoved his phone back into his pocket of his blazer and arrived at the yacht. Donncha Wilde was bare-chested and bare-legged, standing on the dock in a pair of shorts, suds clinging to hairy, skinny legs. He seemed keen on negotiating with the guards, as if this was a traffic violation and could wriggle out by turning on the old charm. His head shot up when Cormac appeared, with the expression of a kidnapped victim pleading with his captors to be set free. He was about Cormac's age, somewhere in his late 30s, But apart from that, the two men were chalk and cheese. Cormac could tell this was a Peter Pan man, trying desperately not to grow up. Or maybe it was his foul mood, the overwhelming smell of bleach ruining what could have been the key to solving the murder within hours. As instructed, the guards hadn't given Donncha Wilde an explanation for hauling him off the boat mid-scrub. Face stamped with suds and panic, leaving him to twist in the wind. "I have rights," he said. "Since when is it illegal to clean a boat?" Cormac stepped forward. "I'm Detective Inspector Cormac O'Brien." Donncha nodded, then chewed on his bottom lip. "What's the story?" "The harbour master saw you leaving the docks on foot at approximately 4 p.m. yesterday afternoon and returning early this morning." Donncha's head swiveled around the dock and he took in the gawpers. "Is that a crime?" "Who operated this yacht last night? And before you answer, you can believe me, we're going to check every CCTV footage in the area, so I wouldn't even think about lying." Donncha looked Cormac in the eye. "The owner reserved it for a friend. He wanted me gone by the afternoon." "Where did you go?" Donncha frowned. "I don't see how that's any of your business." "I assure you it's my business. Where were you?" "I checked into the Dingle Inn." Cormac looked to one of the other guards. They pointed in the general direction. A quiet one, tucked away a few streets back. Donncha folded his arms, but didn't respond. Cormac continued. "Who gave you the instruction to leave by afternoon?" "I already told you, the owner." "Name?" Donncha looked to the other guards, but once again was met with a wall of silence. He reluctantly turned back to the inspector. "Johnny O'Reilly." "You're saying Johnny O'Reilly himself told you to vacate this boat by afternoon yesterday?" "That's right." "How did he contact you?" "Text." "Where's your phone?" Donncha pointed to the boat. "In the cabin, and I'd like it back." "And when we retrieve this phone, which we will, we'll see a text to you from Johnny O'Reilly." "You're not from around here, are you?" It wasn't said with malice, which for some reason irked Cormac even more. "Answer the question." "Johnny O'Reilly doesn't communicate with someone like me directly. He has people for that. People like him have people for everything." "And which of his people texted you?" "Tommy Healy." Cormac jotted down the name in an old-fashioned little notebook he kept in his pocket. "And what does Mr. Healy do for Mr. O'Reilly?" "Are you joking me?" Donncha laughed, then stopped when Cormac gave him a look. "Everything. He does everything for the O'Reillys. Has for years." He'd get the scoop from his guards later. He wanted to keep Donncha talking. "You always use this much bleach to clean a boat?" The smell was overpowering, even mixed with the smell of fish and the deep blue sea. "I do when some kid gets their messy shoe prints all over everything." Cormac felt the words like a punch to the gut. He gripped his biro so hard he was surprised it didn't snap in two and bleed ink. "In a few minutes, my men are going to take you to the Garda station, and you're going to tell me every little detail about your day yesterday. Scratch that. Your entire week leading up to yesterday. But right now, assuming you're not a bare-faced liar, and I'm not ruling that out, you're going to tell me every detail of what you saw in and on that boat when you returned to it this morning." Donncha shifted his weight. "There's not much to tell. Just the footprints. Either Johnny's guest had a kid or some kid snuck on the boat last night. There were some dirty prints. Describe these prints." "Describe them?" Donncha's eyebrows shot up, and from the look on his face, describing things wasn't in his job description. Cormac could feel his temper rising, even while recognising the young man in front of him seemed genuinely caught off guard. Was it an act? I want every detail you can remember. Donica rocked back on his heels for a moment. Faint but noticeable shoe prints. Kid-sized. Runners, if I had to guess. Regular walking around type dirt, I'd say. Before the kid jumped off the boat and slammed ashore. How big were the prints? Donica held out his fingers in an approximation. They lined up with the prints they found scrambling up the hillside. What was the name of the VIP guest taking the boat out for the evening? I have no idea. They don't tell me those things. When O'Reilly made this request, was there any mention of a kid? No, sir. Donica was standing straighter now, as if to show he was taking the question seriously. Would he have mentioned a kid? Donica shook his head. I doubt it. Is there any place on the boat for a kid to hide? Cormac asked his question rapid fire, giving the young man no chance to concoct or spin tall tales. Funny you should mention that. He paused as if waiting to see if Cormac had a response. Cormac simply stared. There's a utility closet. That's where the cleaning supplies are kept. And the supplies were shoved to the back and a few were knocked over. A stowaway. Cormac tried not to let anything show on his face, but he could feel his adrenaline pumping. They had a missing kid, and that kid was in danger. Anything else? Stray hairs, candy wrappers, anything? Not that I noticed. Have you removed anything from the boat? No. The pitch of his voice had risen. Would you please tell me what the hell this is all about? Are we going to need a passcode to unlock your phone? Donica swallowed. You can't take my phone. Don't you need a judge's order to do that? Your phone is now part of a crime scene. Crime scene? His head whipped back to the boat several times. Because of a few shoe prints. When Cormac didn't respond, Donica once again looked at the other guards. You lads know me. Tell me what's going on. When they didn't respond, he was forced to address Cormac again. Call Mr. O'Reilly, or Sean, or One-Armed Tommy. Sweat dripped down the side of his face. One-Armed Tommy. Cormac jotted down the nickname. What time did you start wiping away evidence? What? His head whipped around once more. That's not what I was doing. Cormac pulled back. What time did you start cleaning this boat? Been at it an hour or so. Cormac wished he could punch something. They'd missed their biggest opportunity by an hour. He gestured for the nearest guard to follow him down the dock. Garda McCann was young and thin, an earnest look stamped on his freckled face. When they were out of hearing distance, Cormac leaned in. One-Armed Tommy? Works for the O'Reillys, has for years, McCann said. Even with just the one arm, he was an aspiring jockey, was supposed to ride Last Dance to his first big win. Last Dance. There it was again, that horse from a quarter of a century ago, rearing up from the dead. Supposed to? McCann nodded. Last Dance was killed by a trailer the night before the big race. Tommy never got on another horse again. Been the foreman for the O'Reillys ever since. What about this Donica lad? They glanced over. Donica hadn't moved, but he was jittery, legs bouncing up and down. No doubt gagging for a cigarette or 12. He's all right, McCann conceded. A bit of a hooligan, but no history of violence. There was always a first time, but Cormac kept that to himself. You think he's telling the truth? Gut reaction. Knowing Johnny O'Reilly, McCann tilted his head toward the increasingly grey skies and pondered the question for a beat. It rings true. Does he always clean with bleach? I imagine O'Reilly insists on a tidy yacht. He caught himself. Or at least he did. Hey, Donica called across the dock. There was one other thing that was a little odd. This caught Cormac's attention. He held up his finger, then turned to McCann. I want Tommy Healy brought into the station and find out where we are with the O'Reilly solicitor. He can only stall for so long before we need to speak with his clients. And inform Sergeant Neely she'll be handling the press briefing solo. McCann nodded and took off. Cormac returned to Donncha. I'm listening. Can I show you? He gestured to the boat. We can approach, but you're not to step on it or touch anything. Not that it mattered now with everything wiped clean, but the lad was on edge, and Cormac wanted to keep him that way. Donncha headed for the boat. He pointed to the bow. There was a strange marking here. He then pointed to the floor of the boat, and there. Nothing sinister, mind you, just faint lines. He held his hand out approximately 2 feet, about this long. A makeshift ramp so the killer could slide the body bag up and over. Probably a board. What about a black tarp? Cormac asked. Was there one aboard? Donncha scrunched his face. What do you mean? Cormac didn't want to give away anything more on that front. He needed every advantage he could get against the killer, and he certainly wasn't going to utter the words body bag. Any signs of a struggle? Jesus, no. Would you please tell me what's happened? Stress was evident in his voice. Is it the kid? O'Reilly is going to kill me. He looked to the sky where a helicopter still circled. I wondered what that was all about, he said. He plastered his hands to the side of his face. I'm begging you, Inspector, what's the story? If O'Reilly told you to leave the boat for someone else, why would he blame you if something went amiss? Cormac asked. You think O'Reilly is going to blame someone in his inner circle? Donncha patted the pockets of his shorts. I need a smoke. Cormac didn't let up. I thought you said you didn't know who took the boat out. I don't. But it has to be someone in his inner circle. O'Reilly only let VIPs and family take his boat out. Is there a lifeboat? Cormac headed for the side of the boat. There, attached to the side, was his answer. A small rowboat just big enough for a body. He pointed to it. Have you bleached that yet? Why would I? Thank Christ for that. Cormac nodded to the guards. I want this rowboat tagged for the technical team. Donncha shifted forward and stared at the rowboat as if seeing it for the first time. Cormac swore he saw something in his expression. Something akin to surprise. Something on your mind? No. His eyes flicked away. You sure about that? Donncha stole another glance at the rowboat. It's not tight the way I remember. Cormac edged closer. How do you remember it tied? Donncha squinted. Honestly, I can't say for sure. You're making me nervous. Good. Cormac handed him his notebook and pen. Sketch the way you think it was tied. Donncha thought about the request for a moment, and then shrugged. He quickly sketched out a knot, a double loop instead of the triple now holding it. Sign it, Cormac said when Donncha tried to hand the notebook back. Are you serious? As a heartache? Or a poisoning? Donncha sighed and scribbled his name. Please, he said. Is it the kid? Did something happen to a kid? Cormac relented. Johnny O'Reilly was found dead this morning on Cloher Strand. What? The shock sounded genuine, but the lad could have practiced it. Dead? He took another look at the boat. Crime scene? He said to himself. His head snapped up. You think he was killed on the boat? His fawn-coloured eyes blinked rapidly. Where does the kid fit in? You're here to answer questions, not ask them, Cormac said. Donncha wiped sweat off his forehead with the back of his arm. There wasn't any blood or anything violent on board. I would have called the guards, I swear, just messy prints. I thought the prints belonged to a lad in short trousers. But Sean has a daughter. Aisling, she's okay, right? Cormac came to attention. How old is she? 8, 9, something like that. He scratched his head. The prints are too big for her, right? Exactly what Cormac was thinking. There hadn't been a child in the car when Mrs. O'Reilly and son pulled up to the murder scene. He assumed they would have mentioned it if she was missing. He turned to a guard who had heard the entire exchange. On it, the guard said. Cormac nodded his thanks. The Dingle Inn, Cormac said. Did you check in under your name? Donncha crossed his arms over his chest. Found dead on the beach, like drowned, washed up. Did you check into the Dingle Inn under your given name? Because if he took the boat out and drowned, then who's returned the boat, and why would you be crawling all over the harbour if it was an accidental drowning? Donncha may be a drug user, but he wasn't befuddled. I'm not asking you again, Cormac said. Oh my God, you think someone pushed him overboard, held him under and then drove the boat back? Donncha was fixated on drowning. Was he clueless or clever? That's it, you're coming into the station. You're giving us the name you used to check into the Dingle Inn, and I want to know who you spoke with yesterday, especially the last time you spoke with your folks. My folks? Donncha came to a standstill. What the fuck? He was on the precipice of a complete freak-out. Cormac lowered his voice and stepped closer. Listen to me. You said it yourself. I'm not from around here, but you are. Johnny O'Reilly dead? You wiping down this yacht with bleach? You think that looks good for you? Donncha's eyes widened and he shook his head. I didn't have anything to do with it. You think the O'Reillys are going to take your word for it? Oh my God. He ran his hand through his hair and then gripped it as if he was intending on pulling it out from the roots. Help me, you have to help me. Did you check into the Dingle Inn under your name? He dropped his hands. Why wouldn't I? His left eye began to twitch. Were you alone? Yes. The twitch deepened. We're going to check CCTV. What do you want from me? I ordered takeaway, a delivery guy came to the room, I ate fish and chips. The twitch had Cormac's radar pinging. Any other visitors? Donncha frowned. A mate stopped by. Name? Is this really happening? Donncha's hands covered his face. Do I look like I'm taking the piss? I'm not dragging my mate into this until I talk to a solicitor. Cormac nodded to the closest guard. Escort Mr. Wilde to the station for an official interview. Do I need a solicitor? Cormac asked, a hard edge creeping into his voice. I don't know, do you? Donncha glared. They stared at each other without blinking. Inspector? A guard holding up his mobile interrupted the moment. Childishly, Cormac told himself he would have won. It's Sergeant Neely. Cormac held up his finger so that the guard wouldn't blurt whatever else he had to say down the length of the dock and strode over. We've traced the batch number off the vial of release found near Mr. O'Reilly's body. The guard waited, his eyes dancing with bombshell news. And? Cormac could no longer hide his exasperation. That vial came from Eamon Wilde's mixed animal veterinarian clinic. Chapter 7. Among the items Dibna had been allowed to keep were her fiddle and her green and white Volkswagen bus. It was gratifying that her two favoured possessions in the world, apart from her animals, who were her family, not possessions, were the two things the Irish government had no desire to confiscate. Peace out. The bus she'd had nearly 20 years, a gift to herself after graduating from vet school at UCD, University College Dublin. She still had a vivid, giddy memory of inching it home. Drivers laying on their horns incensed by turtle speed, babying it every step of the way. It cocooned all her memories, hopes, adventures, and late-night animal calls. She'd made love in it, been drunk and high in it, only while camping, never while driving, and slept in it. Adventure on wheels. Her fiddle, one of many she'd owned over her lifetime of playing trad music, had been a wedding present from her parents. It was the nicest one she'd ever held, and it made beautiful music. She finished packing the bus with her earthly essentials: emergency veterinarian supplies, her favourite leather satchel that she used for home calls, clothing, treasured books, and shoeboxes filled with photos. After sorting out the clinic transition, thankfully a colleague had agreed to pay the debts in exchange for the business, and had agreed to keep her staff, she said a tearful goodbye, including to the pudgy clinic cat, Sammy, then texted all her friends that her possessions were available at no charge, although she encouraged them to donate to animal shelters instead, and she gave the snarly landlord enough rent for the rest of her term. Neither her parents nor her brother had answered their phones, and she didn't want to leave any messages that could be misconstrued by the guards, so she'd finally stopped trying. Was there something in her family's gene sequencing that prevented them from communicating in times of crisis? She had also rung Ben numerous times, but her son wasn't answering either. Was she this aloof at 27? Yes, he was a grown man, but she told him it was urgent and that he needed to call her back as soon as possible. She prayed he wouldn't hear about the body found in Dingle, but if he did, news outlets were not yet reporting a connection to her family. And Ben did not know that the victim was part of his family. In Dimna's mind, the O'Reillys were not part of Ben. She'd so thoroughly excised them from his life that sometimes she forgot their blood ran through his veins. She sent one more text before starting up the bus. Family emergency. Call me. If she didn't hear back soon, she'd harp on him until he answered. Once her 3-pack commandeered the back seat of the bus, they were ready to roll. She hauled herself into the driver's seat, perched on 2 old-fashioned phone books, which worked better than a booster seat, but she had to wear pointy boots to reach the gas and brakes and still be fit to see out the windshield, and turned to double-check on her cuddlebugs. 2 out of 3 seemed wildly enthusiastic about their spontaneous adventure. Road trip, excellent idea. Spike, her black cat, so tall and regal she imagined he once belonged to Cleopatra, was curled up in the seat behind Dimna. Pickles, a 2-year-old exuberant and wickedly smart collie, sat in the middle, pink tongue hanging out so shaggy he was going to block her rearview mirror. And Guinness, her old and overweight English bulldog, the one sourpuss of this road trip, had shoved himself as far back as he could against the far window, his drooly right cheek smushed against the glass. Knowing him, he would indulge in his favourite form of revenge, flatulence. She empathised. She had second thoughts about this trip as well. Although, if he started in on the stink bombs, he'd miss out on all the snacks she'd brought to bribe them into compliance. She cranked on upbeat dancing music and pretended it was completely normal to be leaving the rock and venturing home to the hard place. The 4-hour and change trip morphed into 6 as she indulged in potty food and stretch breaks. She jumped every time her phone dinged, but every message was either from colleagues trying to wheedle gossip out of her or friends offering their support. Just before entering Dingle, the curves and peaks of the Sleevemish Mountains, then, as she drew closer, the Tralee Bay shimmered in the midday sun. She took her time driving through the village of Camp near the Dingle Way, a 168-kilometre hiking trail circumventing the peninsula. A part of her wished she was here to make the 8-day trek, loaded up with nothing but a backpack and a dream. Camp was a cheerful village, replete with a stone fort, a golden beach, tidy cottages, a historic stone church, and winding roads flanked by thick green hedges. Spike, Guinness and Pickles all vied for the same window, competition driving them blind to the open window on the other side of the bus. Animals made her laugh daily, and she was grateful for it. At least she'd only have to clean saliva from one window. She knew her destination by heart, a small valley to the west of Tralee. Glan-Ninyalt, often called the Valley of the Mad. It was the perfect place to have a walkabout after the long drive. She took the remote lane to the designated car park, and soon her pack piled out of the bus, tripping over each other to be the first one out. She was dying to let her creatures run free, but this was a popular place for tourists and hikers, so she stuck to the rules and kept them on long leads, including a little harness and leash for Spike. The weather was overcast but mild. A familiar grey mist welcomed her home. The Valley of the Mad was named for two wells, where poor souls inflicted with madness once flocked to eat watercress and drink from the depths, praying to be cured. Now hollow, the wells were marked with stones, one appropriately called the Mad Stone. Thick hedgerows along the path boasted wildflowers, and in this area one could also encounter a fallen fairy tree and an old stone house falling to ruins. No matter how many times she'd been here, Dimpna had always discovered something new. Pickles and Guinness sniffed around while Spike hissed at the audacity of being put on a leash. "Sorry, love," Dimpna said as he yowled.
This audiobook is offered freely, with gratitude.
My world. She wished the wells were still flowing and the legends were true, for she would cup her hands and drink. Instead, she imagined all the people who had once gravitated here, purportedly even kings, each with a burning desire to be cured of insanity. It was comforting and sad, all rolled up into one little ball. Rumours abounded as to why these wells had so much power, including, of course, that they were blessed by the fairies. But in 2012, a chemical analysis detected higher traces of lithium in the water compared to nearby sources. Given she could no longer drink from the wells, Dimpna drank in the scents and sounds of home. Land of ocean and mountains and pints and music and madness. Home. They completed a circle and then turned around to head back to the bus. Up ahead, a scraggly young girl peeked out from behind a small hill. Only her profile was visible. Messy black hair and the side of a purple backpack. Pickles seemed keen to pull her toward the girl, and Dimpna was inclined to let him say hello, when her mobile phone blasted out a familiar tune. Ben. Finally. She pivoted from the girl and answered. Ben? Ma'am? I can barely hear you, she said. I don't think I have a strong connection here. Where are you? He sounded impatient and put out. I'm almost at Dingle. Where are you? Spain. Spain? Without telling her? On one hand, she was poised to scold him for keeping her in the dark. On the other, she was thrilled she could continue keeping him in the dark. That tangled web Shakespeare had warned of was deeply woven into the fabric of her life. With my girlfriend. There was a chipper note in his voice, the delight of spilling a secret. This is news, Dimpna said. What's her name? Angelina. Where did you meet? She was stalling, but also insanely curious. It had been a while since he'd mentioned a girl. This was perfect. He would need the distraction. "I'll tell you everything when I see you next." "What's the story?" She wished she could regale in all the details now, savour the moment. At least he was far, far away. Relief settled in her bones. "I had to leave the clinic and Dublin," she said. "I'm going home for a bit." She paused, tread carefully. "Have you been reading the news?" "No," he said. "Why?" "A prominent racehorse owner in Dingle is dead. Everyone is talking about it. Murdered. And my parents are suspects. And by the way, he's your paternal grandfather." There was a pause. Had he heard what she said? "You said you'd never return to Dingle." His voice was tinged with accusation. Ben had always pressed her about why she never brought him to Dingle, and why they always met her parents somewhere. Anywhere else but home. Dingle was one of the most popular tourist destinations in Ireland, and she often used that as an excuse. "We see enough tourists in Dublin. Let's have a break from them, shall we?" No doubt she had made mistakes. Maybe she should have told him everything about his father and the O'Reilly side of the family, including the fact that Ben had been the opposite of a love child, conceived during a hateful act. She'd practiced it in her head, with a variety of carefully selected words. The closest she could come was a sanitized version of the ugly truth. "Your father forced himself on me. I never told him about you." In the end, she decided against it. She couldn't imagine staining her innocent son with such an ugly truth. Even if she didn't utter the vile words rape, it would hover in the cracks, changing his sense of self forever. Hadn't enough damage been done? Hadn't she suffered enough? Niall had been a good surrogate father to Ben, and he'd kept her secret, but he refused to say he was Ben's biological father. "I won't do it," he said. "I won't be involved in that big of a lie." But Ben was a curious lad and wanted answers. She told him his biological father had been a talented jockey who died from a heart defect shortly after Ben was conceived. No doubt this fictional father was based on the crush Tommy Healy had on her back then. The shy, nice jockey he'd been before Sean O'Reilly corrupted him. "You and a jockey," Ben said, cocking his head. "Then why am I so tall?" Whoops. My father is tall. That was true. Even so, she had to be careful, keep her answers vague enough that Ben couldn't poke any more holes. He'd been a stranger, she'd said, in town for only a week for a local horse race. It was a quick, drunken shag. He was a winner, though, I remember that. His name was Brendan. I don't remember his surname. Tommy had had a twin brother named Brendan. Stick close to the truth. Wasn't that the old sage advice? When DNA kits came out, she held her breath, paralysed with fear that Ben would submit one. But as he grew older, his interest in the subject waned. Now she wasn't sure what to do, what to say. As little as possible was the motto that had gotten her this far. "Your grandfather has dementia. And the other one is stone cold dead, murdered." "I'm so sorry." Ben's voice finally softened. "Has this only recently started?" "I don't know, to be honest. I've only just heard about it." "Should I come to Dingle as well?" "No!" "Jesus, ma'am, there you go again." His hard edges were back. "What is it you're so afraid of?" Everything. She was afraid of absolutely everything. "I just want you to enjoy your holidays. With Angelina. It will be all doctor's appointments and chaos here. Enjoy Spain. Stay as long as you'd like." "You're sure?" "I'm positive." "And there's nothing else?" For a second he sounded suspicious. Had he heard something? Was he testing her? Ben was like that. He gathered information and often used it to attack. Had she mentioned it was a murder inquiry? Now she couldn't remember. Surely they were reporting that on the news. This prominent man is well known in Dingle, and it's a suspicious death. She couldn't even bring herself to mention his name, as if in doing so she was inviting trouble across her threshold. Suspicious? It's a murder inquiry. She heard an intake of breath. He said something to his girlfriend before returning to the phone. Did you know him well? We didn't run in the same circles, but my father did care for many of his horses. I cared for one of them and now he's dead, and for some reason, that horse's name was spelled in stones next to the dead body, and a vial of release and a syringe were found, and the devil card, and your granny may have been knocking boots with him. Dingle. The land of saints and stones, and sinners. I'm sure there'll be a ton of gossip. That was the best she could do for now. Sorry, I'm getting a beep. My phone is about to die. No worries. Call me when you can. Say hello to Angelina, and I love you. The connection severed. She stared at the phone. Love you too, Mummy, she said. Miss you. Pickles whined. Dimna whirled around to see if he was still lunging to get to the girl, but there was no one there. Hello? Dimna called out. Young lady, hello? Are you all right? The wind rustled and a gull shrieked overhead. She too had roamed all over this peninsula as a little girl, and it was comforting to see some things hadn't changed. She headed back for the bus. It was time to go home. Come on, gang, off we go. As they made the trek back to the car park, the crossword from the other day swam into view. Wayward one from parables, prodigal son. This time, the prodigal daughter had returned. Chapter 8. A pulse in Dimna's neck throbbed as she turned up the dead-end road leading to her father's clinic. It was still there, coursing through her blood, that old familiar feeling of being, like it or not, where she belonged. The limestone clinic resided where the road ended and a green field began. A squad car loomed in front of the practice, delivering Dimna an additional jolt. In front of it, a red Toyota sat perpendicular to the squad cars, positioned as if it had stopped just short of driving into the stone wall surrounding the courtyard. Two guards were leaning back against the squad car, arms folded across their chests. Pacing in front of the stone wall was a scruffy but handsome man in denims and a tan blazer. Unusual attire for a local. He was short with a mop of dark hair. It must be the inspector out of Killarney. She wondered briefly if Paul's jealousy also stemmed from the fact that this inspector was younger than him, albeit by only 6 or so years. She clocked the moment his attention turned to her bus pulling in. How intense and incurious his gaze. An odd sensation rippled through her. It was as if he'd been waiting for her. But that was ridiculous. Even she didn't know she was coming. It wasn't until Dimna drew closer that she realised they were holding fort outside. Animals domineered the courtyard. A goat rubbed the top of its head on the stone wall as if tunnelling out an escape. A pheasant paced in circles. 2 sheep marked with purple dye devoured the grass, lifting their heads to stare openly at the guards as they chewed. 3 ducks pecked at the ground, attempting to run away from 2 chickens vying for the same seeds. A turtle crept down the footpath as if walking through a minefield. A hare cowered underneath a tree, nose twitching. 6 dogs patrolled the stone wall, teeth bared, while a black lab guarded the clinic door. Intermittent barks pierced the air. This was far from normal, and it didn't stop there. Dimna counted 5 cats. One, an extremely obese tabby, was draped on top of the stone wall as if it were a feather bed and not ancient limestone. Bowls of water and food littered the yard, most of them overturned. The few upright ones reduced to dribbles, They were not starving. The yard was covered in poo, not to mention heaps of feathers and fur. Horrifying. The inmates had taken over the asylum, and the result was an abject, squalling disaster. Dipna had gone on animal hoarding calls that looked a lot like this. The father she knew would never have let this place get overrun. She and Donica used to call him the dictator behind his back. So rigid, so exacting, and very, very orderly. She climbed out of the bus, her gut twisting with worry. The exterior of the clinic had seen better days as well. The once cheerful yellow paint with blue trim was chipped and fading. The wooden sign above the door hung askew, Wilds Mixed Animal Veterinarian Clinic. It screamed out for paint. The short man in the blazer tracked her every move with intense blue eyes, rimmed with thick, dark eyelashes. She felt them on her as she stepped away from her bus. And although normally she wasn't at all self-conscious about her out-of-work attire of flowery dresses and her cowboy driving boots, today she felt X-rayed and vulnerable. Across the street, an old auto body shop that had been long abandoned competed for worst courtyard ever with its hulking pieces of rusting metal. Across the field, some distance away, the top of her mother's white caravan flashed, swallowed by wildflowers and tall, reedy grass. "This clinic is closed, lassie," one of the guards said as she approached. He wore sunglasses a size too small. The detective, if that's who he was, folded his arms and watched. Even through his suit jacket she could make out his bulging arm muscles. "That's Dr. Lassie to you, Garda," Dipna said. She was startled by a chuckle and turned to find the man in the blazer thoroughly amused. He caught her gaze, covered his mouth briefly, and when he took it away, his smile was gone. He had a pack of tissues sticking out from his pocket, and his eyes were rimmed in red. "Dr. Wilde," he thrust out his hand. "I'm Detective Inspector Cormac O'Brien." "You know who I am," she said, not surprised, but somewhat irked. "I do," he said, still proffering his hand. "I've learnt a lot about you and your family in the past day." For a moment, a vain part of her was glad she had worn her hair down instead of in pigtails. She'd let her hair grow long since Niall's death. There was no reason other than wanting things to be different, wanting to feel different. It hadn't worked. She was the same old Dipna with the same old Dipna-like problems. "I can't shake your hand," she said. "I've been touching dogs and cats all day. It'll only exacerbate your struggles." He tilted his head and studied her as his hand dropped to his side. "That obvious, is it?" "Yes. Being a vet meant you had to tell people the truth, whether folks wanted to hear it or not. Most times they didn't." "A kindred spirit, then," he said. "How's that?" He tapped his head. "Observational skills, if you say so." He studied her for another moment, then straightened his spine. "I take it you're aware that we're conducting a murder inquiry." "I'm aware that you found Johnny O'Reilly deceased on Cloher Strand." "How do you know he didn't take his own life?" Dipna hadn't expected to blurt that out, but she knew firsthand you could swear up and down a person wouldn't take his own life, only to find him hanging from the rafters of your carport. Before the inspector could respond, from inside the clinic came the sound of glass shattering, followed by a woman's shriek. The guards tipped forward, and the courtyard erupted with barks, flaps and bleats. The door to the clinic flew open and a woman with red hair and vet scrubs darted out. Dipna recognised her immediately and felt another jolt. Sheila Maguire. Her once best friend and her father's longtime vet tech. Her long red hair still flowed with wild curls, and her statuesque figure with impressive cleavage was impossible to miss. Dipna wondered if she had mellowed, or if she was still the same rebel of a girl she'd once known. Selfish too, but Dipna had enough of her own faults to start keeping track of others. Is everyone all right in there? Detective O'Brien's voice projected across the small courtyard. Sheila put her hands up and waved them around. I'm all right. Is anyone else being held inside? Dimna whirled around. Being held inside, as in hostage? His eyes flicked to Dimna, then back to Sheila. Is anyone hurt or stuck inside? He repeated in a tone that left little doubt her father was enemy number one, and Dimna was to keep her mouth shut. Sheila shook her head. It's only Dr. Wilde in there now. She finally made eye contact with Dimna as they stared. A slideshow of memories clicked through Dimna's mind. Once upon a time, this had been their peninsula, and they had ruled it with an endless stream of shenanigans. Girls staking claims to trails and mountains and white beaches and sheer cliffs. Trekking through fields, dodging cow patties and wielding sticks like swords. Skipping stones across the water, scouring the strands for mussels and periwinkles, slipping on stones and seaweed in hot pursuit. Fortifying themselves against parents and siblings and nuns and lads. At the start of their summers, they'd been bone pale. Midsummer, they'd be burnt. But by the end, they'd finally be brown, the soles of their feet like tanned hides. Sheila Maguire and Dimna Wilde against the big bad world. Dimna would accompany Sheila when she was forced to call into the pub to drag her father home. Sheila would accompany Dimna when she wanted to beg off a shift at the clinic, leveraging the soft spot Dr. Wilde had for Sheila's charm. They'd traversed every rite of passage like sisters until they fell prey to that worn-out old song. That angular, pointy shape, the triangle. In the end, they traded their sisterly love for the promise of happily ever after with Paul Byrne. What Egypts they'd been. 27 years later, they were practically strangers, and he was still a confirmed bachelor. Yet, in the end, it was Sheila who had betrayed Dimna, not just breaking her heart, but doing so with a ruthlessness that had shocked her. So callous was her betrayal that it severed every bond their memories had so painstakingly built. Dimna liked to think she'd grown past it, but her thudding heart and quickening pulse told a different story. Scratches from inside of the bus interrupted the moment. Dimna's pack had been left out of the excitement, and they were not going to stand for it. She released her three loves, feeling a strange flush of pleasure as Detective Cormac O'Brien backed away. She headed with them into the courtyard, for a messy zoo was better than being stuck inside a little bus. Spike led the way, his spine arched and tail swiping. I don't think that yard can take any more animals, Detective O'Brien said. Funny, Dimna said. I was just thinking it couldn't take any more guards. He shifted his weight to the other foot as if caught off balance by her retort. If your father doesn't come out of the clinic, we're going to have to go in after him, he said. Will you speak with him and see if we can deal with this peacefully? She had no idea what this even was. I will. So just give me a minute. She entered the courtyard, watching carefully not to step in a pile, made sure her animals were comfortable with their new friends, then scratched behind numerous ears before turning to Sheila. What's the story? Dimna, Sheila said. I can't believe it's you. Her voice sounded genuine, but her eyes were all over the detective. Still all about men. Some things never changed. My father? Dimna prompted. He's having an outburst, Sheila said. I had to call the guards. Are you all right? Detective O'Brien shouted to Sheila. He pointed to her left eye. Dimna hadn't noticed at first, but there it was, an angry welt just above Sheila's left eye, bright red and beginning to swell. Dimna edged forward, gobsmacked. What happened? Your father happened, Sheila said. He hit me. Chapter 9. He hit you? As Dimna waited for Sheila to answer, she prayed it wasn't true. Her father had never raised his hand to anyone in his life. Please say no. Please say no. He threw a book at me, Sheila said, patting her eye with the tips of her fingers. Literally, I should have ducked. Dipna resisted the urge to ask her the title of the book. A hefty volume by the looks of it. This was hardly the time for a good reading recommendation. I have an ice pack in the bus. She needs to go to hospital, Detective O'Brien said. We need photos and we need to create a report. Photos, a report, against her father. Oh my God. I'm sorry, Sheila said, training her good eye on Dipna. I had no idea things were this bad. She should have known. She'd been too wrapped up in her own drama. Her parents were from that generation of Irish folks that never talked openly about their troubles, even when the wolf was already inside your door. Especially then. Whatever you're thinking, Sheila said. It's worse. Ma'am, is Dr. Wilde a danger to himself? Detective O'Brien shouted across the courtyard. The goat bleated and the dogs barked. His nose twitched and then contorted as he violently sneezed 5 times in a row. God bless you, rang out from everyone but Dipna. He is not a danger to anyone, she yelled back. Was he? What if one of her parents was the killer? Or both of them? Then again, it had been ages since her parents had done anything together, so she highly doubted they had skipped a romantic dinner for 2 and gone straight to co-planning a murder. The couple that kills together? I don't think so, Detective, Sheila said. He's just standing in the middle of broken glass, ranting about something he can't find. What? Dipna said. What can't he find? He can't remember, Sheila said. I'm sorry, Dimp. It's really bad. Dipna gestured to the packed courtyard. I'll stay. Sheila nodded, following her gaze all around the messy little creatures. Poor things. It wasn't like this a few days ago. He's really gone off the rails. Sheila glanced at her watch. I don't have time to take care of it, but I can make some calls if you'd like. It took a moment for Dipna to realise Sheila was waiting for her to respond. Barely home, and apparently she was in charge. I finished cleaning out all the back kennels. We have room for at least 20, Sheila said. I can get a few folks over here to help sort them out. I would really appreciate it, Dipna said. She meant it. No matter what had happened in the past, she could use all the friends she could get. Sheila nodded. Consider it done. Sheila offered a shy smile. She was a beautiful woman, earthy, exuberant. She'd never married or had children. Did she ever have a love greater than Paul? Dipna hoped so. For her sake, she hoped so. She had also been loyal to her father. Would that remain the case? Was she friend or foe? Do you think you can get him to come out? Detective O'Brien called. I will do my best, Detective, Dipna said. Tears streamed down Sheila's face, darkening her freckles. You're really here, Sheila said, her voice thickening. Home at last. She opened her arms for a hug. Dipna hesitated. She hadn't quite worked up to the hugging stage. Even if they were no longer like sisters, even if the blood they once mingled from slicing their fingers and pressing them together had run dry, Sheila should have called her to tell her what was going on. Then again, her parents should have too, and Donncha for that matter. Sheila, sensing defeat, dropped her arms. Dipna felt someone's gaze and turned around to lock eyes with the detective. Great. She turned away again. Let him stare. I suppose I should have rung you, Sheila said. I assumed you wouldn't want to hear from me. It was as much as her old friend would concede. How long has my father been not himself? It started a few months ago, I'd say. He'd be found wandering around the streets at all hours of the night, showing up late to the clinic, forgetting the names of things, then forgetting about those things, what they were used for, forgetting our names, forgetting what our jobs were, asking us the same question a dozen times within the hour. We all tried to get him to go to hospital, but he refused. We had to call all the clients and tell them we could only make house calls, and they had to schedule them through Niamh. Dimna had heard about Niamh, the front office manager, and a bundle of positive energy according to her mum. If the courtyard looked like this, it was obvious that her father was now on his own. It takes a village, and he had shut them out. I see. She didn't, though. She couldn't see anything. She felt like something was right in front of her, taunting her, an opaque window sealed shut. There's been a rapid decline the past few weeks. Sheila lowered her voice and moved in closer. I've seen Dr. Wilde fly into a violent rage more than once. Dementia related? Sheila shrugged. That's what it looks like. He gets uncontrollably angry. A silver BMW with a custom navy and green stripes sliced through the middle shot up the street. Dimna's heart lurched. Was it going to plough straight into the field? Brakes screeched as it came to an abrupt stop, sending gravel flying and the guards scrambling. O'Reilly's, Sheila groaned. I smell trouble. Dimna had an overwhelming urge to run, but her legs grew roots that burrowed into the ground. The driver and passenger door opened simultaneously, and the widow and son stepped out. Dimna waited for the animals to erupt yet again, but oddly they stood still, fur raised and eyes trained on the newcomers. Roisin O'Reilly, tall and slim as ever, her once dark hair now a shock of coiffed white. Her dove-grey suit and white feathered hat and gloves seemed more suited for a day out of the races than whatever reason for this visit was. She was nearly 70 years of age by now. It was only when Dimna took in Sean's nearly matching grey suit and crisp white shirt with a navy and green bow tie that it dawned on her. They'd probably just come from a meeting with the parish priest to plan the funeral. An image of Johnny O'Reilly flat on his back in a coffin assaulted her, his dancing shoes pointing to the heavens, still and useless. The back door of the vehicle opened and another man exited. He wore denims, a black long-sleeved shirt and a white cowboy hat. His left sleeve hung loose where his arm should have been. Tommy Healy. Here it was. She was barely home, and all her enemies had crawled out of their hidey holes. One of the last times she'd seen Tommy Healy, he'd been pretending to be dead on the floor of a horse barn. Even now she couldn't look at him without seeing his body slumped to the ground, his eyes rolling back in his head, as Sean O'Reilly towered behind him, strangling him with the tie. Or at least that's what Dimna thought. The trauma had never quite left her, even after all these years. Reality was perception, and in her experience she had witnessed a murder. If Sean O'Reilly had known it would scar her for the rest of her life, would he still have done it? She fell for it. As the old saying goes, hook, line and sinker. One of his most disturbing pranks. She could still hear Tommy's raucous laughter as he sat across from her at the O'Reillys' dining table hours later, resurrected and chuffed to bits that they had pulled it off. The guards did little to hide their smirks, failing to comfort her with, lads will be lads. Psychopaths, the pair of them. Dimna felt a gaze on her, as hot as a breath on her neck, and she turned her head in Sean's direction, their eyes locked. He had slimmed down and his face showed the ears. Tall like his mam, with sand-coloured hair arranged in perfect little waves, framing intense hazel eyes flecked with green. She may not have seen him in 27 years, but she'd seen a constant echo of him. Ben. The same sandy hair and hazel-flecked eyes with green. But right now, she even saw her son reflected in Sean's furrowed brow and clenched jaw. Were they just genetically doomed to be brooding men? He looked as if he was dying to speak, but unable to make his mouth form words. The widow O'Reilly flocked to the detective as Tommy Healy stood like a statue by the car. Did he laugh at Dimna every time he saw her? Imagine her crouching behind a horse stall in abject terror? Lads will be lads. Lads will be lads. Why hasn't Eamon Wilde been arrested? Roisin demanded, her voice carrying across the field. She wasn't using his title. Dimna knew that was purposeful. Mum, Sean said, let me handle this. You've done a stellar job so far, she said. Sean spoke directly to Dimna. Evidence was found near my father's body, he said. A syringe and a vial of euthanasia medicine. Release. The word fell out of Dimna's mouth before she could stop it. Did he do it? Did your father put my father down like a dog? I loathe that expression, Dimna said. We treat all in the animal kingdom with respect. She was trying hard not to sound cruel, given his father's sudden demise. But being present for the last moments of an animal's life on this earth, bearing witness to owners in the grip of raw and oh so vulnerable grief, hanging on to the last precious moments as she strived to make their final journey as painless and reverent as possible, as her dad would say, help them romp into that forever field. It was one of the most profound and humbling experiences of her life. She could not explain to a layman how those moments embodied not only the miracle of our fragile existence, but the epiphany that love wasn't a feeling, it was a powerful force, one that did not die. Her father had never taken that awesome responsibility for granted, and neither had she. That expression pushed all her buttons. And no, my father would not have used release to kill a man. He'd have used the monster in a bottle, Immobilin. Don't forget his whore of a wife, Roisin said. She shook her finger at the inspector. A tarot card in my husband's pocket. The devil. Dimna resisted the urge to tell her that the devil simply meant temptations. She'd learned long ago that people believed that what they wanted to believe. She watched the muscles of the inspector's jaw tighten, and she saw a pulse where there should have been a dimple. He was already losing control of the narrative. I'd like to know where you heard that information, he said. Dimna knew this from listening to the press briefing on the radio, that the tarot card had not been mentioned. Then again, this was Dingle, and the dancing man had been one of their own. It's true, isn't it? Roisin said. That's why you're here. Have you come to arrest him? Had he? Dimna's head jerked in the direction of the inspector, awaiting his answer. Mrs. O'Reilly, Detective O'Brien said. Mr. O'Reilly. Dimna was startled. Mr. O'Reilly? Wasn't he dead? It took her a hot second to realise he was referring to Sean. Why don't you head over to the Garda station? I'll be there momentarily and I'd be happy to discuss our progress on the case. We'll stay while you arrest him, Roisin said. Right, now, we're still conducting our inquiries, the inspector said. We'll be waiting to hear results from the state pathologist. Until then, I urge you to not believe every random bit of gossip you hear. Roisin gestured to the derelict auto body shop. We own this property. We have every right to stand in front of it. Technically, she was right. They owned a piece of everything in town, a piece of everyone. Then why don't you clean it up, was on the tip of Dimna's tongue, because they wanted the Wilds to stare at rusting heaps of car parts all day long. We're not going anywhere until we see that murderer carted off in the back of your squad car. Sean and Dimna locked eyes, sending her insides sloshing. Now that Niall was dead, Sean was the only other person in the world who knew the truth of what happened that awful, awful night. The dark secret she'd so carefully walled in brick by brick. It created a morbid sense of intimacy between them. You have a son, she thought as they stared at each other. I've kept him from you. Sean gave her the faintest of nods, and to her surprise, Dimna found herself nodding back. What about all these beasts? Mrs. O'Reilly said, her lips curling up as she took in the animals in the courtyard. They should also be carted off and put down. Dymna started forward, her mouth ready to spit. Sheila held her back. Don't. Sheila's voice was commanding. Don't make it worse. Dymna forced her lips closed. There was no point attacking the widow, even if every cell in her body was primed to do just that. Get inside. See to your da. Dymna allowed Sheila's words to sink in. Roisin O'Reilly wasn't worth it. What must it feel like to be inside that woman's skin, to be inside her hateful skin and see the world through her hateful eyes, and feel such disdain for everyone and everything? Had she killed her husband, just to blame the Wilds? It sounded far-fetched unless you knew the woman. The inspector out of Killarney was out of his depths. Dymna wouldn't be surprised if that was the exact reason he had been brought in. Everyone in this town was afraid of them. The O'Reillys got away with everything. Dymna Wilde, as I live and breathe, you've finally decided to show your face. Roisin called across the courtyard. It's Dr. Wilde, Dymna said, and I'm sorry for your loss. The words felt like dirty pebbles in her mouth. She was forced to spit out one by one. It's not your pity I want. It's your father behind bars, and your mother. She's in on it too, don't you know? In fact, they should round up the lot of you. She swiveled her gaze to the inspector, as if she expected him to do just that. Sheila gently shoved Dymna to the door. Go. I assure you, you have the wrong end of the stick, Dymna said. My father is not a murderer. He's been loyal to this town this entire life. Who looked after your precious animals all these years? She didn't dare utter the word horse. She didn't want the death of Last Dance thrown in her face, even if she deserved it. He showed his hand, Roisin said. Left the poison near my husband's body. It took every ounce of energy Dymna had not to accuse Roisin of doing the evil deed herself. Where is that whore mother of yours? That's enough, Dymna said. She started forward again and felt Sheila's hand grip her arm. Like mother, like daughter, Roisin said. Mum, Sean said. Calm down. Are you out of your mind speaking to me like that? Roisin said. Sean closed his eyes and took a few steps back. This isn't what we agreed, Sean said. Dr. Wilde has nothing to do with this. His voice was deeper and calmer than she'd ever heard it before. Sean O'Reilly, the voice of reason, had hell frozen over? Dr. Wilde has nothing to do with this, Roisin said to her son, mocking his tone. He murdered your father. I meant this Dr. Wilde, Sean said, gesturing to Dymna. Christ almighty, Roisin said. I'm not calling her that. Roisin O'Reilly had married into money. Somehow charmed one of the richest lads in Ireland. But Roisin's hard Scrabble upbringing was still tumbling inside her. A tiger pretending to be a house cat, and her stripes were showing. Dymna allowed Sheila to urge her toward the clinic, and she had just reached the door when a Detective Inspector O'Brien called out, Does he have a weapon? A weapon? Dymna whirled round. Are you joking me? We know he has syringes, doesn't he? Roisin said. And vials of deadly poison. Every vet in all of Ireland has vials of release and syringes, Dymna said. And you have a stockpile at your estate. The O'Reillys employed numerous vets, including her father, whom they'd taken advantage of for the past 27 years. A gentleman's deal hashed out between fathers in the dark of the night. But not every vet failed to report a missing vial of release a few weeks before my husband was murdered now, did they? Roisin responded. Dymna didn't need to ask how Roisin knew about the vial of release. The O'Reillys had eyes and ears everywhere. Release didn't kill Johnny O'Reilly, Dymna said. Mark my words. Really? Inspector O'Brien said. He sounded genuinely curious. Why do you say that? She's a liar, Roisin screamed. Do you know Dimna's husband swindled half of Dublin? Mum, Sean said. It won't do any good to start a row. He threw a look to Dimna that seemed almost apologetic. That look would change if he knew the secret she'd been keeping from him for the past 27 years. Over the years, she'd waffled on whether or not she'd done a bad thing. But this moment had wiped it clean. She'd done exactly the right thing. The hatred she felt toward this woman wasn't healthy, and she couldn't help the thought boomeranging through her mind. Why wasn't it you, Roisin? Why didn't someone murder you? I'm not here to start a row, Dimna said. I want the guilty party to be caught, no matter who he or she turns out to be. Did she? The question had been hovering in the periphery, blanketing her thoughts like a thick layer of morning fog. What if it was one of her parents? What would she do, or not do? It startled her that she did not have an immediate answer. We are very early days in this investigation, Inspector O'Brien said. We need an official cause of death from the state pathologist, he repeated. No one even looked his way. Give me one good reason to believe it's not her father, Roisin said. Just one. It would have taken multiple injections of release to kill Mr. O'Reilly, Dimna said. Unless there was a sign of a struggle, rope marks on his wrists, something. I can't see why your husband would just stand there while someone injected him multiple times. She left the bit out that the killer might have used a tranquilizer first. It wouldn't have helped her argument. He must have been taken by surprise, Roisin said. The cowardly way. What if someone came up from behind him and plunged the syringe into his neck? Detective O'Brien asked. Roisin O'Reilly's gloved hand flew up to her mouth. Sean put his arm around her shoulder and tried to coax her back toward the car. He would have been able to fight them off, Dimna said. The first jab would not have delivered any immediate effects. Interesting, the detective said. From the way he was looking at her, she didn't know if he meant her or the statement. It would have required multiple syringefuls to induce death. Was there any release left in the bottle? He squinted at her. I'm not at liberty to say. If release killed him, the vial should be empty. If it's not, then you'll either find an extra vial at the scene, or the killer took it with him. Or that's not what killed Mr. O'Reilly. Or her, the detective said, looking straight at Dimna. Excuse me? She had no idea what he was talking about. You called the killer a him. I'm simply pointing out that it might be a her. See what you just did there? Dimna pointed to her index finger at him, and it felt good. No, it felt great. This was the best she'd felt all day. What? He glanced at the animals in the courtyard as if she was going to sick them on him. You called the killer an it. Kind of hypocritical when you were lecturing me on gender, now don't you think? Fascinating, he said, studying her as if he wanted to zip her up into one of his plastic evidence baggies. He's not going to get away with this, Roisin said. We demand an arrest. I promise you, we are going to investigate this case thoroughly, Detective O'Brien said to the widow. You must let me do my job. I'll call the council chairman, Roisin said. We need a Dublin superintendent on this case. Detective Inspector Cormac O'Brien looked pained as he headed for Roisin. Dimna had an urge to warn him not to get too close. He turned and spoke with Sean, their heads bent as they whispered. Was this detective going to be in the O'Reillys' pockets? Would there even be a thorough investigation? A minute later, Sean O'Reilly ushered his mother back into the car, then headed for the driver's seat. He paused before getting in, making eye contact with Dimna once again. It lasted an uncomfortable 5 seconds before he got into the car. Tommy Healy waited a second, his eyes also trained on her. The corners of his mouth turned up into a sneer. It was impossible to imagine he was once such a sweet boy. What had happened? The answer was obvious. the O'Reillys happened. Sometimes she wondered if he knew. He lived in those barns. Despite his big prank, she blamed mostly on Sean. Tommy had liked her back then. He would have tried to stop Sean if he had known, wouldn't he? He opened the back door, climbed in, and slammed it shut. Roisin O'Reilly lowered her window and stuck her head out. "Do something about those nasty animals, or someone else will," she said. "And I'm not just talking about those pathetic creatures taking over the garden. I'm including those sinners you call your parents." Chapter 10. The minute Dimna stepped into her father's clinic, a bell jangled and the familiar scent of disinfectant and fur enveloped her. It was just as she remembered it. The curved front reception counter with cabinets and chairs behind it, benches for clients and their fur babies forming an L shape in the waiting room, and large posters on the walls of the waiting room showcasing kittens and puppies in various stages of growth. But her favourite feature hung on the wall behind the reception desk. 3 large photographs of cattle, bulls and sheep in the Irish countryside. Being the centre of a murder probe and losing his memory of all the animals he'd healed and saved, or at least attempted to heal and save over the past 5 decades, was not the way a seasoned veterinarian should end his reign. A bottle of cleaner and a rag sat abandoned on the counter. It looked as if Sheila had been there to help clean up before her father's tantrum had erupted. Dimna headed down the hall, past the kitchenette that led to the 2 treatment rooms, one on the left and one on the right. The 3rd room, at the end of the hall, was for surgeries. The last and smallest room contained medicine and surgical equipment. It was currently padlocked. Had the guards verified the batch number on the vial yet? Was that why they were here? Was the padlock Sheila's doing? Dimna hardly saw her da making such a move. She gave the rest of the place a quick once-over to see if it too was as she remembered. And it was. The dark staircase that led to an upstairs flat, and a door leading to the backyard and kennel. Dimna hoped Sheila would come through and call a few heads to sort out the animals in the courtyard, transfer them to kennels, and care for them until they could find them all homes. She took a deep breath, turned her head to the left and spotted her father. He stood in the treatment room with his back to the door. It looked as if a storm had come through and swept all the contents onto the linoleum floors. Books, vials, surgical instruments, papers, a keyboard, the computer chair. Even the examination table was lying on its side. The lone window in the room let in the rays of sun, making the steel table gleam like the blade of a knife. Da? Eamon Wilde whirled around, his face a distortion of confusion and rage. He stared at her for a moment. Before his eyes softened, a wide grin broke out and he threw his arms open. "Hello, Dew!" The nickname filled her with nostalgia. Dimna Eileen Wilde, or, as he liked to put it, Dew. "You're like a little drop of morning dew," he used to sing to her. He was a tall man, but otherwise father and daughter shared many features. The same pale blonde hair and mint green eyes that everyone always commented on. "How's my miniature Viking today?" She had more nicknames than fingers. "I'm good, Da." The Irish Times had gotten wind of the miniature Viking nickname, somehow, and used it in one of their headlines. The media's ability to form public opinion was terrifying. It fascinated Dimna that one's personality was partially formed by others, like waves eroding stones in the sand. Things repeated until you took them at gospel. "You are the messy one. Why can't you be neat like your brother? You're such a runt. I bet people step on you all the time. You're a freak. You have the prettiest eyes I've ever seen in my life. It's like you aren't even human. You're from out of this world like an angel, so why don't you start acting like it? You swallowed it whole. You'll believe anything. You're so little, I bet people don't even notice you coming and going. You could hide anywhere. You're so little you practically disappear. You'll act like a child the rest of your life. How can you hold that fiddle? It's barely bigger than you. You can get away with anything because you're little and cute. You can get away with anything. The last refrain had come from her brother Donica. He was obsessed with the idea that she could get away with anything. But it wasn't true. She only got away with some things. More than he got away with, she'd grant him that. But he had way more privileges as a lad that he still didn't recognise, so they never got far rehashing their childhood. Her father's hair was even paler now. It was no longer blonde, but shifting towards silver, his eyes cloudy. She went to hug him, but he dropped his arms and stepped back as if he didn't recognise her. Her hands suddenly felt clammy. What on earth is going on in here? When's the next patient? He looked at his bare wrists, as if consulting a watch, his index finger tapping his wrinkled skin. Did that wolfhound get his antibiotics? Everything is settled for today. Why don't you come out and have a cup of tea? It's closing time, is it? Shall we skip off to the pub? He sounded delighted and completely without sarcasm. If only things were that simple. Da, an ambulance is on the way, and there's a zoo in the courtyard. The guards are demanding we clear it. Did you tell them it's a veterinarian clinic? He sounded outraged. They should be alarmed if there weren't animals in the courtyard. We can't leave them all loose and jumbled up. To whom do they belong? They're lost souls, Jew. They belong to no man. She didn't know this man. Her father had always been measured. When he spoke, it was deliberate, never philosophical or whimsical. She'd often thought he'd make a great professor. He had little patience for loose tongues and profanity. He did not suffer fools. Only a few supervised animals were ever allowed in the front yard at a time. Eamon Wilde ran a tight ship, and it had worked for him for the better part of 5 decades. He, more than anyone, would recoil at the thought of her witnessing a disease that would slowly disassemble the man he so carefully built. She had to help him, however she could, but she was out of her depth. He needed a doctor. Why don't we go outside and get a bit of fresh air? I don't have time. I'm looking for something. He scanned the floor as if the answer was buried in the heap of overturned items. It's urgent. She believed him. She could hear the scraped panic in his voice. I'll help you. What is it? I'm close, he said. Somewhere. Something. Sirens wailed outside, the blare growing closer. They're here. Who? He squinted. Paramedics, Da. What happened? You happened. What do you mean? You won't calm down. You threw a book at Sheila. They were going to write a report, a paper trail of violent behaviour. For the Director of Public Prosecution. They were building their case against Dr. Eamon Wilde brick by brick. They probably weren't even going to do a proper investigation. Sheila was right. This was worse than Dipna thought. She was going to have to beg Paul Byrne to get involved. Hit her? I did not. She has a welt near her eye. I saw that, her father said. She needs to be more careful. She said you did it. Me? His shock sounded genuine. You threw a book at her. Dipna scanned the room. There it was by the far wall, a thick veterinarian tome splayed on the floor. She had an urge to hide it. She couldn't do that, could she? That's just an expression due. I should throw the book at all of them. Where's Mam? Dipna was suddenly furious with her mother's absence. She felt like marching over to the caravan and dragging her out by her hair. Sheila Maguire is a good vet tech, but she'll never become a veterinarian. Not like my daughter. Dipna felt a lump in her throat. Eamon Wilde had always been long on lectures but short on praise. You taught her well. Her father frowned. Sheila? Your daughter? She's in Dublin. He covered his eyes briefly with his hand. Did I make a mistake? What do you mean? Sending her away? I'm right here, Da. The torturous thoughts returned. What if she had stayed? Told the truth about everything? It's not fair. You get away with everything. But not without paying a hefty toll. She was still paying it. She left one monster, only to marry another. My husband wasn't a monster. He just did a monstrous thing. Niall Fleur had not been a monster, not like the ones she'd known here. I'm okay, Da. Ben and I are okay. He was here, her father said, but it wasn't a nice visit. Niall? She asked, dumbfounded. What? Her father was confused. It was painful to watch. A helpless feeling enveloped her. She softened her voice. You said he was here. Who was here? Ben. No, Da, Ben has never been here. Never. She'd made sure of that. Her father looked at her as if he'd never known her a day in her life. His gaze returned to the floor. Where did this mess come from? You turned the clinic upside down. Looking for something. What could he be looking for? This is serious, Stu. They're going to arrest your mother for murder unless we do something. He sounded more like himself now and held her gaze. I don't think it's Mam they're going to arrest. She's a good woman, your mother. He shook his head. But I probably shouldn't have married her. Great. Just what she needed. A trip down honesty lane. Tell me about the missing vial of release. Did that fat receptionist forget to order a new batch? The father she knew would never have called a woman fat, especially not one of his loyal employees. We need to get you to hospital. She didn't know how to deal with him. Was she supposed to lie to him, tell him the truth? A dose of both? That ginger banshee has been stealing from me. I told you not to hang around that Sheila Maguire, didn't I? He had, many times. Only he'd never called her a ginger banshee. Why didn't you report the theft of release? She said. And if someone broke into the clinic, why didn't they steal anything else? And although it wasn't a padlock, the meds had always been kept under lock and key. Only her father and Sheila and the fat receptionist would have access. What if Sheila was the thief? What would that mean? He waved her question away like it was a trivial matter. Release didn't kill that bastard, you know that. She did know that, and now he sounded like the father she knew. Was he faking this? Was he guilty of murder and faking dementia? No, he had too much pride for that. Then again, what was pride when one's freedom was at stake? Please, don't talk like that around the guards. Like what? I just need you to be with me for a few minutes. The guards think you murdered Johnny O'Reilly. Did he still have that monster in a bottle stored somewhere in the clinic? She was too afraid to ask. A single drop of it and Johnny O'Reilly would have been dead as a doornail. No vial or syringe needed. A single drop. To her, this was proof that her father had not done this, but convincing the inspector of that would be nearly impossible. Her father stepped over silver surgical instruments and biros and charts on the ground to reach her. He grabbed both her wrists and held them tight. Family comes first, Stu. Don't forget that. What does that mean? His grip was strong. She pulled her hands away. It's family before everything. He turned and walked out of the room, then strode down the hall with a confident gait. She followed him. Tell me you didn't do this. You're here now. I'll hold them off as long as I can. But you need to fix this. He looked around the empty reception room. Where is everyone? Fix what? He turned and patted her on the head. Good girl. Thanks, Da. But at least next time pat my head and say, good Dr. Wilde, will you? He flung the front door to the clinic open, stood in the doorway with his hands raised. You want me? Here I am, lads. Take a good look. Detective O'Brien, who had been leaning against his car, and might have even nodded off, jerked his head in his father's direction. "Dr. Wilde." "Da!" she hissed. He looked back and grinned, then stepped outside. "I don't need an ambulance." Paramedics stood at the edge of the gate, eyeing the half-dozen dogs who had lined up on the other side. At the sight of her father, the dogs pivoted from the guards and raced toward him, tails wagging. When they reached his heels, they stayed in step with him, looking up at him. They were his faithful subjects, and he was their king. "Good lads," she heard her father say. "Good lads. If you don't agree to go to hospital for evaluation, then you're coming into the station with us," a guard said, stepping up. A second squad car had pulled in. Backup had arrived. They weren't playing. "He'll go into the ambulance," Dimna said. She had no idea what would come out of his mouth if they put him in the back of the squad car, except that none of it would be good. "Dr. Eamon Wilde," Detective O'Brien said. "We are going to conduct a search of the clinic. We need the courtyard cleared of all these animals." "What we need," Eamon said, "is an ark." He thrust his index finger up theatrically. "Who wants to build one?" "You need formal charges and a warrant," Dimna said to the detective, not at all confident in what she was saying. "There's been an assault here," Detective O'Brien said, "and the batch number on the vial of release found on Glowher Strand has been traced to this clinic." He waited to see if she had a response. It was a blow, and she struggled not to let her emotions give her away. Empty vials were discarded in proper bins and discarded following all regulations. Who took that vial and syringe, and why? And then there was the matter of the tarot card. Framed. Her parents were being framed for murder. Could Sheila be the killer? Did she have a connection to Johnny O'Reilly? Dimna had been away too long. She did not have her finger on the gossip pulse. The killer had to be someone they knew, someone with knowledge of vet meds and easy access to the clinic. Maybe her father was right. Maybe Sheila Maguire was a thief. "We're within our rights to do a search," the inspector concluded. Dimna stepped to the side and gestured to the front door, making sure to sweep over all the lovely, lovely creatures standing between the inspector and front door. "Be my guest." He shifted his weight again, his nose twitching. "You need to get those animals somewhere safe. Isn't that part of your job, to keep them safe?" "I thoroughly intend to keep them safe. Finding the best place for them, not to mention figuring out if any of them have owners. But it isn't going to happen by the snap of my fingers. No matter how many times I wave my hands about and say abracadabra." Detective Inspector O'Brien took a step toward the courtyard, then veered back again. "You think he did it?" he said. "That's what's going on here." "Have formal assault charges been drawn up yet?" Dimna kept her voice light and innocent. Sheila would not press charges. Time and distance couldn't change the fact that they were both Dingle women, and they would not turn on each other, right? She enjoyed watching the detective frown. "It won't take long to get a warrant." He'd come impulsively, banking on her father letting him in. And given the state of mind, he may have done exactly that. She'd arrived bang on time. "You best get on with it then." She should have removed the book. He had a point about the courtyard, though. She couldn't keep the animals like this for long. In the seconds she'd been inside, the feathers and waste had seemed to multiply. The smell wasn't pretty either. She'd nearly forgotten her father was still by her side until he reached out, and soon Dimna felt his hand in hers. He'd barely hugged her entire life, and now he wanted to hold hands. Instead, he palmed something into her hand and closed her fingers around it. It was cold and metal. A ring? It felt too big to be a woman's ring. She was terrified to look. Her heart pounded as she continued to squeeze her hand around the object. Her father strode toward the paramedics. "Away we go, lads," he said. I'm coming with you. Dimna nudged her handbag closer, unzipped the top and dropped the object into its depths. No, her father said. Clean up this mess. Then find your mother. The look he shot her was one she knew well. He meant business. Somewhere locked inside him, the father she'd always known was still within reach. Dimna nodded, her eyes filling with tears. She bit the side of her cheek to keep them at bay. She would not let that Killarney inspector see her cry. The paramedics helped him into the back of the ambulance. He saluted her. I'm going on a call, Dew. You can't come with me, you're not ready. Her father waved at her from the back of the ambulance, as if he was on a float in a parade. Don't say a word to anyone, she said. I'll find you a good solicitor. I'm going to do my best for you, Da, my absolute best. The paramedics closed the ambulance doors. The sirens wailed and lights flashed as they pulled out. Where is your mother? Detective Inspector O'Brien said. I'd like to speak with her. Dimna's gaze turned to the caravan, and she was shocked to see a line of people snaking from the front door all the way across the green field. What in the world? Detective O'Brien seemed just as perplexed. What's the story? Dimna nearly spat out that her mum was a tarot card reader when she remembered the card found in O'Reilly's suit pocket. Was he waiting to see if she'd say it? Since when did her mother have so many clients? Since she was prime suspect in a murder probe. Devil days, Dimna thought. Temptations. She shrugged. Two could play it cool. I suppose neighbours are offering their support. Support? The detective sure did a lot of frowning. The creases on his forehead backed up her assumption. Her husband is suffering from dementia, and the guards think the man who dedicated 50-odd years of his life to saving animals has killed a human. Her annoyance bloomed into a slow-burning rage. He'd spent his life saying yes to the residents of Dingle. Yes, I'll get up at all hours of the morning and drive out to you. Yes, I'll save your family cat or dog or the farm animal you depend on to put money in your pocket and food on your table. Yes, I'll test your entire herd of cattle for TB, standing on my feet in the sun, or rain, or both for days. Yes, I'll be there day and night during lambing season. Yes, you can pay me next Friday. Yes, you can drop off the stray you found on the side of the road. Yes, I'll work in substandard conditions to save an animal's life and not give a thought to my own. Where were these people now, 50 years? Where was the benefit of the doubt? My father is not a killer. Detective O'Brien locked eyes with her. How would you know? His tone was gentle, but she received it like a bite. I beg your pardon? When was the last time you were home, Dr. Wilde? There it was. Somehow the stranger had reached down inside her and squeezed the muscle that was supposed to be her heart. It was pulsing now, that ever-throbbing guilt. 27 years, she said, barely able to bring her voice above a whisper. What? He nudged closer. I haven't been home in 27 years. Her voice was clearer now, resentment for his probing bubbling to the surface. Really? He said, sounding as if that wasn't the answer he'd been expecting, or perhaps he knew exactly how long she'd been away and he was purposefully jabbing at wounds. Why is that? A beat-up lorry rumbled up and interrupted the strange moment. Brakes squealing as it jerked to a stop. Detective O'Brien reached down with his right hand and used his left to barricade her behind him. Stay back. For God's sake, are you reaching for a gun? I said stay back. It's an old man. The door to the truck swung open and the old man emerged, wiping sweat from his brow. He was skinny, but his arms bulged with muscles. He wore a flannel shirt, tan trousers and a tweed cap. Dimna knew from the look of him he was a local farmer. I need Dr. Wilde, he shouted. Which one? Cormac O'Brien said under his breath. This clinic is closed, he said louder. The farmer looked past to Dimna. Detective Burns said I might find you here, he said. You're the daughter. You're a vet too. He pronounced it like vit. Yes, sir, she said. I'm Val Keegan. Call me Val, Doc. You were an itty-bitty thing when I saw you last. She still is, she heard Detective O'Brien say. She tapped the inspector on the shoulder and he turned to face her. I'm just an itty-bitty thing, she said. What astute detective skills. You want to say more about it? Get it out of your system? He shook his head. She barreled on. How about, how's the weather down there? He moved his lips but no sound came out. What about this one? I bet everyone loves you. You're so down to earth. That's a good one, the farmer said, flashing yellow teeth. Or, you sit on that phone book so much, I bet your arse has memorised everyone's number. The inspector was shaking his head, but she couldn't stop. Say what you like about Dimp the Imp. At least she doesn't look down on people. Detective O'Brien held up both hands, as if she was arresting him. I truly, truly apologise, Dr. Wilde, he said. My comment was completely out of line. I'd say. You're hardly a tall drink of water yourself. His cheeks blazed pink and satisfaction bloomed within her. I'm only messing, she said. I may be short, but I'm known for my tall tales. She laughed, politely at first, harder when she saw the look of absolute agony on the detective's face. This was the best she'd felt all day. Ah, stop, she said. I'd get out my fiddle and play you a tune, but I'd best see what this nice gentleman needs. She turned to the farmer. Now. Hate to interrupt the jibber-jabber, the farmer said, but I've got an emergency. Me donkey got spooked and ran through a barbed wire fence. It's wrapped all round him and the poor thing is stumbling around in pain, but won't let us anywhere near him. It's wretched to watch, like he's bleeding all over, pure panicked. Can you come, Doc? I've got my things in the van, she said. I'll follow you. She strode past Detective Cormac O'Brien. He reached for her, and she instinctively recoiled. If you don't clear the courtyard so we can search the clinic, I'm going to have to call an agency to deal with these animals. It was Tuesday, and sliding toward afternoon. If he did reach the Irish Society for Prevention of Cruelty to Animals, they'd be coming from outside of Dingle, and that was once the detective figured out the right agency to call. I swear to you, Sheila is already placing calls for help. And as soon as I'm back from this call, if it hasn't been done already, I will sort out these animals. In the meantime, you can see they're not in any danger, and they're certainly not threatening anyone. His gaze travelled over the courtyard, and she wondered if there was more going on than just allergies. Was he afraid? Either way, not an animal person at all. She felt a squeeze of pity, as she always did for those who didn't fall madly in love with animals. She couldn't imagine a world without them. What about your mother? He asked. Would she be able to sort them out? Good luck with that, she called over her shoulder. And if you have any ounce of decency, will you also tell her that her husband was just taken to hospital in an ambulance? She whistled for her pack, who would freak if she dared to take a ride in the bus without them, herded them in the VW, then hopped in and slammed the door shut before he could respond. Chapter 11. Paul Byrne was in the home stretch of his daily hike around the peninsula, his German shepherd, King, proudly leading the way home, despite the arthritis in his hips. His loyal friend was getting old, like Paul, and he was still giving it a go. King's perseverance filled Paul with pride. Once back at his cottage, he filled King's water bowl, gave the old one a treat, and poked around in his garden. Anything to keep his mind off Dimna Wilde. She was probably here by now, and he'd taken his mobile out of his pocket to give her a bell at least a dozen times before changing his mind. Let her come to him. She had enough to deal with. The biggest murder inquiry of a lifetime, and it wasn't going to be his case. He was itching to see the murder scene, although, truth be told, he saw it every time he closed his eyes. His guards were still loyal. They'd keep him in the loop. Johnny O'Reilly murdered, and Paul didn't feel the least bit sorry. He was just about to heat up his stew when he glanced out his front left window. A middle-aged woman in a tattered jumper was straining up the hill toward his front door. He stepped out, hoping whoever it was wouldn't stay long. It wasn't until she was a few feet away that he recognised her. Nancy Griffin. She must have taken a bus to get here, and the fact alone had made him high on alert. Although Saoirse still came to the odd activity at the group home, he hadn't seen the mother since the night he'd almost beat her husband to death. He still didn't regret it, even though it did cost him his job. He'd have enough to worry about once the man was out of jail. "Is she here?" Nancy called out. "Who?" "Saoirse." Paul shook his head. "She's never come here, Mrs. Griffin." Nancy stopped to suck in a few breaths, her face red, either with exertion or alcohol, or both. "She said she talks to you." "She does so, at the centre." Paul volunteered with a children's group home that housed troubled children. Those without parents, those with dysfunctional parents, those who were lost and struggling. Saoirse had taken to him like a magnet, had seen him as some kind of saviour, and Paul had quickly ascertained she needed to be around kids her own age. He tried to warm her up to the group, but it was him she came to see. And King. She had a great fondness for dogs. "She never came home," Nancy said. Now that she was closer, he could see she didn't appear intoxicated, but looked as if she was just coming around from a bender. He glanced at the sky. "We have a bit of daylight left," he said. "I'm sure she'll be home soon. Do you want me to call the centre?" "I already did. They haven't seen her either." "She's been gone all day, has she?" Nancy shook her head. "She's been gone since her birthday." Paul felt a little jolt. He hadn't known it was her birthday. "And when was that?" "Saturday night." His hands flexed. "Saturday?" He stepped toward her. "She's been missing since Saturday night?" The night of the murder. Nearly 72 hours. 48 hours would have been troubling enough. The most critical window of time after a kid went missing, slammed shut. Nancy swallowed, then nodded. "She must have run away." "Tell me you called the guards." "I figured you could do that for me. Your child has been missing since Saturday and you haven't notified the police?" A rush of outrage threatened to bring out the worst in him. The thought of that poor girl being born to a violent man and this absent, self-indulgent, alcoholic mother. Well, it was no wonder Paul stuck to animals. They were so much better than human beings. Nancy's face contorted. "I thought she was getting back at me. I told her we'd celebrate her birthday next week. 13 is an unlucky number." Paul headed inside for his mobile phone. "Does she have a phone?" Nancy shook her head. "We can't afford one of those yokes." Paul knew he was clenching his jaw, and he couldn't help it. They should have given her a phone for safety. He'd have to talk to the group leaders, raise money to get them all mobile phones. That was of no use to Saoirse now. Had she simply run away? He held up his finger and grabbed his phone from the desk, then returned to the front garden as he dialed 999. "Do you have any idea where she was headed on Saturday night?" "I told you she snuck out, but my guess is the harbour. There was a lot going on that night. She likes to people watch." Why hadn't she called him? He turned his back to Mrs. Griffin as he talked to the clerk who answered the phone. He quickly filled them in on the situation and then hung up. "We're going into the station," he said. "Do you remember what she was wearing Saturday night?" She shook her head. "For the third time, she snuck out while I was napping." Napping. That was one word for it. "Is there anything you can give us to go on? Anything at all?" Nancy chewed on her bottom lip. "She took her purple backpack." The wire-wrapped donkey was staggering downhill like a drunkard, braying and kicking. Every movement caused more of the fence spikes to sink into his flesh, igniting his blind panic. Dimna knew how he felt. If he wasn't careful, he was going to topple over. Despite being a vet, Dimna had to get used to witnessing an animal in pain. It cut through her every time. But a loud client was a fighting client, and she was grateful this one was literally still kicking. Dimna had wire clippers given to her by the farmer and a syringe with a sedative, and the farmer trailed after her, clutching an old rope. Their only other tool was a baby-faced lad accompanying them, who looked to be about 15 years of age. This was going to require a little bit of a prayer and a lot of creativity. "Don't you have some sort of dart gun you can shoot him with?" the farmer asked, giving her the side-eye. "Didn't realise we'd be on safari today," Dimna said. "Give me a minute to think." If they could get the donkey uphill and into the barn, they could secure him to a stall with a harness where they would safely clip the wire from a neighbouring stall. Or they could wait until he passed out from the blood and hope and pray it wasn't too late. Dimna loathed seeing the poor thing filled to the gills with terror. "Any sheepdogs or border collies on the property?" "Only one left, and she's too old," the farmer said with a shake of his head. "We're going to have to borrow one from somewhere. If she'd had the discipline to train him, Pickles could have been an excellent herder. As it was, he was too hyper and might startle the donkey. Why don't you make a few calls?" "How many do you need?" "Just one good one," Dimna said. This was true with so many things in life. "Malone had one show up next door, young'un," the lad said. "But he listens real good like." "Malone," the farmer said. "He's the reason we're in this mess in the first place." Dimna didn't have time to decipher a neighbourly feud. "Can you see if we can borrow him?" She directed this to the farmer, as she wanted the lad to stay with her. He had better energy, and she trusted him more around the freaked-out donkey. "All right." As the farmer moved out, Dimna directed the young lad to move downhill. Not too close, but close enough that maybe the bugger would move uphill on his own. She had wire clippers with her, but the last thing she needed today was a kick to the head. "We're going to need some treats," she said. "Carrots, apples, turnips." "We've got apples." The lad disappeared for a brief moment and came back with the treat. Dimna nodded her thanks and tucked it in her pocket. "What's the plan when the sheepdog arrives?" the lad asked. Dimna eyed the opening to the barn. If the sheepdog was able to herd the donkey toward it, that was half the battle. But he wasn't going to be as compliant as sheep, and they still needed him ensconced in a stall so they could safely move around him to clip the wire. And even if they could get close enough to inject him with a sedative, it might cause the donkey to fall, which would sink all the sharp bits into his skin. If one pierced the wrong artery, the donkey would be a goner. She needed to get on a horse and get close enough to start snipping. If she could get the donkey in a head harness with blinders, that might help. It felt like forever, but when the farmer returned, a young sheepdog was trotting after him. "I'm also going to need a horse," Dimna said, "and a head harness with blinders." "I'll saddle one up for you," the farmer said. "She's an old mare, but the least likely to throw you." "Brilliant." She tested the sheepdog, pointing at the donkey. "Away to me." It looked at the donkey, then looked back at her. "Go on." "Bye," the lad said to the sheepdog. "Bye-bye." It barked and began dancing around the donkey, still somewhat confused by the shiny silver wire encasing it. The donkey brayed and stuttered toward the barn before stopping and letting out a pitiful bray. "Come on, love. We want to help you." The donkey brayed again. Dimna sighed. How many creatures did it take to rescue a stubborn donkey? Apparently, this was going to need the whole village. Dimna saddled the old mare, then reluctantly called for the lad to give her a lift up. There was no time to find a step stool or a bucket. He obliged without a single crack about her height. Once on the mare, she headed to the field and slowly triangulated herself between the donkey and the sheepdog. She asked the lad to move to the entrance to the barn, hoping the donkey would see him as a beacon to follow. Reluctantly, bucking and braying, step by step, he was herded toward the opening of the barn. When he reached the entrance, Dimna moved in from the side and tossed the head harness over the enraged creature. She nearly slipped off the mare, who then stomped her feet a bit, sending her sideways as the donkey started to fight. She could hardly blame him. His poor head had been the only thing that was free of restraint. "Relax, relax, relax," she said, partly to the donkey, partly to herself. She was still slipping off the mare and had to concentrate to right herself, all the while grappling with the harness until it was somewhat secure. A metal spike scraped along the back of her arm, and soon bright red spots of blood appeared and began to run. But at least she was able to secure the donkey with blinders. It did the trick and he stood still, breath laboured and nostrils flaring. "It's all right, love, you're all right." She snuck the apple out of her pocket, and once it was near his nose and mouth, the donkey's soft lips curled up, and his pink tongue came out to slurp it up, his mouth like velvet in her palm. "See? Better things are in store." Ignoring her bloody arm and not bothering to move him into a stall, she leaned in quickly with the wire cutters, snipping away as fast as she could. The young lad, who was soon by her side, with gloved hands began removing the loose bits of fence. The donkey, sensing freedom, began huffing, his cheeks puffing out air. "Good lad," Dimna said in a low and soothing voice in between snips. "Good lad." When all the wire fencing was gone, she saw there was a fair bit of cuts on the poor creature. The farmhand tossed her a towel and she began dabbing the donkey gently. "That was for your arm," he said. "Oh, right." He tossed her another one and she wrapped it around her arm. "Thanks a million." "Not a bother." "We need to get him into a stall because the antiseptic is going to sting." The farmer and the lad helped guide the donkey into a stall. Dimna shouted for the lad to bring her more apples and an empty pail. He frowned in confusion, but returned with both items. "You're on apple duty," she said, handing them over to him. "Once I start administering the antiseptic, keep feeding him." She turned over the bucket and stepped on it, finally able to reach over the stall. From here she administered the antiseptic, and a shot for the pain. "Is he up on his tetanus shots?" "He is so," the farmer said. "Your father always remembers." He cleared his throat as if suddenly remembering the situation. "That's a bright side," Dimna said, keeping her voice chipper. The apples were gone and Dimna was still dabbing at sore spots with the antiseptic. The donkey howled and stomped in outrage, but Dimna spoke in a soothing tone the entire time, even humming a little until he calmed down. Finally the lad turned up some carrots. The donkey gulped them up and life was good again. Dimna slipped off her boiler suit and washed up in a bucket of water and soap provided by the young farmhand. Her cuts were still bleeding, although they weren't deep enough to merit stitches. She reached into her bag, removed a bandage, and tended to her arm. "You're going to have to keep the cuts clean and watch for signs of infection in the coming days." "We will, of course," the farmer said. "Does that happen a lot?" the lad asked, pointing to the bandage. "I'm prepared for almost anything," Dimna said with a wink. She almost felt bad that the young man's face turned bright red. "What spooked the poor fella?" Dimna asked with a head nod to the donkey. "Malone's been shooting off his rifle," the farmer said. "The lad here doesn't like loud noises." He scratched the donkey behind the ear. "What is he shooting at?" "Gawpers have been driving by his property ever since he found Johnny O'Reilly's body, as if shooting at them is the answer. Makes me wonder if he had something to do with the whole mess." He went back to cooing at his donkey. "Isn't that right, Petal?" "Petal?" Dimna said. The donkey had an enormous penis. "Never heard of a jack named Petal." "Me daughter named him when she was young," the farmer said. I didn't have the heart to change it. I like it, Dipna said. Males can be petals too, can't they? She made the mistake of glancing at the young farmhand. His face turned so red, she could barely see his features. She hoped she hadn't stepped in anything, other than the usual pile of poo. Her thoughts returned to the farmer's previous words. Finbar Malone. The fisherman who had found the body. She'd seen his picture in the paper. He said he'd stopped at the cliff for a smoke after several days at sea. She thought of how she'd been hounded after becoming an overnight celebrity, and she couldn't blame him for wishing he could shoot off a gun. But wishing and doing were two very different things. He was going to beget more trouble. Will you see this young pop home on your way out? The farmer said. Malone is expecting him back. Hopefully he has a treat ready for the good boy, Dipna said. Not a bother. Dipna slipped a lead in on the sheepdog just in case he decided to take off, then headed for the bus. The dog jumped in the back without prompting, tongue hanging out, excited for the adventure. Her pack all moved in to check him out, and probably put him through the ringer. She ruffled his head before hopping into the driver's seat. It was after she pulled up to Finbar's small house that she spotted her handbag on the passenger seat and remembered there was a mysterious object within its depths. She opened it and stared inside. A silver ring rested on the bottom. Instinctively, she reached into her glove compartment and slipped out a pair of medical gloves. Then she picked up the item and found herself staring at a man's ring. It was silver with Celtic knots, and in the centre was a giant ruby. She knew this ring. Everyone in Dingle knew this ring. It was bought in honour of his first €1 million winner, also named Ruby. There was no doubt in her mind. This was Johnny O'Reilly's flashy piece. Why on earth did her father have it? Was it possible? Was her father a killer? The dog whined in the back seat. She turned to find her canine passenger squeezed in by Pickles, Spike and Guinness. But the sheepdog wasn't bothered. Instead, he was eyeing the ring, as if he sensed the drama. She dropped the ring back in her handbag and removed the gloves, before placing her index fingers over her lips. Shh. Not a word, she said. Not a single whine. She reached into her glove box and fumbled around until she found a loose dog treat. The sheepdog snapped it up, then pleaded with her for more. She laughed and turned her attention out the window. Finbar Malone was nowhere in sight. She exited her bus and opened the back door. She kept her pack at bay as the sheepdog bounded out, then stood, looking at her, tongue hanging out. You're home. The dog didn't move. The house was white with a blue door and matching window trim. It might have been charming in its day, but the paint was peeling off and the roof sagged to the left. But the yard was tidy, including a well-tended garden in front. A trailer was parked in the drive with a large boat lying on top, covered with canvas. This had to be the right place. Hello? She called, heading along the drive. The dog stayed at her heels. Finbar must have trained him well, or perhaps it was the missus. Fishermen spent days, weeks, months out at sea. She doubted he was home often enough to spend time working with the dog. As they drew nearer to the house, she heard what sounded like a shovel hitting dirt. Hello? The noise stopped abruptly, and before she'd taken another step, Finbar Malone, thick gloves on his hands, came barrelling toward her, nearly knocking her down. He was tall with a messy white beard, his head covered in a tweed cap. His face was like a treasure map. To nowhere. Lines fanning out in all directions. He was broad and big and towered over her. It wasn't a pretty sight, given he was missing half his teeth. The other half were yellow and brown. The sheepdog jumped up and placed his paws on Finbar's chest. Down. The dog obeyed but began dancing around him. Was he hurting him? This suddenly didn't seem like a love relationship between dog and fisherman. Finbar removed his gloves. His right hand was red and swollen. She pointed at it. What happened? His eyes flicked over his hand as he flexed it. You think that's bad. You should see the wall. His steely eyes met hers. Did you get the donkey sorted? We did. She glanced around to see if a hunting rifle was visible, but when she nudged forward there was nothing to see but a partially dug hole. Thanks to your doggo here. He's a good worker, she said. Finbar shook his head as if he disagreed. He just showed up at me door a few weeks ago. Would you be interested in taking him back to the clinic? Apparently he knew exactly who she was, and they were considered an animal shelter now. If Finbar was telling the truth, some family was missing the dog. They may even have his records at the clinic. Only if you're not going to look after him. Finbar Malone had a hard look about him. No doubt being tossed around on the ocean day after day took its toll. Are you sure you don't want a companion? Dipna teased. She wanted to see if humour would crack his tough exterior. Me wife is enough for me. Dipna glanced at the dog, who seemed more than ready to hit the road. What's the name? Me wife or the dog? Dipna laughed. Finbar did not. The dog. Dunno. If he hadn't named him, he didn't deserve him. Only home a few hours and she was already breaking her 3-pet rule. But if this man was shooting off rifles and being hounded by goppers, the dog would be better off with her. But what if no one stepped forward to claim him? It was possible the farmer next door would take him, but Dipna liked the young sheepdog. And there was already a zoo to contend with back at the clinic. What was one more? She turned to head back to the bus when the sheepdog tugged in the opposite direction, and she dropped the lead. The dog took off like a shot, heading directly for the hole. When Dipna took a step toward the dog, Finbar Malone planted himself directly in front of her. There was no doubt. He didn't want her to pass him. He towered over her, his scraggly beard hanging above her head. These were the times that being short irked her the most. Then again, she was in a prime position to tug on his beard, drag him down to the ground. She indulged in the fantasy for a few seconds before taking a step back. Everything all right? Dipna asked. He nodded. I'm afraid you caught me. Caught you? He stepped aside and gestured to the hole. Dead rabbit. The sheepdog was lying next to the hole, his large head dipped all the way inside. I'm so sorry, she said. A pet? He scrunched his face as if trying to comprehend the meaning of the word. Wild rabbit. A wild rabbit. That's what I said. She stared at the spot, then for some reason tried to memorise it. A silver birch tree behind it to the left, a broken down chair to the right. She couldn't pinpoint why, but she had the distinct feeling the fishman was lying. The sheepdog's body was now further inside, as if he intended on joining the poor rabbit. Git! Finbar said, shaking his fist. Git! The dog, jaw clamped tight, jerked out of the hole, then shot past Dipna towards the bus, lead trailing after him. When he reached the back door of the VW, he sat and waited. He was no fool. This was not his home. You might want to ease up on the rifle, Dipna said to Finbar. You're frightening all the neighbouring creatures. Funny, Finbar said. I thought it was your father giving everyone around here a fright. Anger coursed through her. He's a pro. Fishing. Don't take the bait. Don't believe everything you hear. But even as her words rang in the air, the image of the ruby ring hovered above it. She had no idea what she was supposed to do with it and wished to hell she didn't have to make the decision. She jumped back into the bus and slammed the door, then looked back at the dog. Something black fell from the jaw and hit the floor. What did you do? She leaned closer. It was a mobile phone. She had to get out of her seat and crawl in the back. When she reached for it, the dog growled, baring teeth. Then the good boy lay down on top of the phone as if it wasn't a bird protecting an egg. Mine. Spike, Guinness and Pickles turned their head toward her en masse, wondering if the newcomer was going to get away with that. I don't have time to wrestle a sheepdog. Dimna returned to her seat and looked out the window, wondering whether or not to offer the dog a bribe or wait until she got home. Finbar was shoveling again. The rhythmic sound of the blade hitting the dirt filled her ears. Had he been burying his mobile phone? Or had he simply dropped it when he leaned over to drop into the dead rabbit? No, pun intended. That didn't ring true. The sheepdog had definitely snatched the phone from the hole. Had there been a rabbit in there, even a dead one? That's what the dog would have swiped instead. Finbar Malone had lied. He'd been standing in his backyard bearing a mobile phone. Didn't he know you could just remove the SIM card? Or toss it off the side of your trawler and into the ocean? She wasn't sure what he was thinking, but you didn't have to be a detective to know that bearing a phone was odd behaviour. Perhaps turning in the ruby ring to Detective O'Brien would go down a little easier if she also handed in a mobile phone buried by the very man who had discovered the body. If there was nothing incriminating on the phone, then the detective could simply return it to Mr. Malone. The fisherman had also been shooting off guns, so couldn't one surmise that he had a tendency toward violence? Did he have any prior dealings with the O'Reillys? Was there some kind of personal connection between the fisherman and the dancing man? Dimna felt someone's gaze and looked up to find Finbar Malone leaning on his shovel glaring at her. She felt frozen with indecision. Return the phone? Give the phone to Detective O'Brien. Return the phone. Finbar suddenly lifted his shovel and lined it up as if it were a shotgun, aiming it at Dimna. He pretended to take a shot. Give the phone to Detective O'Brien. Chapter 12. Cormac had no problem clearing the line of folks from Maeve Wild's caravan. He simply flashed his badge and they scattered. Technically, Cormac was supposed to be accompanied by D.S. Neely on any interviews, but besides dealing with the media, she'd been tasked with tracking down their missing stowaway. Given this child might have witnessed a murder, speed was of the essence. At least that was one detail of this case that hadn't yet leaked. And there was recent progress. He'd received a text from Neely that a local woman had just come in to report a runaway. Saoirse Griffin. Congrats, another guard had texted him. It's a girl. He told Neely to keep him posted. He took a minute to marvel at the caravan. Propped up on 4 cement blocks sinking into the ground, it had probably seen better days. But there was a quirky charm to it that appealed to him and made him curious about the woman inside. Blue velvet curtains obscured the small windows, and above the door, wind chimes pealed. The field was in full bloom. Purple loosestrife, bluebells and cowslips vied for space with clumps of jagged rocks. An orange variety whose name escaped him blazed in the distance. Don McLean sang in his ear about Vincent. Flaming flowers that brightly blaze. He wondered what a starry, starry night would look like in this field, and he imagined it overhead. And oddly, Dimna Wild was by his side. Focus. Besides, he'd rather see the stars from Inch Beach, alone. He was investigating a murder for Christ's sakes. He'd have to keep his lusty meanderings in check, or he'd be booted off the case. Cormac was just about to knock when the door flew open and an attractive older woman stood framed in the doorway staring down at him. She was taller than her daughter, but still a short woman. She had dark hair piled into a bun and brown eyes so dark they were almost black. Her hand rested on the side of the door frame and he took in her nails, painted a shiny pink. She wore a matching pink scarf around her neck and she was sporting 2-inch black heels. In a caravan, in a field. He instantly liked her, a fact that equally raised his guard. She reminded him of an aging movie star. He could easily picture her with one of those elongated cigarette holders draped over a chaise lounge. His own mam flickered into his thoughts, pink slippers clinging on her shriveled feet, a feeding tube down her throat, her vocal cords destroyed, and he felt a squeeze of envy. It was an impotent feeling, not being able to ease his mam's suffering, let alone change her cruel fate. Even being here in Dingle meant he was taking precious time away from her. At least she was excited that he was leading this case, and he video chatted with her every single day, regaling her with as many details as he could. Damn the rules, she wasn't chin-wagging to anyone, and they always made sure the nurse was out of earshot. It wasn't lost on him that Dimna Wilde was dealing with a father whose body was fit, but mind was failing, whereas his mam's mind was sharp, but her body was falling to bits. So much of life was a roll of the dice. Maybe that's why he was even more determined to catch this killer, bring a little justice back to the world. Maeve Wilde tracked the people as they retreated across the field. "I'm sure they'll be back," he said. They will so." She still didn't look happy about it. He couldn't blame her, but he had a job to do. "Detective Inspector Cormac O'Brien. You must be Mrs. Wilde?" "Guilty," she said, "but only of being Mrs. Wilde, not guilty of anything else. Will that do?" She went to shut the door, and he had to haul Arse up to the caravan door. He held his hand up to stop her. "We're conducting house-to-house inquiries, and I'm afraid it's your turn in the hot seat." She patted the back of her head, as if her hair wasn't quite right for a police inquiry. "You're going to interrupt everyone in the middle of their work? Is that what you're telling me?" She had a flirtatious tone, quite the opposite of the brusque treatment he'd experienced from the daughter. He held up the devil card he'd slipped into a clear evidence baggie. It was just for show. The one found tucked into the O'Reillys' pocket was being sent to headquarters. He was grateful they tracked down the same deck, although it took them an entire day. One of the guards finally found it in some kind of mystical shop in Galway. The fingerprints results would come back sooner than the autopsy results, but he wasn't holding his breath. The killer would have worn gloves. The scene was too deliberate to be tricked up by a rookie mistake. Everyone knew the first rule of Murder 101 was wear gloves. Unless, of course, Eamon Wilde turned out to be both wickedly clever and memory impaired enough to make monumental mistakes. It wasn't out of the realm of possibility. Dementia. It was one of Cormac's biggest fears. Without his memories, who would he be? "Do I have to ask you inside?" Maeve asked. He really wanted to say yes. He definitely wanted to check out her caravan. "Based on the evidence I have, I could get a warrant to search this caravan. I haven't done so yet, so no. You don't have to ask me inside, but house-to-house inquiries are commonplace, and it saves you a trip to the Dingle Garda station. If you don't invite me in, I'm probably going to think you have something to hide, and you'll definitely have to come to my place of work to see me." Maeve pondered this. "You could schedule a tarot card reading. I would let you inside then." "We don't pay for our inquiries," Cormac said. "Most folks are happy to help bring a killer to justice, especially if she was sleeping with the victim. I understand you had a close relationship to Mr. O'Reilly. I'm sure you'd be happy to help in our efforts to find the person responsible." Maeve stood back and gestured for him to come in. It was a cramped space, but it was clean. To the right was a small kitchen with a built-in table. To the left, the bed was partially hidden by a blue velvet curtain. This type of caravan was meant to hook up to a vehicle and be driven to a beach. There were most likely permit violations he was breaking by living in it in this location, but he wasn't here to nab her for that, although he could always keep the threat of it in his back pocket. He gestured to the table. "Shall we?" "Would you like a cup of tea?" She gestured to the counter where a box of Barry's tea and a biscuit tin sat. He really wanted a cup of coffee. He scanned the counter and didn't see a coffee maker or a French press. He didn't do instant. I'm grand, thanks. They sat down. Maeve removed a deck of tarot cards from the table and slipped them into a velvet bag. Beneath them was a small black mat covered with a gold Celtic cross. She folded it neatly and placed it and the bag in the press. It was chock full of velvet bags in a variety of colours, stacked one on top of another. She returned to the table where she sat across from him. He gestured to the press. Are those all your tarot decks? Gold Star, Inspector, she said. No wonder you rose in the ranks despite looking so fresh-faced and handsome. She was cheeky. He liked that. He imagined his mam healthy and chipper. Imagined her and Maeve Wilde becoming friends, dancing, gossiping, playing hands of 25, living out their golden years with comfort and joy. How many decks do you have? Hundreds. Hundreds? He was glad he'd refused tea. He would have choked on it. I don't keep them all here. Most of them are back of the house. Where's your house? It's out a ways. She fluttered her hand like no one really cared where her home was. Cormac already knew the address. It was a terraced house on Goat Street, a short drive from the clinic. I like camping here in the summer. Who is occupying your house right now? He already knew that too. It was a good way to experience what subjects looked and sounded like when they were telling the truth. It made it much easier to catch them in barefaced lies. No one, but Eamon and I will be moving back in. Why is that? I saw the ambulance. My husband is in hospital. I'm presuming he'll have to go back to the house. He can no longer practice veterinarian medicine. And you'll go with him? I'm his wife. If she saw the ambulance, why wasn't she already at hospital? Could she have killed O'Reilly and framed her husband? He wanted to ask about the rumours that they'd been living apart for a decade, but that probably wouldn't help the conversation flow. Cormac slid the tarot card across the table. Do you recognise this? A flicker of fear flashed in her eyes. Temptations. Pardon? The devil card warns the client not to be distracted by temptations. He hadn't been asking as to the meaning of the card, but now he was interested. What kind of temptations? Whatever plagues the client. Her eyes met his, and she stared at him, as if she was trying to suss him out. It doesn't mean the actual devil, hellfire and brimstone, evil. She shook her head vehemently. Not at all. Not to me. Not to you? Is there a standard meaning, like? No. Tarot reading is an art. It's up to the individual reader to ascertain their meanings. Interesting. She smiled, a patient smile, as if he was a child trying to grasp a new concept. For example, if I was reading for you, Detective Inspector O'Brien, what are your temptations? Women, whiskey, music, bizarre murder scenes, miniature Vikings with eyes the colour of mint chocolate chip ice cream. Are you a fortune teller or a therapist? He tried to make it sound like a joke, but he was downright uncomfortable with this topic. He wasn't into horoscopes or any woo-woo. He had enough trouble wrestling with reality. I am whatever my clients need me to be. You call them clients? What shall I call them, Detective O'Brien? She folded her arms and sat up straight. She was attractive and intelligent. Coloured her hair. Not too much makeup. Not like he imagined a fortune teller to look. Nothing woo-woo about the place. I didn't mean to offend you. He didn't care whether he offended her or not, but he wanted to see if the statement would soften her. You didn't. He settled back against the booth and waited to see if the silence would prompt her to talk. No luck. What do you Most of your clients need you to be. A light that shines through the darkness. There she goes. Now she sounded a little woo-woo. He nudged the card closer. Does this tarot card belong to one of your decks? Maeve pursed her lips. She unfolded her arms and touched the plastic bag that held the card with the tip of her finger. Not that exact card. How could you possibly know that? I'm psychic. He frowned. She startled him with a loud laugh. She tapped the card again before withdrawing her hand. That card is brand new. Do I have the same deck? Yes, I do, at the house. However, my deck is not brand new, and that's how I know this is not my card. He'd only glimpsed a portion of the card found on O'Reilly, but once his effects were turned in, he'd be sure to check its condition. Can I see your matching deck? Are you saying you want me to drive to my house right now and collect it for you? He sighed. She was somewhat maddening. Definitely shrewd. Are you missing any cards from the deck? I'd have to look and see. As far as you're currently aware, are you missing any cards from that deck? The last time I used that deck, it was complete. What is the definition of complete? All 78 cards were accounted for, 22 major arcana cards, and 56 minor arcana, whatever that meant. Do you know the history of the tarot detective? He shrugged. It originated in the 15th century in Italy. Mostly it was used as a parlour game. My, you've done your homework. She nodded approvingly. What can I say? I like to read. He picked up the evidence bag and jiggled it. When is the last time this card was in your possession? Whoever said it's ever been out of my possession? She hadn't broken her composure. Not once. She was definitely smart enough to stage their murder scene. He had a feeling her husband was too. Was he faking his dementia? Did this couple pair up to murder their victim? When is the last time you used this deck? I used this deck around Christmas, then again in January. In February I switched it to a brighter deck. We all needed a little spring. You have a deck for every season. I have multiple decks per season. Why do you think our killer placed this particular card in our victim's pocket? He never intended for that detail to leak out. He thought for sure he'd sworn Finbar Malone to secrecy before letting him go, because every single guard insisted they'd kept their mouths shut. There was another, even more disturbing explanation. What if the killer had been the one to leak the details to the press? I think the killer chose the card to place in O'Reilly's pocket because he was calling Johnny the devil, Maeve said. And that means I am not the killer. She folded her arms and smiled. Because to a professional like you, this card means temptations, not the literal devil. Correct. She held his gaze. He leaned in. Why would anyone call Johnny O'Reilly the devil? She shrugged. Where there's money, there's trouble. Have you heard wind of any trouble? Certainly not. I was only his once-in-a-while dance partner. She pursed her lips. He had partnerships with rich businessmen. I don't know how many racehorses he owns with others, but I believe it's quite a few. You'll definitely have to speak with all of them. Maybe someone felt cheated. Why do you think someone wrote Last Dance next to the body with stones? I haven't the faintest idea. A twitch formed in the corner of her lips. Didn't he once have an aspiring racehorse named Last Dance? Another flicker of something crossed her face. Something in the vicinity of panic. He'd struck a nerve. He did, she said. That story had a very sad ending. Do you think someone is referring to that horse? I'd be happy to consult my cards. Otherwise, I haven't the faintest idea. What was the exact nature of your relationship with the victim? She glanced out of the caravan window before answering. He was a neighbour in the sense that all Dingle townsfolk are neighbours. That said, there's no mystery that the O'Reillys run in a different circle. What circle is that? Dante's Inferno came to mind, but Cormac kept that to himself. The elite. Private clubs, private schools, a sprawling estate. The racing circle of who's who. She leaned forward. High society, Inspector. The kind of people who look down on regular folks like you and me. He wasn't going to confirm his opinion of the elite. But you did have dealings with the O'Reillys, did you not? She nodded. My husband has been one of their primary veterinarians for years. And you had been seeing Mr. O'Reilly socially, had you not? Johnny O'Reilly was a good dancing partner. I liked riding in his fancy cars and dancing with him. That's all we did together, Detective. How long have you been dancing partners? She crossed her arms over her chest. Going on 6 months. I needed something to keep my mind off the news. Dimna's late husband. He wasn't going to touch that topic. Not unless and until he thought there was a connection. And he didn't have proof of an affair. So he let that go for now and gestured to the press. You keep tarot card decks in velvet bags in there? Yes. As I stated, I also keep some at home. Let's say the card in Johnny's pocket turns out to be your tarot card. And let's assume you're not the killer. That is easy to assume because I am not the killer, nor is my husband. He ignored the bit about the husband for now. How do you suppose someone got a hold of it? I do readings all the time. You opened that press, and I saw nothing but velvet bags. Your point? Do you leave your clients alone for hours at a time? No. Out of all those decks stacked up, did the killer simply grab a random deck and get lucky? Get lucky? She fixed her gaze on him. He stared back. I don't understand what you mean. Every single deck has a devil card. It doesn't matter what deck the person chose. Right. He'd been on a different track. The fact that this devil card really stood out when placed in O'Reilly's shirt pocket. The horns were on fire too. It really made a statement. He had no idea if every devil card in any tarot deck would have the same look and effect. But he did know the killer had meticulously painted the murder scene, right down to his or her choice of tarot cards. How many cards did you say are in a tarot deck? 78. 69 stones, 78 cards. There didn't seem to be a connection, but Cormac liked number puzzles. Let me see if I have this straight. You have hundreds of decks. In each deck there are 78 cards. How many of them are the devil? Just one. Out of 78 cards, just one. You like repetition. Does it help you think? He frowned. She was interrupting his flow. Please answer the question. Yes, Detective. Out of 78 cards, just one is the devil. And clients are left alone under what circumstances? It doesn't happen often, but in between clients, I need to use the restroom, make tea, and there may have been 1 or 2 instances where I had to step outside the caravan to place a phone call. Roughly how long might a client be alone? 5, 10 minutes at the longest. How would a person have time to shuffle through multiple decks, 78 cards, to find this one particular devil card? There you go again. How do you know they wanted that one particular card? She nailed him there. He was giving away too much information. My question still stands. You're asking me to explain something I cannot. I truly wish I knew when I used this particular deck last and where and who else was present, but I certainly wasn't expecting to be recounting it to a detective inspector one day. And I'm afraid I can't help you any further. She stood. I see. He didn't make a move to get up. Would you like a reading? No, he grinned. I like my secrets. It seems any detective worth his salt would want to know whether or not I'm as good as they say. Is that the word around Dingle, then? You should find out for yourself. She was distracting him. I'm going to ask you to locate that deck for me. How long will you need to do that? I could do it in a few days. Does that suit? As long as you don't forget. Now that she'd already noticed how shiny and new the card in the evidence bag was compared to hers, he would pay attention that she didn't replace her devil card with a brand new one as well. I won't forget. But if someone has my devil card, there's a chance they took the entire deck. Or perhaps I left it at one of the readings. Had he been too obvious that this was a serious piece of evidence, and now she was going to try and pretend the entire deck was gone? He needed absolute proof, admission, that this was her tarot card. Otherwise it would be no good in court. Are we finished? She asked. I want to hear your account of that evening. Take me through getting ready for the dance, the rest of your evening after the dance. I want to know every detail up until the very next time you saw your husband. Everything about Johnny O'Reilly that evening, right down to his green tie. Green tie? She said, turning to the small cooker and putting the kettle on. He wasn't wearing a green tie. Johnny O'Reilly wouldn't be caught dead in a tie. May gasped at her choice of words and slapped her hand over her mouth. When she removed it, she stared at him. Was he caught dead in a tie? Cormac felt a jolt. Why are you so certain he didn't like ties? Everyone knew Johnny O'Reilly knew he loathed ties. She bit her bottom lip and looked away. That's odd. He was trying not to show his emotions. Why didn't he like ties? Why does one like or dislike anything? Do you remember exactly what Mr. O'Reilly was wearing that evening? Navy suit, white shirt, black polished shoes. They looked Italian and expensive. And a green bow tie. Everything else was a match, except for the tie. Unless the pathologist found a bow tie in one of his pockets. There had been no sign of a bow tie at the scene. Another piece of the puzzle, only he had no idea where it fit in. Cormac's mobile buzzed with a text. Griffin girl last seen Saturday night near the harbour. She may indeed be our stowaway. Cormac stood. I have to go, but first, is there any way that you're mistaken? About the necktie? He nodded. She shook her head and pointed a finger at him. I swear to you, he wasn't wearing one. If he found him in one, someone else put it on him and he was already dead. Chapter 13. Maeve Wilde watched the detective inspector make his way across the field to his red Toyota. There was this presence to him that was intoxicating. Short but handsome and intense. Intelligent and on a mission. If only they'd met under more pleasant circumstances. He didn't believe in her gift. He'd made that quite clear. But Maeve was no stranger to cynics. She'd even managed to open a few minds in her lifetime of doing readings. She would do a card spread later to see what else she could glean about him. No wedding ring? But perhaps he was the type who didn't wear it. There was a sadness lurking in him. A brooding element that her daughter would no doubt find irresistible. When the car finally started off and showed its taillights, she grabbed her mobile phone and locked the caravan door. She'd put him off for now, but he was plucky and he would be back. The tarot card had been a grave mistake. What had she been thinking? If only Eamon had his wits about him. He'd know what to do. She could try and buy a new deck and find a way to make the card look worn, but she'd be leaving a trail of damning evidence. Receipts, CCTV footage of her going into a shop, a witness statement from the shop clerk, If she tried to buy the deck online, there would be an electronic trail. Nothing one did with technology these days was safe, including sending a text. What if the guards confiscated one of their phones? She brought the number up and typed. The inspector was here, asking about the devil card. She did not hit send. Too risky. She erased the text. She hurried to the drawer in her kitchenette, slid it open and rifled through her pile of blank postcards. She chose one from Disney World, a lovely castle with fireworks raining down. She grabbed a biro and turned it over. No, her handwriting would be too recognisable. And what if someone told him about her proclivity to send postcards? She slipped it into her handbag and she mulled it over. She'd have to use the computer and printer in the clinic. Did printers leave fingerprints? She was at a sudden loss. She had to do something, and that was the safest bet. Type the letter on the computer, erase history, print it out and pray. At least there was no staff there to poke their noses in her business. She could use computer and printer somewhere else, but unless she drove out of town, that could be evidence. How aggravating. And she was due at hospital. There was no time to dilly-dally. Dipna would have to reopen the clinic soon, but now it was empty and the best in a sea of bad options. She'd type and print the note, figure out a clever way to deliver it, and then go to hospital. She grabbed her handbag and keys and headed across the field to the clinic. When Dipna returned to the clinic with her pack, including her new pal the sheepdog, whom she decided to name E.T., given his infatuation with Finbar's mobile phone, the animals were still all jumbled up in the courtyard, and there was a postcard from Disney World tacked to the clinic door. The front featured colourful fireworks raining down on a fairy tale castle. Dipna turned it over. At hospital, no need to visit. I will bring your father home. Please do not sleep in your vehicle. Sleep in the caravan or your father's room. God bless. She lives in a caravan and she's putting down my bus, Dipna said. The animals in the courtyard turned and looked at her. Some enthralled, others clearly disinterested. I only slept in it when I was young, she said to E.T. He stuck his tongue out and panted. Hungry? None of them turned down the offer for food. She set about watering and feeding all the gorgeous creatures and then checked the status of the back kennel. To her relief, Sheila was right. Someone had been keeping it up. There were 20 large kennels and they were clean. What the animals really needed were walks and cuddles, but it was getting dark now and Dipna was knackered. So much for Sheila calling in for help. Dipna kennelled as many creatures as they had room for, and only left the ones in the courtyard who were used to sleeping outside. But even the ducks and turtles seemed content to be in the kennel area. But there were a few holdouts. The goat and sheep, and a few stubborn cats, most of whom were already on the prowl. It was not wise to allow dogs to wander around at night, but there was one stubborn black lab who refused to move, and clearly had no intention of ever leaving the yard. She set a dog bed for him next to the door, and he happily slumped into it. Before she even stepped away, the old lab was snoring. She smiled, taking a moment to enjoy the deep rumbles. The sound of dogs snoring was one of the best on earth next to rain falling in a tin roof. Dipna took her now 4-pack into the clinic and flipped on the light. The low mechanical hum was comforting too, and she was thrilled her pack was with her. It was creepy to be here at night by herself. Tonight she would sleep in the flat upstairs, praying her father was still a tidy man and had extra sheets for the bed. Finding a place to live would have to be a priority. She didn't have much savings left, but she didn't need anything fancy. Then again, she was going to be accompanied by 3 dogs and a cat. Never an easy feat as a renter. Maybe she would be out in the kennel. But this was Dingle. There had to be a farmer somewhere who had a place to let. She could even do it in exchange for veterinarian services. And then there was a matter of all the other animals her father had recently collected. The sheep with the purple markings should be easy. The colour markings would correspond with a Kerry farmer. But the others would be more challenging. If they could not find the owners, they were going to have to arrange a local adoption day. She had a feeling folks had taken advantage of her father's condition, seeing as he suddenly allowed all these strays to pile up. It infuriated her. It was common for people to drop off strays at veterinarians, especially sick, injured, and those with behavioural problems, leaving the burden of life and death to them. Dimna had a soft heart, but the harsh reality was that she couldn't save them all. Veterinarians had to have boundaries. If every cent went into saving the animals nobody else wanted, they wouldn't be able to feed and clothe themselves. Their overhead costs included expensive equipment, vet techs, receptionists, assistants, lab work. It was never ending. There was a misconception that vets were rich. Most of them were just keeping afloat. Part of her training had been accepting this reality. That didn't stop her heart from bleeding. She set up pet beds in the waiting room of the clinic and was relieved that her darlings seemed as knackered as she was, for they didn't put up a fuss. E.T. settled near the clinic door with a satisfied sigh. She wondered if he would dream of herding sheep. Spike ignored his little bed and leapt onto a waiting room chair where he curled up into a tight purring ball. Guinness was already snoring, legs splayed out frog-like behind him, and Pickles was flat on his back, all four paws in the air, tongue hanging out and to the side. She loved them all more than she could express, and was eternally grateful that the one soft spot in life was the joy of animals. She couldn't understand how not everyone felt that way, and she pitied those who didn't. Even all the horrors that veterinarians had to put up with, for her the good still outweighed the bad. It was only as she turned to go upstairs that she realised there was waste to clean up in the courtyard. She nearly cried in exasperation, and for a second her mind began trying to talk herself out of doing it. Couldn't she put it off until tomorrow? What was a little poo on top of everything else? But she was already in motion, so she grabbed a large plastic bag from the back room and a little scooper and returned to the courtyard. She flicked on the outside light and began her task. 20 somewhat disgusting minutes later, she had it sorted. She threw the giant bag of poop in the rubbish bins just beyond the stone wall of the courtyard. She felt a sensation wash over her, as if she wasn't alone. She looked towards the abandoned auto body shop. It took her several seconds to realise there was a man standing across the street watching her. He was so still. She wondered if it was some kind of hallucination, but her body was on high alert, and on a gut level she knew this was no mirage. With only the dim light above the clinic to cut through the darkness, she couldn't make out his features. Half of him was swallowed up, making him more shadow than man. But man he was. Her skin continued to prickle. The old lab was awake and at the gate, his low growl filtering into the air. If this man had a weapon, he could hurt the dog. "Stay," she said. She didn't have her mobile phone on her. Why wasn't the person making a move, either toward or away from her? "What do you want?" The figure shifted his head, looking around as if checking to see if anyone could come to her rescue. Just then she realised she did have a weapon of sorts. She had just thrown it into the rubbish bin. She ran over, opened the lid, and grabbed the hefty bag of dog poo. Luckily, as a veterinarian, she was no longer squeamish. Once you stuck your hand up enough cows' arses, a bag of poop was child's play. She twirled the bag over her head. She saw the figure hesitate, then step left, and then right, as if not sure what in the world she was doing. She let the bag go and it sailed across the road. The figure started to move, but the bag clipped him somewhat on the face. She heard a soft thud as it made contact, and a second as it hit the ground. "Fuck!" She didn't recognise the voice, but it was definitely a man's. Had she made a terrible mistake by enraging him? Slowly she backed up toward the door. She didn't want to turn her back on him and show fear by running. Man was an animal too, and animals who spied on people in the dark were no doubt excited by fear. But this man didn't come after her. He turned and disappeared around the back of the derelict building. "Come on, pal," she said to the lab. This time she planned on running. She turned to hurry inside, but had only taken a few steps when something shiny flashed in the grass. She bent down and retrieved what appeared to be a child's necklace. Gold letters spelled out the name, Aisling. Although it was a common Irish name, there was only one young lassie in Dingle that she personally knew with this name, Aisling O'Reilly, Sean's daughter. She was 8 years of age. From the photos Dimna had glimpsed online, she had her father's sandy curls and his prominent cheekbones. She was cute as a button, always smiling. It was hard for Dimna to believe that Sean was a good father, but all evidence pointed in that direction. Guilt assaulted her. Ben had an adorable sister, one he would never get to know. She cupped the necklace in her hand as she hurried back inside the clinic, wondering when the lassie had lost it, and what had brought them to the clinic. She locked the door behind her and set the necklace on the counter. The Wilds usually went out to the O'Reilly estate to care for their animals, not the other way around. Half-sister, say it. Aisling is Ben's half-sister. Was she a horrible person for shielding that side of the family from him? No. Aisling was innocent, but the rest of the O'Reillys were corrupt. Fruit rotting on a tree. Dimna wouldn't be surprised if it was suicide and Johnny O'Reilly's last selfish act was to cast Dimna's parents as murderers. What on earth had her mother been doing, cavorting with him of all people? It didn't make any sense. Should she tell the guards that a strange man had been standing across the clinic watching her? Given there was a murderer loose, it seemed prudent. She reached in her pocket and found the calling card the detective had given her. It was going on 9:30. At least it wasn't the middle of the night. He answered on the first ring. "Detective O'Brien?" "Sorry to bother you. This is Dimna Wilde." "Dr. Wilde, is everything all right?" "I debated on whether or not I should ring. I was taking rubbish to the bin and there was someone standing in front of the abandoned auto body shop across the way. He was dressed in dark clothing and I couldn't see his face clearly. He was just standing there, staring at me." "Where are you now?" "I'm inside the clinic. I hit him with a bag of dog poo. He ran away and I'm fine. I just figured it was best to call." "You hit him with what now?" She explained that she had just cleaned out the courtyard and had then used the bag as a projectile. "I was bang on, so I was. Clipped his cheek, I believe." She heard a soft chuckle before he cleared his throat. "The creeper smells like shite. Is that what you're telling me now?" "That's exactly right." Dimna found herself grinning. "Just follow the smell." "You did the right thing. Your doors are locked?" "My doors are locked and my dogs are with me. The other animals are safely kennelled except for one old Labrador, a few cats, 2 sheep and a goat." There was a pause and then he chuckled. "I guess that's an improvement. I'm going to send a squad car to the area." "Thank you." Should she mention the ruby ring? Finbar's mobile phone? Was that Finbar she'd seen standing in there in the dark? She hadn't made out a beard, but she also couldn't swear to it that the stranger didn't have one. Had Finbar realised the phone was gone and he'd come back to collect it? "There are a few other things I should tell you," she said. The phone was still in the bus. She'd forgotten about it as soon as she'd pulled up to the clinic. What if there was incriminating evidence on it? And the ruby ring? Wouldn't she be an accomplice if she didn't mention it? "You said a squad car is coming round?" "They're on their way." "Can you have them stop at the clinic? I have a few items that you'll probably want to look at. But is there any way we could talk about them another time?" She was so exhausted. She was almost delirious. Was it only this morning she'd left Dublin? "That depends on what they are." Realising she had no choice, she relayed the incident with Finbar Malone and the mobile phone first, and then backtracked to the ring her father had palmed into her hand. "Put that phone in some kind of plastic bag if you have one. Use gloves when handling it, please. A guard will collect it within the hour." "Have you touched it with your hands?" "No, but it's been in E.T.'s mouth. It's in the back of my VW bus right now. E.T.? Sorry, that's what I named my new pal, the sheepdog. There was a pause and then laughter filled her ears. Phone home. Exactly. Satisfaction spread through her that he got it right away. Are the doors of your bus locked? Probably not. She heard him curse. It's parked right in front and the outside lights are illuminating it clearly. I highly doubt anyone has been near it. But if you like, I can go and get the phone now. I'm pretty sure the creeper is long gone. Wait for the guards to arrive. They'll help you collect it. What about the ring? She tensed as she waited for him to accuse her of being an accomplice to murder. Hang on to it. I have no need for it at the moment. Was he messing with her? She'd nearly forgotten he wasn't a local. Are you sure? Because there's only one man I know of who owned a ruby ring. Keep it in a plastic bag, but hang on to it for now. I'd come by myself, but we have our hands full with the missing girl. Something prickled in the back of her mind. The scraggly young girl peeking out from a small hill in the valley of the Mad. Was it really just this morning? Missing girl? Saoirse Griffin, 13 years of age. Do you have a photo? I just got one from the mother. Why? I saw a girl this morning in camp where I stopped with my pack. I'll text it to you. She heard her phone ding. She put him on speaker and opened the photo. She stared at the picture of the angry but pretty girl. She knew that face. Does she have a purple backpack? Yes, she does. By God, she does. I saw her this morning, she said. In the Valley of the Mad. Chapter 14. At this hour of the night, Dipna made good time getting to the Valley of the Mad. Her muscle memory kicked in, and she was delighted to discover she remembered nearly every curve in the roads. By the time she arrived at the car park in camp, squad cars and search volunteers were clogging the lot, but she managed to squeeze in. She and Pickles hopped out of the bus, and still wearing gloves, she handed Finbar's mobile phone off to a waiting guard. Why didn't they want the ring? She couldn't worry about it now. She guided Pickles to where the search group was huddled. She'd never been here at night. The usually familiar surroundings had morphed in the dark. The terrain lit up in patches by the beam of torches. It was a cold night, and hard to imagine a young girl out here all alone. Inspector O'Brien instinctively backed away when his light swiveled over Pickles. Kids like Pickles, Dipna said, and he's an excellent tracker. Good idea. He removed an inhaler and breathed in. There's a doctor in town who can help, she said. His pills would be better than the general ones at the chemist. I'll keep that in mind. Dimp? She turned at the sound of a man calling her name and whirled around to find Paul Byrne standing behind her. Still ruggedly handsome. Salt and pepper hair, stubble, strong face, deep brown eyes. He was tall, but he never made Dipna feel small. He stared at her for a long while before embracing her, lifting her off her feet. He set her down and they parted. Dipna had hoped for more of a formal reunion, and seeing him stirred up a chunk of adolescent longing, and oddly, a stray guilty thought about the inspector, wondering if he was watching them. She scolded herself. They were here to find a missing girl. If she hadn't been so preoccupied this morning, trying to suss out what Ben knew, maybe she would have realised that the poor thing had been in distress. Given Dipna used to run wild and dirty around the peninsula, it hadn't set off any alarms. What are you doing here? She hoped he wouldn't take it in the wrong way. I know Saoirse, he said. She likes to hang out of the group home. She nodded, not surprised. Paul had always been the type to take care of others. She was glad that he hadn't changed. A few seconds later she remembered the man he'd beat up. And one that cost him his job. Griffin. No wonder Paul was here. She'd heard he'd been watching out for the mother and daughter ever since he'd sent the father to prison. The good deed had cost him his job as a detective sergeant. Dimna led them to the general area near the hedgerows, and a small hill where she had seen Saoirse. When they neared the spot, Pickles, most likely picking up on their adrenaline, strained on the leash. "Do you have anything with her smell?" she asked. The mother nodded and handed Dimna a jumper. She let Pickles sniff it, but kept him on the leash. He went for a nearby tree, sniffing around the base. "It's so dark," Nancy Griffin moaned. "Where's my baby?" She began to call her name, her voice echoing in the shadows. Pickles suddenly faced forward, lunging towards a long grassy road in front of them. "He's leaning in this direction," Dimna pointed. "At the end of the boreen, there's a derelict house," Dimna said. "The glass has long left the windows and it's possible she could have crawled in. If she's still here, that would be the warmest and safest place." Paul cut in before the inspector could speak. "Lead the way." They worked their way across the grassy boreen, torches swinging from left to right. "Saoirse," her mother called out. "Baby, are you here?" "We're here to help," Inspector O'Brien called out. "You're safe now." A sob escaped Nancy Griffin. My baby." Calls for the girl rang out as they picked up speed toward the remains of the old stone house. Finally the road ended in a ford, and their torches illuminated an old stone wall. The guards held everyone back as they stepped around the water and made the first sweep along the perimeter. The door was boarded up tight, but they found the nearest window, and as Dimna had recalled, there was a gaping hole in lieu of glass. Pickles barked. The window was a few metres off the ground, but if she was given a lift, Dimna knew she could squeeze through. "Detective Inspector?" He was at her side in a jiffy. "Find something?" "If you could give me a hand through the window." He swiveled his torch around the stone frame. "Are you sure?" "Unless you're volunteering, I don't see an alternative." He whistled for a guard to shine the torch at the window and laced his fingers together. Dimna stepped into his palms and hoisted herself up. The stone was bone cold, and the smell of mould and earth was pungent. She landed hard on the other side, but kept her balance. "Torch?" she said. A torch was handed through. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine." She shone the torch through the dark crevices, taking small steps and shallow breaths. Something caught her attention just ahead. A lump. "Please, God, no." She swiveled the torch, a backpack, purple. Dimna sagged with relief. "Saoirse?" Her voice echoed off the damp stone. "Anything?" the detective called from outside. "A purple backpack," Dimna called back. "Saoirse, Saoirse," the mother cried out. "I'm sorry, baby." Nancy said, 13 is the luckiest number of all. We'll have a proper party, love. I swear on my own grave." Dimna wished she hadn't just heard the word grave. Please let this lassie be alive. Water dripped from somewhere inside. "Saoirse?" Dimna called. "I saw you earlier. I was with my dogs. I've got Pickles here now. He's just outside. Pickles is very friendly. Do you like dogs?" Silence. And then, there it was, faint but audible. The sound of a young girl speaking in a sing-song voice. "I'll never tell, I'll never tell, I'll never tell." The sound echoed off the walls. Dimna aimed her torch. There, rocking back and forth on the ground, was the young girl she'd seen earlier. "I'll never tell, I'll never tell, I'll never tell." Dimna's stomach lurched. "She's here," she called out. "Saoirse!" Dimna slowly advanced on the girl. "We've got you, you're safe." The girl did not turn her head. She continued to rock. "I'll never tell, I'll never tell, I'll never tell." "Is she hurt?" the detective called out. "She's alive, that's all I can say right now." The sounds of cheers and sobbing rose from outside. "Do you hear that?" Dimna said. "A lot of people are here, looking for you." The singing ceased. "For me?" a small voice croaked out. Dimna didn't want to advance too quickly, so she shone the torch on her face, hoping she didn't look too creepy. Yes. Are you hurt? Outside, Pickles barked excitedly. That's your dog? Yes, his name is Pickles. He came to look for you two. Are they here to take me to jail? No, sweetie, we're here to take you home. Mammy is going to be browned off. She's just outside and she's not browned off at all. You're in no trouble, do you hear me? Paul Byrne is here too. Dimna heard a loud sniff and then another. Her heart broke open. Sweetie, she said, can I give you a cuddle? Sobs broke from the girl. Yes. Dimna covered the space between them and took the girl into her arms. You must be freezing. She wore only a thin shirt and denims. Dimna rubbed her arms, trying to warm her up. There's a blanket, water and chocolate out there, just for you. Can you walk? Do you promise I'm not in trouble? I promise, I swear it. You are loved. Another sniff, then a nod. Can you walk? Yes. Dimna helped her up, and keeping her arms around her, they headed for the window. Dimna lifted the backpack on the way. I don't want that, the girl said suddenly. I'll take it, Dimna said. It's all right, love. I'll never tell, she said. I won't. Don't you worry your head. All you need to do is come outside with me, and all those people out there are going to help you, Petal. They reached the window, and just as Dimna was set to help the girl up and out, Saoirse was already clambering up and over herself. She heard more cheers and called out to the inspector. Sending her backpack through, Dimna said. For some reason she doesn't want to touch it. Ready, the detective said. Dimna hoisted it through the window. What about you? If she can do it, I can do it, Dimna said. She placed her hands outside the sill and pulled herself up, given she needed strength to make up for her size. Dimna was an avid weightlifter. Mostly dumbbells, but they did the trick. She pulled herself halfway through, and suddenly the detective's arms were around her waist, and he pulled her the rest of the way out. He set her down immediately, but for a few seconds, his hands remained encircling her waist. He dropped them suddenly, as if embarrassed. Well played, he said. We wouldn't have found her without you. Thank you, Inspector, but it's Pickles you should be thanking. I'll have to do it from a distance, he said. Allergies. Right so. Saoirse, say something, Nancy Griffin was saying to her daughter, her tone too harsh for Dimna's liking. Say something. I'll never tell, I'll never tell, I'll never tell. Nancy threw a desperate look to the inspector and Dimna. What's wrong with her? She said. Is she brain damaged? It's trauma, Dimna said. Speak kindly to her. Dimna approached the girl. You're going to be all right, love. I'll never tell, I'll never tell, I'll never tell. Stop saying that, her mother screamed. Mrs. Griffin? The inspector's voice was stern. Why don't you come with me for a minute? He turned around to hand Dimna the backpack when his torch caught words written across it. In thick black marker, 4 words screamed out. You tell, you die. Her mother broke away from the inspector and edged in. What does that say? What does that say? She read the words, then gasped. You won't tell, Nancy said. Will you? Saoirse violently shook her head. That's right, you won't say a word. Paul approached, his hands full with the blanket and a bar of chocolate. You must be cold and starving. We have a blanket and a bottle of water here and a chocolate bar. Just until we can get you a proper supper. Would you like that? There was a pause and then Saoirse nodded. Paul moved in and wrapped a blanket around her. When he held out the water and chocolate bar, she snatched them with both hands. Saoirse, her mother said, why didn't you come home? Not now, the inspector said. Saoirse was gulping the water down and wiping her mouth with the back of her hand. Are you hurt? Paul asked. She shook her head, then ripped open the candy bar. Good, that's good. The inspector eyed the backpack. When he reached for it, Saoirse lunged and yanked it out of the way. "All right," he said. He pointed to the menacing words. "Did you write that yourself?" A pause, and then she shook her head. "Do you know who wrote it?" She took a bite of candy bar, chewing as she stared at him. Then she shook her head. "You don't have to say anything now," Paul said. "There's plenty of time. We need to get you to hospital, make sure everything is okay." "Can't wait until the morning," Nancy Griffin pleaded. "It's late. I want to take her home." "Home," Saoirse said. "No hospital." The inspector stood and gently pulled the mother away. "She has to go to hospital. She's dehydrated and needs to be checked out." He paused. "An ambulance is on the way." Paul approached Saoirse. "I'll go with you to hospital," he said. She shook her head. "I bet they give you ice cream." "Ice cream?" She tilted her head, considering it. "Loads of ice cream," Paul said. "And I bet the kids at the group home will all make you cards and even throw a birthday party for you." She took another bite. "Not my birthday." Dirty tears smeared her face. "You get a mulligan," Paul said. "You know what that means." She shook her head. "A do-over." Saoirse pointed to Pickles, who was sniffing her shoes. "Can he come?" Dimna joined in. "I'm afraid they won't let him at hospital. But he can come to your birthday party. He can even wear a funny hat." She squinted for a moment and then shrugged her compliance. "Good," the inspector said, gently taking the backpack once more. "That sounds like a very special party for a special lassie." They began the trek back down the grassy road toward the car park. "I can't afford a party," Nancy said. "You won't have to," Paul said. "The centre will take care of it." "But I don't have cancer," Saoirse squeaked. Dimna felt a squeeze of sadness. She was glad Paul was a beacon to the girl. She needed one, or 100. "You don't need cancer to have a party," Paul said. "You deserve it just because of what an amazing girl you are." Dimna wanted to pick her up and take her home, and found her own eyes welling. If this girl was the stowaway she'd been hearing about, she couldn't imagine what she'd been through. You had to be a strong and capable swimmer to make it to the waters of Clogher Strand. In the dark, no less. She could have easily drowned. And the message on the backpack meant the killer had seen her. Spared her life, but not before threatening her, traumatizing her. Dimna knew full well the power of trauma to hold someone captive. Her own trauma had erected an impenetrable wall of silence around her, sealed by terror and shame. A single violent act could result in a lifetime of victim re-traumatizing themselves, keeping everything bottled in tight. Sirens sounded in the distance. Saoirse let out a shriek and grabbed onto her mother. "Nothing to be afraid of," the inspector said. "Your mam will ride with you." They fell silent the rest of the walk. By the time they reached the ambulance, Saoirse Griffin climbed into it without a fuss. The inspector was now handling the backpack with gloves. He held it in one hand and gave Nancy Griffin his calling card with the other. "I'll need to speak with her as soon as the doctor allows it," he said. "I know she's been through an ordeal, but the sooner we find out who did this, the safer she'll be." Nancy took the card. "She's not going to say a word," she said. "I won't have my daughter in danger." Dimna watched the inspector hold his tongue. "We'll keep you both safe," he said, as Nancy Griffin crawled into the back of the ambulance. "We'll work it out." The doors shut and the ambulance pulled away, lights and sirens sounding. Hopefully Saoirse would find it exciting. She'd already had enough trauma for a lifetime. D.I. O'Brien watched the ambulance retreat, then turned to Dimna. "Did you hand Finbar Malone's mobile phone to the guards?" "I did. First thing." "Phone?" Paul said. He sounded alarmed, and if Dimna was reading it correctly, somewhat jealous. "Official business," O'Brien said. before Dimna could answer. That's all we can say. He met Dimna's eyes, staring at her until she nodded. You and your dog did good, he said. Hope he gets a treat. He certainly will, Dimna said. I'm relieved we found her. She's in no shape to be interrogated this evening, Paul said. The inspector held up the backpack. She saw our killer, he said. She's in danger. Paul continued speaking. We need guards posted at their house 24/7. She cannot be allowed to wander off on her own. We could bring the mother up on neglect charges, the inspector said. Christ, Paul said. That will only make things worse. She's already had her father taken away. I'll have a word with the mother. This won't happen again. I know you have a relationship with the girl, and I've heard a lot about you at the station, Detective Sergeant, the inspector said. I'm more than happy to work with you. I'm no longer a detective sergeant. Paul was being surly. Was it jealousy? You are, in my book, the inspector said. And, as I stated, I welcome your assistance. In fact, I'll need it. It's obvious the lassie trusts you, and she may be our only chance of finding this killer. Whatever I can do to help, Inspector, Paul said. His jaw was set. This was difficult for him. The inspector nodded and then headed for her red Toyota. Dimna headed for her bus, Pickles on her heels. Paul grabbed her arm. He let go just before Dimna could tell him it hurt. What's this about a phone? It's been a long day, Dimna said. I need to get some sleep. Still keeping secrets? Paul said. I guess some things never change. You're one to talk. She hadn't meant to engage, but she was so tired, her filters were all gone. What secrets have I kept from you? She shut her mouth. He was right. It was all in the past anyway. I found a lost phone, that's all. I doubt that's all. He moved in closer. Did I hear him say it belonged to Finbar Malone? He doesn't want me talking about it. He also said he needed my help. Then why don't you ask him? She was tired and hadn't expected a grilling, especially not from Paul. Listen, he said, lowering his voice and moving in closer. You know I'm on your side. I have a side. Come on, Dimp. Come on what? We're talking about Johnny O'Reilly here. Roisin and Sean are determined to see someone in your family, probably all of you, go down for this. She exhaled and nodded. I'm aware. He placed his hand on her arm. You can trust me. She let out a snort. She couldn't help it. She had trusted him once. He'd broken her heart. They hadn't spoken in 27 years. She didn't know him at all. It's nothing that concerns you. Are you ever going to forgive me? There was pain in his voice. She couldn't take it on. She had no room for it. I no longer need to forgive you. We were completely different people then. It's in the past. We're the same people. At least I am. There hasn't been a day go by that I haven't wished you well. And I you, Dimna said, feeling her hard edges softening. But right now, all I want is to sink into bed. She took a few steps away from him. I don't trust that inspector. You shouldn't either. My parents are subjects of his inquiry. I don't think it's a good idea to get on his bad side. Don't let him charm you. He's not your friend. What on earth are you getting at? She knew him. He was holding something back. He brought his hand up to rub his chin, and for a flicker of a second, she wondered if he was the man who was staring at her from the auto body shop. Have you spoken with Donncha? He asked. Dimna hadn't expected him to mention her brother. What now? Not yet. Why? He was being held at the station. He looked back to make sure the inspector wasn't in earshot. I don't know if he's still there. Why was he there? And why didn't he call? Was it too much to ask that one member of her family behave like a normal person? The morning after the murder, he was wiping down O'Reilly's yacht with a bottle of bleach. Dimna realised she was shaking her head and willed herself to stop it. What are you on about? He's a caretaker for one of the O'Reilly boats, a small yacht. The inspector thinks that particular boat was used by the killer to transport the body to the beach. Was it true? Was this why Donncha hadn't answered any of her texts? She'd been so angry with him for avoiding her. What did Donncha say? Now you don't mind sharing information. This is my brother we're talking about. Paul sighed, then nodded. He said he wasn't on the boat that evening. He said that O'Reilly told him a VIP guest was going to be using it. If he wasn't on the boat, did he say where he was? The Dingle Inn. Why had he not come to the clinic? Their father needed them. What on earth was he doing at the Dingle Inn? Paul looked away. Paul? I don't want to gossip. It's too late. He's been running around with some lad the past few months. Dimna sighed. A bad influence, no doubt. Was he back on drugs? He's not answering my texts. She pulled out her mobile and stared at it, as if willing it to ring. Where's your father? Hospital. Paul nodded. I heard there was an incident with Sheila, which meant he also knew her father had been taken to hospital. Why was he asking her questions he already knew the answers to? What was he digging at? I don't know why you're interrogating me. You seem to know more than I do. Paul shook his head. I'm trying to help. I just can't believe this is happening. I can't even wrap my head around the fact that someone murdered Johnny O'Reilly. She glanced at her bus. Paul's jeep was parked directly behind it. Yet he had arrived before her. Had he moved his jeep once she arrived? Had he deliberately blocked her in? How long will you be staying in Dingle? Paul asked. Until my parents are no longer suspects in a murder inquiry. Was he trying to get rid of her? She let Pickles into the back of the bus, then stood by the driver's side door. Good night, Paul. How is Ben? Paul asked. It was odd, hearing her son's name coming from Paul. He's grand, he has a new girlfriend, and they're in Spain. Doesn't he want to be here to support his grandparents? She chewed on her bottom lip. I don't want him here. He's had enough to deal with. So did she, for that matter. At least the girl had been found alive. We should talk, Paul said. Soon. I need you to move your jeep. Paul nodded and stood by his vehicle. Last dance, Paul said. We need to talk about last dance. Dimna quickly opened the door of the bus, climbed in and shut the door, waving at him through the window with a pasted-on smile. He stared at her for a beat before getting into his jeep and pulling away. She waited, counting the seconds after he left. There it was again. Paranoia taking a hold of her. Paul was a decent man. A little intense, but decent. But she'd been honest with him. They were different people now. It was a relief, knowing he no longer had the power to pluck her heartstrings, even if that meant she'd outgrown the romantic girl that once roamed the streets of Dingle. She was now a jaded, middle-aged veterinarian, and she wouldn't have it any other way. She started the engine, trying to ignore the pulsing guilt she felt whenever she thought about that beautiful dead horse. Paul had been a good detective, and if he wanted to talk about Last Dance, it could only mean one thing. The message in stone. It wasn't a euphemism. It had something to do with the past, which meant the killer was no stranger. The killer was one of them. Chapter 15. Time Dimna was back in the clinic. Her tired mind was spinning through her worries. And although as a vet she was used to all-nighters, it wasn't until a wave of dizziness hit, did she realise she hadn't eaten since breakfast. She headed to the back kitchen in search of something to quell her hunger. There she found only biscuits and tea. She grabbed the pack of biscuits and climbed the stairs to her father's upstairs flat. She flicked on the light at the top of the stairs, illuminating the large open space. To the left there was a bed, a small leather sofa with 2 chairs, and a coffee table. On the right wall sat an ancient entertainment centre with a telly, and the centre of the room was commandeered by her father's large mahogany desk. Behind it loomed 2 floor-to-ceiling bookshelves bulging with large tomes. Books were stacked to the ceiling. Dipna felt the familiar rumble of excitement that occurred when she feasted on her father's books. History, veterinarian medicine, biographies, classic literature, travel books and his guilty pleasure, spy novels. His true heart shone through his books, each one a reflection of his cornucopia of interests. She was thrilled to see he had added a little kitchenette tucked into the corner, and she nearly cried with joy to discover the mini-fridge stocked with ham, cheese and brown sauce. On the counter, a decanter of whiskey gleamed. She poured a small dose and made a generous sandwich, then situated herself at her father's desk. The surface held another stack of books: biology, veterinarian manuals, industry newsletters. Next to it lay a magnifying glass and a highlighter. It was a familiar memory of him, leaning over a book, furiously highlighting sections late into the night. She used to love sitting and spinning in his chair, opening anatomy books, marvelling over the body parts of cows and dogs and horses and cats. It was a fascinating world to her, the world of blood and bones and organs and muscle. She'd not only spent her childhood naming and colouring the various body parts and their functions, she'd memorised enough gory details to horrify teachers and delight classmates. A jar of biros and a letter opener were the only other contents on the top of the desk. Her sandwich and whiskey went down easy, but soon she was drowsier than ever. Mostly out of childhood habit, Dipna placed her hand on the middle desk drawer that her father had always kept locked. She used to conjure up all the secret things she was convinced he kept in there. Mainly, given some of the history books on his shelf, she'd imagined her father was a spy, and the drawer held foreign money and passports, and pens that doubled as poisoned darts. To her shock, the usually locked drawer slid open. A plain folder with a yellow sticky note on top stared at her. 2 words blared from the sticky note in red biro. Last dance. Oh my God. This time, when Dipna talked out loud, there were no animals nearby to make her feel less crazy. She stared at the words, her eyes blurring, her heart tap-dancing. She opened the folder. The first item was an old newspaper article. The headline screamed out at her. Colt bolts. Local veterinarian's daughter releases £1 million thoroughbred from stall and it races to its death. Her stomach seized and she regretted the sandwich. She turned the article over. The next item in the folder was a photograph. It took her a moment to realise she was looking at the trailer that hit Last Dance, skewed sideways on the road. In front of it, the body of her beloved horse on the asphalt, blood pooling around him. A low moan came from Dipna as she flipped the photo over. A sentence was scrawled on the back in black ink. Forget everything you think you know. What in the world? It wasn't her father's handwriting. What did it mean? Was someone making a cruel jab at her father's dementia? How long had this been stuffed in her father's drawer? Only someone who had been a witness to this evening could have taken this photo. Those weren't the days when everyone ported around phones with fancy cameras. Someone just happened to be there with a camera? Who, a journalist? She tortured herself with every article that had come out after the tragedy, and she had never seen this grisly photo. It would have been newspaper gold. The coverage at the time reminded her very much of the media that swarmed after Niall's scandal and suicide. But there was a crucial difference. The first time she had blood on her hands. Last Chance's blood. Horse killer. She'd tortured herself all these years. Thousands of hours of therapy hadn't helped. She could not forgive herself. Whoever took that photo had been there that night. The O'Reilly barn employed a good deal of characters. Breeders, trainers, farmhands, veterinarians. Had Tommy Healy been there? She'd been so drunk. There was so much she couldn't remember about that night. Paul was right. They needed to meet sooner than later. There was one more item in the folder. Another newspaper article. This one was a feature on Tommy Healy. The photo showed him sitting proudly on top of a horse in jockey attire, wearing the same colours as any other O'Reilly jockey. Navy blue, white and green. Another attention-grabbing headline. One-armed jockey set to ride last dance to victory. In the background his twin lurked, a scowl stamped on his face. Brendan. Sibling rivalry exemplified in one shot. What were the odds that the brother with only one arm was the one destined to shoot to fame? Dimna had only met Brendan a handful of times. He'd taken off before the big race. Perhaps he had been consumed with jealousy, or maybe he was better at reading the room. Maybe he knew the O'Reillys were nothing but trouble. Were most siblings doomed to jealous rivalry? Her brother, Donica, had wanted nothing to do with the veterinarian business. Brendan Healy did not want to become a jockey. Yet maybe he resented the attention his brother was garnering. Why was this photo here? Forget everything you think you know. Clumsily worded, but hardly the point. What did she think she knew? Was someone pointing the finger at Tommy? Tommy had been inconsolable after Last Dance died. So inconsolable, he never rode a horse again. Did he blame Dimna for that? And Brendan Healy couldn't have anything to do with this, could he? He'd left for America and had never returned. Surely he put Dingle far behind him. She tucked the folder back into her father's middle drawer, got into bed and stared at the ceiling. Forget everything you think you know. Would her father remember receiving the items in the folder? Did he know what they meant? Was there any truth to them? As she closed her eyes, a terrifying thought emerged. What if someone had been deliberately planting stories in her father's head, winding him up to commit murder? The next morning, Dimna took the dogs for a walk in one massive heap. Spike, never a cat to be left out, followed at a safe distance. She took them across the road and around the auto body shop. She was curious if she could find any trace of the man who had been watching her. The dogs sniffed around, but Dimna did not see anything helpful. She already picked up the bag of poo she'd thrown at the man, and although there was plenty of litter on the ground, she would have no way of knowing if any bit of discarded rubbish belonged to the creeper. After walking through the fields and streets for nearly an hour, she and the dogs, and Spike, returned to the clinic, where she once again made sure everyone was safely ensconced in a kennel or happy out in the fenced yard, showered with water, treats and kisses. She settled into the reception desk and called her father's former front-of-house manager, Niamh. When she reached her voicemail, Dimna introduced herself and left a message asking if she'd be willing to stop by the clinic for a chat. Dimna intended on closing the clinic, but first she needed to rehome all these creatures. In the interim, she would need help feeding and walking them. And, she had to admit, she was curious to get Niamh's take on everything that had been going on here lately, especially when it came to her father. She was impressed with Niamh's record keeping, not that her father would have it any other way. And just as she was admiring the manager's work, the front door opened, jangling the bell, and a young woman appeared. A yellow flower winked from thick brown hair, and a wide grin took over her face. "How are ya?" she called. "I got your message and came straight away." You must be Niamh, Dimna said, rising. She was already infected by her grin. Niamh could have been considered full-figured, but Dimna tried not to label anyone's bodies, especially fellow women. Dimna had her share of people commenting on her size, and even though they often thought it was cute, "You're so little, aren't you? I could stick you in my pocket." It was all so cringeworthy. How nice would it be if humans just stopped focusing on such trivial matters? Animals came in all shapes and sizes, and so did people. Every coin had a flip side. Being little was cute until someone was locked out of the house, and Dimna was the only one who could fit through the doggy flap in the door. "Dr. Wilde," Niamh said, approaching and clasping Dimna's hands in hers as she pumped them up and down. "It's such an honour to meet you." "You as well," Dimna said, liking her immediately. Niamh dropped her hands and peered at her shyly. "I've always wondered what you were like, based on the other Dr. Wilde." She punctuated the thought with a nervous laugh. "We're very different." "He's definitely taller, so." Another laugh erupted, a throaty sound that warmed the room. "I feel like I know you, and Ben." Dimna felt everything come to a halt. "Ben? That's her son, right?" "Yes," she frowned, "but he isn't close with his grandparents." Niamh made a face. "That's hard to believe. Dr. Wilde is over the moon about him." "He is?" "Absolutely. Talks about the pair of you all the time." Dimna didn't know what to say. It had to be the dementia. Her father hadn't seen Ben in years. Their visits over his lifetime had been sporadic at best. She didn't want to say this to this lovely young woman. Just the mention of him made her long for her son. She'd received another text from him this morning. They were having a wonderful time in Roses, and next planned on going to France. He asked after his grandfather's health, but otherwise did not mention cancelling his trip. At least that crisis was averted for now. "I wanted to compliment you on your record keeping," Dimna said. "Thanks a million. If you're going to do something, do it right, me granny's always said." Wise words. "If you have the time, I have a million questions. I can pay you." There wasn't much money left, but Dimna was desperate for her help. "We'll sort all that out," Niamh said. "I'm yours for the day. Shall I put the kettle on first?" "Lovely." Dimna nearly cried with relief that finally someone was willing to help her. Niamh set about making tea and soon returned to the reception area with 2 cups and a tin of biscuits. They sat behind the receptionist counter in front of the computer monitor, taking a few minutes to sip tea and chat. Once the pleasantries were behind them, Dimna began with her most pressing question. "Would you mind telling me when you first noticed that Dr. Wilde wasn't quite himself?" "I can go through my personal records if you like." Niamh gestured to the computer monitor on the left. "Your personal records?" "I kept a diary of sorts. Everything that happened at work." "Wow, yes, brilliant." Dimna gestured for Niamh to pull up and take the reins. She watched her efficiently click through the screens on the computer. "I had to give some of my records to the guards." "Oh?" Dimna felt her heartbeat tick up. "When was this?" "When Miss McGuire reported the bottle of release missing, the next day we were swarmed with guards." Miss McGuire. Dimna nearly laughed. She still thought of Sheila as a rebellious teenager. "Do they have paperwork from the courts?" "Paperwork?" "A warrant," Dimna said. "For our records." Niamh swallowed. "I didn't even think to ask. It was before the murder, so I didn't think there was any reason not to turn over my records." Dimna felt her pulse pick up. "Of course, love." Dimna's parents needed the advice of a solicitor. "I asked, did they want my records?" Niamh continued. "They said yes, and that was it. But I made a photocopy of them first." "Fantastic." It wasn't fantastic that she offered, but it was fantastic that she made a copy, and Dimna couldn't afford to alienate everyone. I think from now on we'll get the advice of a solicitor. Do you want the name of Dr. Wilde's solicitor? It was a relief, someone who knew what needed to be done. Yes, please. He handles any problems at the clinic. He may not be the right person if Dr. Wilde needs other legal help, but it's a start. Niamh rifled through a contact list on the computer, then jotted something down on a sticky note and handed Dipna the name and number of the solicitor. You're fantastic. Dipna took a deep breath. I'm also wondering if you can pull the records for all calls my father had in the past 2 months. 2 months? Niamh chewed on her lips as she clicked through the screen. If my father was having lapses in memory, I have to make sure that all his patients received the right care. That makes sense. Niamh tapped her lips with her index finger. It's going to take a few days, but I can put it in a readable report. I'll pay you for your time. How? How is she going to pay her for her time, or anything else? Her parents were going to need their savings for their legal fees. Just the thought of their retirement being suctioned out to defend themselves against murder charges was enough to make Dipna want to make it a whiskey morning. Otherwise, if it's beyond 2 months, but there are any highly alarming or unusual cases, I'll make sure to flag anything I think you should see. Niamh was smart. She understood the direction Dipna was travelling and hopped in for the ride. Adrenaline surged through her. She was going to do everything in her power to clear her parents' names. She'd been so helpless throughout the entire Nile ordeal, stumbling in the dark as one revelation after another rained down. She'd been even more helpless when Ben disappeared. That was the most gut-wrenching time of all. Battered by worry, tormented by his silence. Was he alive? Dead? Gone forever? Thankfully he'd returned, although it had been a torturous 8 months. But this was different. This time, she didn't just have to be a victim. She could take the wheel and right the ship. Do you have any idea who may have taken that vial of release? Niamh shook her head. Only myself, Miss Maguire and your father had keys to the meds. However... Yes? Dr. Wilde kept forgetting where he put his key. The dates are in my journal. It's one of the first things I noticed. Meaning someone might have actually taken his key. I can't say for sure, but I constantly found it lying on the counter. Her eyes flicked to the counter. Dipna watched her take an Ashling's gold necklace. She'd forgotten all about it. Niamh seemed mesmerised by it. I found it in the courtyard, Dipna said. The little darling would be thrilled to get it back. I can take it if you like. Dipna felt her heart squeeze. I didn't realise any O'Reillys came into the clinic. Just the missus, Helen O'Reilly, and Aisling. A wee dote she is. She has a pet. Aye, a golden retriever puppy. A birthday gift from her da. More evidence that Sean was a doting father. It was dawning on Dipna that the rumours she'd been hearing might be true. Maybe Sean O'Reilly had outgrown his bullying ways. Perhaps fatherhood had changed him. That didn't mean he was ever going to know he had a son. Did you mention the key situation to the guards? I haven't been formally questioned. I hear the guards are making house-to-house inquiries, so I expect a visit from them soon. Hadn't the clinic already been closed down by the time they found O'Reilly's body? Because of my father's memory lapses? Niamh nodded. But the guards were here after the bottle of release was reported missing. When was that again? About a fortnight before the murder. What did my father say about the missing vial? He accused Sheila of stealing it, in front of everyone like. Dipna can only imagine how that went down. I can't imagine what you're going through, Niamh continued. For the record, even with his memory problems, there's no way Dr. Wilde could have murdered anyone. Thank you, Dipna said, afraid she was going to cry. It was such a relief to finally hear someone say it. I agree, but I'm curious. What makes you say that? The Dr. Wilde I knew regularly got out of bed at 2:30 in the morning to birth baby cows, sheeps, horses. He'd finish one, then get a message about another, and off he'd go without a single complaint. Don't even get me started on lambing season. He basically lived in his vehicle. A man who dedicates his entire life to saving lives. That's not a killer. Exactly. Dipna slouched in her chair. If only the rest of Dingle saw it that way. Niamh held a finger up, stood, and disappeared down the hall. When she returned, she was struggling under a large cardboard box. She thunked it on the counter and opened it. Dipna stood and peered into the box. It was stuffed to the gills with thank you cards, handwritten letters, dried roses and photos. Hundreds, maybe thousands, of photos of lovely, lovely pets. Dingle knows exactly who your father is, Niamh said. Here's your proof. Thank you, Dipna said. I'm going to take this up to my father's study later. Maybe make a collage for when he gets home. Say the word if you need help, Niamh said. You've been a big help already. Do you want me to tell you the last time I saw Mr. O'Reilly? Dipna's antenna twitched. I do. I was planning on telling the guards, but like I said, they haven't asked me. I doubt they've even looked at my records. Please. The pair sat back into their seats. It was a month ago. Niamh brought up an online calendar, running a sunflower yellow painted fingernail down the row of white boxes. Here. She'd have to the date. I had a dental appointment in the morning and told Dr. Wilde I needed the morning off. She tilted her head and stared at the date. Maybe that should have been my first inkling that something was wrong. Why is that? He said not to bother. And that was unusual? Niamh nodded. Normally he'd get a bit flustered when any of us would take a day off, and he'd insist on going over the backup plan. He'd want me to call in a replacement, even if it was only for a few hours. He really didn't like being out here in the reception area. I can see that. Despite the box of thank you cards, her father had always been better with animals than humans, especially as he grew older. That's when things got strange. Instead of asking for a replacement, he asked me to cancel all his appointments that morning. This got Dipna's attention. In her entire life, her father had never cancelled an appointment. Did he say why? He did not. However, I got the feeling he was waiting for someone. A shiver thrilled through Dipna. What made you think that? He stood out here in the reception area, constantly looking out the window, checking his watch. He definitely wanted me out of here, as if he was worried about me and his visitor crossing paths. A client? I don't think so. I know all the clients. This was someone he didn't want me to know about. And he seemed very intent. That's the word for it. Did you ask him about it? Of course. He said, it's none of your goddamn business. I see. He'd never cursed in front of me before. I know, he isn't the type. As hard as it was to hear, it was helpful, like the doctor said, to pinpoint the changes. At the time, I didn't know what to make of it, other than that he was either really looking forward to this visit or really dreading it. Go on, so. Niamh swallowed. I know who he was meeting. A pulse of dread began to throb in Dipna's neck. Who? It was barely a whisper. Niamh lowered her head. I haven't told anyone this, I swear. I believe you. It was none other than Johnny O'Reilly himself. Chapter 16. It was none other than Johnny O'Reilly himself. Dipna wanted Niamh to take it back. She waited for the young woman to laugh, even smile, anything to indicate Niamh was messing with her. Johnny O'Reilly, Dipna said slowly. came here to the clinic? Niamh nodded. It turns out my appointment was cancelled. Since Dr. Wilde seemed intent on privacy, I did my messages before returning to work. Apparently, I didn't stall long enough. A black BMW was parked in front of the clinic. Could it have been someone else? Niamh shook her head. I saw him. Mr. O'Reilly was hurrying out the front door. He nearly knocked me over on his way out. My God, he was flying it. Jumped into his car and screeched out. Dipna just could not process it. Had Johnny O'Reilly ever come to the clinic before? Not once. Did you ask my father about the visit? A look of horror came over Niamh's pretty face as she shook her head. I wouldn't dare. Dipna suddenly thought of the ruby ring. What if O'Reilly had dropped it during the visit? Or planted it? No, that didn't make any sense. Detective O'Brien was in no hurry to get his hands on the ruby ring her father had slipped her. The only explanation she could think of was that Johnny O'Reilly's ruby ring wasn't missing. Was there a second one? To whom did it belong? Was it Sean's? What happened after you passed Mr. O'Reilly in the courtyard? All the lights were off. I found Dr. Wilde standing in the exam room, in the dark. An echo of how Dipna had recently found him. Was he recreating that moment? Why on earth had they needed a secret meeting? How could Dipna find out when one of the men was dead and the other one was having problems with his memory? Had Johnny O'Reilly said something to upset her father? And even more worrying, what did her father decide to do about it? That's odd, Dipna finally said. I didn't know what to say, Niamh said. He didn't notice me there. The way Niamh dropped the sentence made it obvious she was debating whether or not to say the rest. Dipna wasn't sure she wanted to hear this, but if she wanted to help her parents, she had no choice. Yes? He was sobbing. Sobbing. She'd only seen him shed a tear once. Not when she told him she was pregnant, not when she told him who got her pregnant, and not when he found out she'd been accused of killing Last Dance. But she did see him cry once, when he saw Ben for the first time, when he held him in his arms and counted all his tiny fingers and tiny toes. Her father had locked eyes with her, tears streaming down his face. You can never tell him, he said. Not ever. And he still didn't know that Dipna had been raped. She'd let him think she'd been a foolish girl. All these years later, she wanted to talk to the younger her. Explain that it wasn't her fault. Tell her that one day women would start telling the truth and put the blame where it belonged, on the perpetrator. But that night she blamed herself. The worst night of her life, bookended by Sheila and Paul making love, then the death of that beautiful horse, one she loved like he was her own. She'd told herself she deserved all of it, everything that happened, and even that wasn't enough to pay for her sins. But even without knowing the ugly truth about what Sean had done, her father had hated the O'Reillys. He'd worked too close to their animals. He knew what they were like. Profit came before everything. Horses were a means to an end, a commodity to be used. Why on earth had he been meeting with Johnny O'Reilly? She needed answers. Can you gather all the records for the O'Reillys? Niamh nodded. They are our largest account, including upcoming appointments. Upcoming? If you're taking over, that is. No, I'm going to close the clinic. Just then the front door flew open, jangling the bell. An elderly couple struggled in, the woman cradling something in a blanket. Doc! Doc! She cried. She's dying! Her baby is dying! The woman wore an orange hat and matching lipstick. Dipna hurried over to see a skinny white cat, She had black socks on all 4 paws, as well as the tips of her ears. She was emaciated, but Dipna could tell she was probably a gorgeous cat. But right now she was struggling to breathe. Her chest was rattling, her eyes rolling back in her head. "Is she diabetic?" Dipna asked, gently prying the struggling cat out of the woman's arms. "Not that I'm aware of," the woman said. "She's not been eating and didn't go to the bathroom all day yesterday." Yesterday, and they were just bringing her in today. Dipna refrained from reprimanding them. Piling guilt on top of them would not help them in this moment. If the cat died, they would regret that decision the rest of their lives. "She's lost so much weight," the old man said. "She likes to follow me around the farm in the mornings. She's a regular little helper. She'll even go into the pasture with the bulls. But a few days ago she just stopped. Wouldn't move past the hearth. We haven't done anything different, not a thing." "Please save her," the woman begged. "Our Misty is our baby." "This is Mr. and Mrs. Collins," Niamh said. Dipna knew the name. Although the land belonged to the O'Reillys, the auto body shop across the street was a business owned by Mr. Collins. Apparently, this Mr. Collins. She'd only met him a few times when she was young. "They just celebrated their 50th wedding anniversary," Niamh said. "Hello, Mr. and Mrs. Collins," Dipna said. "Congratulations. We've met you before, but it was a lifetime ago and you wouldn't recognise me now," Mr. Collins said. "But my wife, she hasn't changed a bit now, has she?" He managed a wink. "As lovely as ever," Dipna agreed, watching the old woman blush and smile shyly. She touched the top of her hat as if making sure it was still there. "He might look old, but he's still the same cheeky lad I married." "I'm sorry to see you again under these circumstances," Dipna said. They nodded, eager to move on from the pleasantries. "We're no longer open for business here," Dipna said, knowing it didn't matter. This cat needed treatment right away. "O'Connell is swamped since you've closed down. There's no one else." "Let's see what we have here." She was going to need help. She turned to Niamh. "I know it's not your job, love, but will you assist me in the treatment room? I'll walk you through it." "Of course," Niamh said. "How old is she?" Dipna asked the owners. "She's only 8 years old. But Misty is our pride and joy," Mrs. Collins said, as fat tears rolled down her cheeks. "I know everyone must say this about their pets, but she's more like a person. She's so smart, she makes us laugh every day, doesn't she, dear?" Mr. Collins nodded. "She's fierce brave. And the sweetest thing, too. She's good company, so she is. I don't know what we'd do without her." "We're going to need fluids," Dipna said. "I know how to set him an IV drip," Niamh said. "Fair play to you." Mr. Collins continued to talk as Dipna and Niamh headed to the treatment room. "She loves life, Doc. She's never in a bad mood. Not snooty at all like some cats. She's more like a dog, really. She likes to play fetch. She even comes when we call her." "Please, have a seat in the waiting room," Dipna said. "I'm going to do everything I can for Misty." "Should I ring Sheila?" Niamh asked, her brow creased with worry. "I don't think there's time, love. Just do everything I say." Niamh nodded and hurried in the treatment room, with Dipna carrying Misty. Once in the room, they sat the cat down on the table. Her breath consisted of short gasps, and she couldn't lift up her wee head. Niamh already had tears in her eyes. "Mrs. Collins adores this cat," she said. "They celebrate her birthday every year. They even bring us treats on the special day." "Those aren't the fluids I need help with," Dipna said, pointing to Niamh's tears. "Morning always comes later, do you understand?" "Yes," Niamh said, sucking in her breath and wiping her face. "I'll get the fluids." She hurried out of the room. Dimna found the levers to lower the table substantially. Niamh wouldn't technically be assisting, so she didn't have to compromise on the height. Back in Dublin, she had a nice set of step stools. But here, she was at a disadvantage. Once the table was lowered as far as it would go, Dimna still needed to find something to stand on. She ended up grabbing a few large volumes of veterinarian medicine off the shelves. At least they did the trick, putting her at the right level to work on the cat. Dimna gently looked in the cat's mouth. Its gums were sickly pale. She listened to the cat's heart, not surprised to hear it beat an abnormal rhythm. Dimna donned her gloves and inserted a finger into the cat's rectum. She did not feel any lumps, and there was no internal bleeding, but a disgusting amount of worms writhed on her glove. Intestinal parasites explained the weight loss and lack of appetite, and could be treated, but it was possible they were too late. She switched to a new pair of gloves and gently moved her fingers over the cat's stomach, and discovered no obvious masses or lumps. She repeated the procedure around the cat's neck and head. No lumps. Niamh returned with the fluids. "This is going to require an IV, blood work and x-rays," Dimna said. Niamh nodded, biting her lip. "They're retired," she said. "They barely get by." Dimna nodded. She understood too well what that meant. It meant she now had to go out into the waiting room and break it to the sweet old couple that not only was she probably not going to be able to save Misty, but just attempting to do so was going to require extensive tests and cost loads of money. Niamh followed her to the waiting room and announced she was going to make them a cup of tea. Dimna sat down and gently broke the news. "Have you not kept up with routine vaccinations and deworming?" she asked as gently as possible. There was nothing worse than a client learning those vital lessons too late. We have, Mrs. Collins said. "Your father just saw him just last month and said she was all sorted." "He sent you home with heartworm pills?" The woman frowned. "No, I told you. He said she was all sorted." That wasn't how it worked. He should have sent them home with some pills. Had he even administered one to Misty a month ago? Dimna made an effort not to show any obvious reaction. How many other animals had her father put at risk? She had to carefully comb through the records from the past few months. It wasn't just about lawsuits, but the well-being of the animals. If only someone had copped on earlier that he wasn't himself. If only Dimna had been there. "Do everything you can," Mr. Collins said, leaning over to dab a tear rolling down his wife's cheek. "How would we pay for all that now?" Mrs. Collins said, anguish pouring out of her voice. "Would she make it?" Mr. Collins said. "If you do all those tests and whatnot, can you save her?" "I can't promise that," Dimna said. "I'd put the chances of saving her at 40%. But unfortunately, that's only if I can get started with some fluids and treatment immediately." "Do it," Mr. Collins said. "What are you waiting for?" "I need your permission before I start on any costly tests," Dimna said. She always gave it straight, no matter how knotted up she felt on the inside. She always remained calm and gave it straight. "But we can't pay," Mrs. Collins cried. "We can't pay." Dimna couldn't take it. She couldn't afford to cover it either. But there was enough bad karma in Dingle right now. And her father might be the reason the cat had missed her heartworm pills. She had to at least try. "Let me start with some fluids and see where we go," she said. "If there's no improvement, then we'll discuss the options." Dimna hurried back to the treatment room and prepared a catheter. She quickly slipped it into the vein in the front leg, sending up a little prayer as the fluids made their way into the cat's system. She drew the bloods, then collected a stool sample. Next, she gave Misty antibiotics and medications to help settle the cat's stressed little body. When Niamh returned, they hooked Misty up to an electrocardiogram monitor. Dimna cringed as it pulsed out abnormal heartbeats. "This doesn't look good," Dipna said quietly. Misty looked even worse now, its poor head limp. A low moaning emanated from its belly. The monitor beeped. The poor thing's heart was plummeting. Dipna started chest compressions immediately. "I need a tube," she said. "Come here to me, Misty, you're not going anywhere today. Do you hear me? Now." Niamh was efficient, and at least knew where everything was. She handed her a tube that Dipna slipped into Misty's trachea, administering oxygen and beginning artificial respiration once more. The heart rate dropped further. "Come on, Misty, come on, girl," Dipna said. "You're loved. You've got 9 lives. Did no one ever tell you that?" The monitor steadied, but did not improve. "We go again," Dipna said. "From the top." Fluids, compression, oxygen. Epinephrine through the tube. Misty was slipping away, leaving this world, and there was nothing more Dipna could do. The monitor flattened into a straight line. Dipna removed the tube and stopped the fluids. "Wrap her in the blanket," Dipna said. "Give her a last cuddle. I'll break it to the Collinses." "Oh," she heard Niamh say. "Poor, poor thing." Niamh wasn't used to it yet. At the front desk, she was slightly removed from all the trauma in the examination room. Dipna gave her shoulder a squeeze. "We did everything we could. You repeat that to yourself as many times as you need to, love. We did everything we could." Niamh sniffled and nodded as she cradled and rocked the cat. Dipna headed for the waiting room, the familiar ache of defeat thrumming through her, hollowing her out. She told Niamh the truth. They'd done everything they could. If only that was any consolation. Back in the waiting room, Dipna knelt by the couple, who burst into tears before she could even speak. "Thank you, Doc. Thank you," Mrs. Collins said. "You tried. We know you tried." It was one of the most staggering and touching things Dipna had experienced over and over again as a vet. People, in their most agonising moments, stopping to comfort her. Clients who'd been put through the ringer watching their beloved pets take their last breath would return to Dipna's clinics with offerings of love, wine and flowers and chocolates and sweet little photos of their pets in better times. Grief not only brought out the worst in people, it brought out the best. She was reminded of that now as Mrs. Collins stroked Dipna's head. "It's all right, Dr. Wilde, it's all right." "Dipna?" Niamh appeared at the end of the hallway, her voice pinched. "Just a minute." The old couple had their arms around Dipna. They were having a moment. "Can you come back here for a minute?" Niamh said, a little louder. "Just give me a moment. Misty came back." The couple dropped their arms and Dipna shut up. "What? She's alive." Dipna hurried after Niamh into the treatment room, Mr. and Mrs. Collins at their heels. Misty was sitting up on the exam table, eyes open and alert. She meowed when she spotted the Collinses. Dipna stared, gobsmacked. Clips from the EKG hung off her like she was a science experiment. She let out another pitiful meow, but it was the most beautiful sound Dipna had ever heard. She was breathing on her own. "You lied to us," Mr. Collins said, sounding furious. "You made us think she was dead." He balled up his fist. "What kind of person does that?" "I swear to you," Niamh said, "I thought Misty was dead too. She fooled both of us. But Dr. Wilde did everything, I mean everything in her power to save her, in lightning speed. Only looks like Misty here needed a minute to catch up, didn't you, love? Dr. Wilde is the only reason she's alert and looking at us like we're a bunch of blubbering idiots." Mr. Collins's mouth dropped open. He released his fist. I'm sorry," he said, wiping a tear off his face with the back of his hand. "Thank you, Doc. Thank you, thank you, thank you." "We're forever grateful," Mrs. Collins said. "I think this is as close to a miracle as I've ever witnessed," Dipna said. "She really does have 9 lives." That's who she is, don't you know? She does everything on her own timetable, so she does, Mrs. Collins said, clasping her hands together. You saved her. I don't care what they say about you or your father, you saved our Misty. We're not quite in the clear yet, Dipna said, making a concerted effort to ignore Mrs. Collins's last statement. I want to get Misty here overnight, Dipna said. She'll need extensive deworming, and I'm obligated to warn you, given the amount of time she was flatlined, she may have some brain damage. She looks like our Misty to me, Mr. Collins said. Misty was now enthusiastically licking herself. She took a few wobbly steps forward. Those are the medications making her woozy, Dipna said. She massaged the cat's little head. You're going to need a long cat nap after this. We owe you, Mr. Collins said. I'll think of some way to pay you. Dipna held up her finger. She wanted to check the cat against the monitors. She hooked Misty back up to the EKG. Perfect heartbeat. Next, she checked her oxygen. Perfect saturation. Dipna let out a laugh. I think this cat must have a few angels watching over her, Dipna said, but she's definitely used up one of those 9 lives. There's only one angel here today, Mrs. Collins said, taking Dipna's hand. I'm going to tell everyone you're a miracle worker. I think you'd better make that 2 angels, Dipna said, throwing a grateful look to Niamh. Turns out she's one hell of a cat cuddler. Niamh laughed, her cheeks filling with a rosy glow. I tell you one thing I can do for you, Mr. Collins said. I couldn't help but notice you have some strays in your courtyard. We've had an influx lately, Dipna said. What did you have in mind? It needs cleaning up, but I could let you use my auto body shop across the way. If you can pay to have all the old paint cans and whatnot disposed of properly, and have any scraps of tools hauled away to the junkyard, she's all yours. It could serve as an extra kennel and yard for your creatures. That is a very generous offer, Mr. Collins. If I say yes, and I'm only thinking about it at this stage, I'd like to eventually start paying you rent. It might just take a while. Here. Mr. Collins removed a fat set of keys from his pocket and took one off the ring. Have a poke around, and when we come back to collect Misty, you can let us know what you think. Chapter 17. You have to keep this clinic open, Niamh said to Dipna. It had only been an hour since the Collinses left, and they were still feeling the buzz of Misty coming back to life. Dingle needs you. I don't know. But even as she said it, Dipna had a sudden urge for the work. Misty was an outlier. The cat should have been dead, but she wasn't. And Dipna had learned that you couldn't just wallow in the bad. You had to actively embrace the good. And if she was being honest, she needed the work, the routine, the hyper-focus. The quirky pets and their equally, if not more, quirky humans. Not to mention the money. She couldn't afford to take care of all these animals herself, and she couldn't let harm come to them. Niamh's eyes lit up as she leaned in. You would go a lot of places, talk to a lot of people. I hear a lot of things too. People come in. They can't help but gossip. That is true, Dipna said. Maybe she could get answers. Answers like why her father had secretly met with Johnny O'Reilly. They wouldn't be found unless she had access to the O'Reilly estate. Would Tommy Healy speak with her? If anyone knew about this meeting between Johnny and her father, it would either be Tommy or Sean. She would need a legitimate reason to be near them. Not to mention the obvious, Niamh said, interrupting Dipna's mental maze. What's that? The animals need you. We couldn't even fill all the requests when we were open full-time. Unless you don't need the money. She was smart, Niamh. Whether she was trying to preserve her own job or honestly wanted to help, the answer was obvious. Dimna would do better if she kept busy. Her parents needed her. Correction. They needed them. Both of their children. Where the hell was her brother? She was going to have to find him, even if she did have to personally search every single boat at the harbour. Do you think clients will accept me as the new vet? Absolutely, Niamh said. Not all of them. There was plenty of sexism in the field. Male and female farmers would still specifically request male vets only. Add in Dimna's size and she had to make triple the effort to prove herself. People doubted her around horses and cattle and bulls. Seeing their sheer size next to Dimna's made others fearful, until they saw her work. She did have to make accommodations, but she made them. She'd had close calls, but so had all vets that worked with animals. It was a little easier in Dublin, in a small animal clinic. Owners thought it was adorable watching little Dimna with their kitties and puppies and rabbits and hamsters, and once a chinchilla. But at 3 a.m. with a large cow calving, its baby trying to come out feet first, the looks on farmers' faces when she showed up was akin to characters in a horror film when they realised the psychopath that they thought was dead is not only still alive, he's standing in front of them with a bloody cleaver. Sometimes Dimna actually enjoyed those expressions of horror, because they often changed to wonderment by the time she was done. Dimna was strong, and she'd developed techniques in which she could use her size to her advantage, but still accomplish difficult tasks around enormous animals. It was possible they even relaxed more around her due to her size. Either way, she made it work, and she excelled at her job. Just like her father had excelled for close to 5 decades. She was not going to let him down. The clinic would not close, and he would not go down as a murderer. Did that apply even if he really was? She ignored the nonsense tumbling around her brain. She had to focus. She needed to add a second vet to the clinic, someone fresh out of school, hungry for his or her first placement. And if she was going to be anywhere near the O'Reilly barns, her assistant should be tall and male. Like it or not, that was the only way Roisin O'Reilly would even consider keeping them as their vet. Send a male vet. Roisin O'Reilly may be the grieving widow, but the Wilds had all their veterinarian records, knew every racehorse in those barns, and had been providing care at no cost for the past 27 years. What a price they had paid to prevent the O'Reillys from pressing charges against Dimna for releasing Last Dance, and agreeing to keep quiet about her pregnancy. Not that Johnny O'Reilly had any interest in claiming his grandson. Quite the opposite. As far as Dimna knew, Johnny hadn't even told his wife. God forbid their bloodlines mix. If she was going to start snooping around their barns, she needed to keep the agreement in place, and she needed to add a male vet to the team. Dimna turned to Niamh. We'll open in 3 days. Niamh grinned and pretended to clap her hands. And once we're on our feet again, you're getting a raise. Niamh held her hands together in a praying position, gave a little bow of thanks, then straightened her spine and pulled her seat closer to the reception desk. I have resumes if you want me to schedule interviews for vet techs and assistants. Dimna nodded. Let's start with a second vet and a vet tech. They'd need more, but it was a start. Do you think Sheila would come back? Dimna had no intention of bringing Sheila back. She didn't trust her, but she wanted Niamh's impression. Niamh's face went still. She might. I sense hesitation. It's nothing I can put my finger on. I'd like to hear what you're thinking. I don't know if this clinic is a priority to Sheila. Okay, I'm not accusing her of anything, but yes. I can't point to anything specific. It's just, she doesn't always seem to like it here. Niamh leaned in. Maybe it's her new boyfriend. Makes her want to dash out of work as fast as she can, before all this murder business. She slipped out early more times than I can count. Dipna felt the irresistible pull of needing to know. Who's her new boyfriend? Was it Paul? Please don't be Paul. That's just the thing. She wouldn't say anything about her new love. I thought of us a little family here. I guess she didn't. She started dressing up and slipping out late, coming back to work with a big grin on her face. She's riding someone. I'd bet the farm. Niamh grinned, then shrugged. I just don't know if she wants to work here anymore. Was it true? Was Sheila in a relationship? Wasn't Dipna too old to feel jealous? How was it possible that being back here stripped away all those years in between, and suddenly she was thinking and feeling like a teenager again? Dipna hadn't made love in a long time. Even before Niall took his own life, he'd been distant, and she'd been overwhelmed with work. It was nearly impossible to admit, but she hadn't had sex in well over a year, and counting. There had been one last time with Niall, months before the news broke. Had she known it was going to be the last time, maybe she would have made more of an effort. There was nothing remarkable about their last time, just a day they'd found themselves going to bed at the same time and turning to each other in the dark. Pleasant but quick. There were times she thought she may never be with a man again. She wasn't getting any younger. She'd secretly wondered if seeing Paul again would awaken her desires. Instead, she found herself thinking of the inspector. There was something about him, a charisma, an intensity that beckoned her. He seemed lost, and so was she. The intense way he studied her was something she hadn't experienced in a long time. Or perhaps it was just a thing she did, fall for inappropriate men. But sleeping with the inspector, investigating her parents for murder, was not just foolish. It would be dangerous. Now was not the time to indulge in fantasy. There was something about the mention of Sheila that brought back all her old insecurities and petty jealousies. My father did throw a book at her face, and accuse her of being a thief, Dipna said. I can see how that would be a deal breaker. Shall I line up interviews? Yes, and if we eventually open a facility across the street, we'll need workers to help clear it out. But one thing at a time. I want to get the other vet first. On it, Niamh said. And could you start calling clients to see if they're willing to book? That will give us an idea of whether or not we can pull this off. I'll start now. Good woman. She chewed her lip. I'm wondering if you shouldn't give Sheila a courtesy call. Offer her a position back? I have a feeling she'd turn it down, but I don't want to stab anyone in the back. Like she did me so many times. I'll do that, Niamh said. But I believe she's working with O'Connell now. Dipna nodded. It made sense that Sheila would go to the other vet in town. Let me know what she says. Dipna stepped into the courtyard. The skies were grey and starting to spit. She called her father's solicitor. He told her he had already spoken to her mum and had recommended another solicitor, one that dealt with criminal matters. He hung up before she could even say goodbye. At least her mum was on top of things. Dipna called her next. Her mother picked up right away. I'm waiting to speak with his doctor, love. Hopefully we're going home today. Should I join you? Not at all. You can visit your father when we're back at the house. I'll see you at the house later then, Dipna said. Have you heard from Donncha? You know your brother, her mum said, and then she hung up. Did her mother know that Donncha had been taken into the station? That he had been cleaning the boat that the inspector believed had been used in the murder? Dipna sighed and dialed Donncha's number. The voicemail picked up and told her it was full. She sent a text. Call ASAP. Emergency. She went back inside, wondering when she was going to have time to check out the auto body shop. The reception desk was empty. Dipna came around to log into her email, but when she did, she caught sight of a notebook near the monitors. It was open. The handwriting neat and elegant. It must belong to Niamh. She sat in the chair and glanced at it again. One line stuck out. This was not neat and orderly, nor was it in the same blue ink. This was in red, the letters large and slashed, as if the writer had gone over and over and over it, obsessively. Dipna stared at the message, wondering what on earth it was all about. I hate him. Chapter 18. The Dingle Garda station on Bridge Street was housed in a lovely stone building and had tried on various paint schemes over the years, but was currently on the blue end of the grey spectrum. Cormac studied the walls of his small makeshift office, annoyed at smudges mocking him. This had previously been a storage room, evident by the pile of cardboard boxes shoved to one side. He was the first to admit he could be a bit neurotic. Stacks of books needed to be lined up just so. Biros couldn't roll willy-nilly on a desk. They needed to be placed in a holder, ink facing down. Wet marks on restaurant tables drove him mental to the point where he couldn't even focus on conversation until they were dabbed up. Daily life was a struggle to accept nagging imperfections. He'd certainly tried. Meditation, meds, a few reluctant sessions with a therapist. No drink, more drink, no drink, moderate drink, more sleep, less sleep, no sleep, more sleep. Eat your veggies, that's what you need. Vitamins, that's the trick. He'd even tried feckin' yoga. Only two things had ever eased the chaos in his mind: playing the squeeze box and working a case. And this case did not disappoint. He hadn't been this hyped up in ages, but the theatrics Paul Byrne had played at Nancy Griffin's house this morning still burned in his mind, and he'd been replaying them like a film, trying to suss out the man's angle. Cormac had been thrilled when the young girl was released from hospital with a clean bill of health, and he'd been as accommodating as he could, going out to the house instead of having her come to the station. It was bad enough they'd all been jammed into the table in that tiny, depressing kitchen. Dishes piled in the sink, every surface loaded with clutter, open food containers, the smell of cigarettes and alcohol choking the air. He had a sinking feeling this wasn't due to the fact that a daughter had been missing, that this was how the place had always looked. He'd started sneezing, and then, when that was finally under control, he'd gotten absolutely nothing out of the girl, and it was all Paul Byrne's fault. First, Byrne kept delaying the questioning, insisting he let her eat her breakfast in peace, and then when Cormac gently started his questioning, "Tell me about the night of your birthday," Paul Byrne cut in. "You don't have to answer any of those questions," he said. "You can ask for a solicitor." The girl looked to her mother. "We can't afford a solicitor," Nancy Griffin said. "We can find one who'll represent her pro bono," Paul said. "This case is on everyone's radar. There's no use mucking it up." "There's no need for a solicitor," Cormac said. "Saoirse, I promise, you're not in trouble for anything you did that night. I don't care if you nicked things, I don't care if you trespassed on a yacht." Saoirse looked to Paul. "Snuck onto a boat," Paul translated with a pointed look at Cormac. Cormac nodded and did his best imitation of a smile. "I just need to know what happened." She looked at him with big eyes. She'd seen something that night. Someone. And he needed to know who it was. It had been a mistake allowing the ex-detective to accompany them, and he saw clearly now. Paul Byrne had set him up. What was he so afraid of? "Did you sneak onto the big white boat in the harbour? Dreamscape?" She nodded. "I saw someone come off it. He was dressed in morning clothes, so I thought I had time." "Morning clothes? You mean he was wearing dark clothing?" She nodded. "It could have been a girl. To be honest, I couldn't see a face. Just a black hat, black gloves, and a long black coat." She was a bright girl. That's very good, Saoirse. Very smart. Do you have any idea who this man or woman was? Paul leaned in. If you don't know something, it's okay to tell him you don't know. He doesn't want you to make up anything. Cormac felt his jaw clench, and he threw a look to D.S. Neely. Detective, she said, why don't we get a spot of fresh air? Ex-detective, Cormac bit back. That's a good idea. He stared at Byrne until the man finally stood up. It's okay if there's anything you don't want to answer, Byrne said again. Save your energy for planning your party. He grinned at Cormac. It's this weekend. Consider yourself invited. I think I'll join you for that fresh air, Cormac said, pushing back his chair. We'll be right back. Out in the front yard, which was also cluttered and dirty, Cormac didn't hold back. I'm trying to catch a killer, and she may be our only witness. What the hell do you think you're doing? Paul Byrne squared off with him. You're making a big mistake, putting her directly in the killer's crosshairs. Cormac didn't need to be schooled in how to do his job. We'll put protection on her. Byrne shook his head, as if that was exactly the wrong answer. For how long? A day or two? What happens after that? If she tells us who did this, we'll go and arrest the person, and then we won't have to worry about this, will we? Was it possible Paul Byrne was involved in this somehow? Was that the real reason he didn't want the girl to talk? I know you're under immense pressure, Paul said, but you need to stop and think. Forget what I said about needing your help, Cormac said. You're going to need to step aside and let me do my job. D.S. Neely put her hand on Cormac's arm. Why don't you go back in? We'll stay out here and have a chat. Don't come back in, Cormac said to Paul. And if I catch you interfering with this case in any way, I'll bring you in. Won't even think about it twice. He headed back in, determined to find out what the girl knew. She was no longer at the table. She needs her rest, her mother said. We'll have to do this another time. Cormac brought his thoughts back to the present. Saoirse was scheduled to come into the station this afternoon. He had his doubts about whether or not her mother would bring her in. It had been a huge blow not being able to speak to her last night or this morning. It had already been days since the murder, and eyewitness accounts often changed as time passed. Then again, she had been exhausted. He'd insisted that she be taken to the doctor this morning, and only if she was given the clear be brought back into the station. That way, Paul Byrne couldn't accuse him of not looking after the girl. Besides the figure dressed all in black, she had to have something given the writing on her backpack. You tell, you die. Cormac wanted to strangle the bastard who wrote that with his bare hands. Sparing a child's life just to torture her. Scars that would last the rest of her life. Even if she dealt with it properly, which she probably wouldn't. And should Cormac add Paul Byrne to his list of suspects? His behaviour was beyond the pale. Either he was so filled with jealousy that he wasn't on the case and trying to sabotage Cormac, or he was hiding something sinister. Cormac had a feeling that there had been something romantic between Paul Byrne and Dimna Wilde. He'd watched their interactions, and he was sure of it. He was also highly aware that he was thinking about her a little too much. No matter how unique and interesting she was, he was here on official capacity. Besides, the only time she seemed interested in him at all was when she was poking at him. She seemed downright pleased every time she clocked his frustrations. She was an enigma, not to mention the tension he'd felt between her and Sean O'Reilly. What was all that about? There was no time to stew over it. He had to get through today's briefing. One thing was for sure. This station was still loyal to Paul Byrne, and they weren't quite sure what to make of him. His team was polite and they were hard workers, but they were a long way away from being warm and fuzzy. He'd still walk into a room previously filled with laughter and nattering, only to have it come to a screeching halt when he entered. He'd tried going out for pints with the crew, but all that resulted was a massive pain in his head the next day, and a bin full of empty Lucozade bottles and headache tablets. The house-to-house inquiries were ongoing. He had a pile of interview questionnaires on his desk to read through. He planned on doing the O'Reilly interviews personally, but the family solicitor was still giving him the runaround. He'd finally nailed an appointment for tomorrow afternoon with the widow and her son. Was this only Wednesday? Happy hump day. What a world. Johnny O'Reilly's funeral would be held on Friday. At least he had made some progress, and he was eager to share it with the rest of the team at the upcoming briefing. He was clicking through his presentation on his laptop when a figure materialised in the doorway. Superintendent McGraw, all the way from Dublin. Christ. The man was likely feeling the heat from above, and he was here to beam it down on Cormac, Inferno style. Chapter 19. Superintendent McGraw, Cormac said, scrambling to his feet and feigning as much positivity as he could. I didn't know you were coming. I hear you're updating the team on your progress today, McGraw said. I thought I'd see for myself. Great. Now he was going to learn firsthand that Cormac had been blocked from interviewing his sole eyewitnesses by an ex-detective. He should never have let Byrne accompany him.
Right you are. It's nearly time,
Cormac said. We're making good progress. That's not what I hear. McGraw was average in most ways. Average height, average looking at 60-something, and average receding hairline. He was a jovial man if you were a rank above him, a team player, as long as he was team leader, and a man who did not tolerate criticisms. Glad you're here then. You'll see. They're preparing the briefing room as we speak. Cormac's eyes flicked to the full bin of Lucozade. Why hadn't the cleaning staff cleared it last night? He glanced at his watch. We have about 30 minutes until showtime. There had been progress on the case. Maybe it was a good thing he was here. And if he couldn't get the ex-detective on a leash, maybe McGraw could. McGraw pulled out a chair, but he was eyeballing the one Cormac was sitting in. Would you prefer this chair? Cormac asked, with forced enthusiasm. It would be easier, if you don't mind. Cormac was dumbfounded. Not a bother. He rose from his chair and the two made for awkward dance partners as they manoeuvred around the pile of boxes to switch places. Cormac sat in the chair facing McGraw, his adrenaline now coursing as the superintendent began examining the desk, as if he was going to dust it for fingerprints. Coffee? McGraw said with a raised eyebrow. Cormac turned to the doorway, praying he'd catch a Garda walking by so he could shout out a coffee order. He'd actually never asked any of them for such a favour, hoping it would make him one of the team. Seconds ticked by before he realised he was going to be fetching it himself. Absolutely, wouldn't mind one myself. Light and sweet, McGraw said. Pardon? That's how I like my coffee, and my women. McGraw, a married man with 3 children, let out a loud laugh. Cormac managed a weak smile. Back in 2 shakes, he said, heading out the door for the coffee, while imagining pouring an entire scalding pot directly over McGraw's head. Coffee would be the setup for the meeting, and McGraw knew that full well. Instead, he wanted Cormac to wait on him. He returned minutes later, with 2 coffees and a tin of biscuits, trying to erase the image of the smug grins from nearby guards who had witnessed his trek to and from the kitchenette. Cormac leaned against the wall and the pair chatted about the latest football match. And by the time their mugs were empty, a Garda poked her head in to let them know the room was set up. Cormac and McGraw headed over, the smell of microwave popcorn and disinfectant in the air. Upon entering the large room, Cormac was relieved to see everything looked professional. Guards had taken their seats in chairs facing the front, and a large screen and projector were ready to go. D.S. Neely took a seat up front, while McGraw lurked in the back. Showtime. Cormac had to make it sound good. He took a moment to connect his laptop to the projector and pulled down the large screen. "Need popcorn back here," someone yelled. Soon a bag was airborne, sailing over heads until someone leapt up to catch it. Laughter filled the room. McGraw scowled in the back. Cormac asked for the lights to be dimmed. The first slide read toxicology. Underneath it was a bottle of release and a syringe. He'd used Photoshop to circle the vial with red marker. Cormac cleared his throat. "This is the vial of the euthanasia medication found at our murder scene. Release. If you look closely, you'll see that it is half full, or half empty, depending on where you fall on the optimist-pessimist spectrum." The laughter wasn't nearly as loud as the one for popcorn, but he at least got a few chuckles. "Toxicology reports are expected to take another 6 weeks. A groan went around the room. Was it because of the weight, or was it him? "But I had a brief call with the deputy state pathologist and we do know a few things. The injection mark on O'Reilly's neck suggests we will find the ingredients of release present in the body. But what I want to know is, was it enough to kill him? 100 millilitres is the dose we've calculated that would have been needed to induce death. As you can see, only 50 millilitres are gone from this vial. Either there's a vial somewhere on that beach that we missed, or release is not what killed him." The back of his neck felt hot from repeating Dipna Wild, nearly verbatim, but the pathologist had backed up her assertions. Due to the injection mark found on his neck, the state pathologist has concluded this was homicide. Given there is going to be a long wait for toxicology, she's releasing the body to the family. He scanned the room. No one had any follow-up questions. "We'll have a presence at the funeral. There's a good chance our killer will make an appearance." "And what?" McGraw said. "Wave his hands about and announce he's the killer." More laughter. "Probably not until the wake," Cormac said, after a few jars. Heads swiveled as if everyone was waiting to see whether or not it was okay to laugh. When McGraw finally chuckled, they joined in. Cormac flicked to the next slide. Guards shifted in their seats and made jokes under their breath as the smiling devil was up next. "We've sent the tarot card found in O'Reilly's suit pocket to the Technical Bureau for fingerprints, although I'm not counting on gleaning anything from that angle." "Does the card belong to Maeve Wild?" McGraw piped up. "I'm assuming it does." "Assuming." The superintendent shook his head. "Tell me you've interviewed her." Cormac nodded. "I brought a duplicate of the tarot card to show Mrs. Wild. Turns out she has hundreds of decks. She couldn't produce the card, said it was her winter deck, so she's going to check the family home." "Winter deck?" D.S. Neely said with a laugh. "What a load of bollocks." She also suggested someone might have nicked the card off her without her knowledge. He waited for more comments, but the peanut gallery kept mum. "According to Mrs. Wild, the meaning of the card is not about the actual devil. It's about temptations." "And you fell for that?" McGraw again. He wasn't here to listen. He was here to humiliate. "Our killer deliberately placed every single item at the murder scene. He or she is telling a story. I'm not drawing any conclusions at this point, Superintendent. I'm simply laying out the facts." "On with it then, Holmes," McGraw said, enjoying another round of laughter. Cormac flicked to the next slide, gleaming black stones shouting, Last Dance. We had a quick answer on this one. These stones are all common to the Dingle area beaches. Sandstones, if you hadn't already guessed. But they were coated with a black gloss. Once again, we're waiting for a definitive report from the Technical Bureau, but I was given a heads up that they believe it's automotive paint. The next slide showed an abandoned auto body shop. McGraw sat up straight. Cormac felt a flush of satisfaction go through him. This abandoned auto body shop is located across from the Wilds Clinic. "Hoo boy," McGraw said. "Now we're sucking diesel." They probably wanted the Wilds for this. It disgusted Cormac how blatant they all were. His instincts were screaming that they were being set up. He had a feeling the O'Reillys were working behind the scenes, getting all their little soldiers in line against the declining veterinarian. Cormac hated piling on, but he also had to follow the facts wherever they led. The shop has been closed down for 5 years now, and the owner, a Mr. Collins, hasn't returned our calls to enter the building. "Have you put in for a warrant?" McGraw asked. Cormac shook his head. "Not enough evidence for a judge's warrant, and we're still waiting on one to enter the Wilds Clinic, despite having traced the batch number to it." "Are you joking me?" Eamon Wilde is having medical issues, and despite a recent 999 call from a previous employee, Sheila Maguire, for a dust-up that occurred, she's not pressing charges. The DPP knows this is going to be a high-profile case. I'm assuming that's the reason for the abundance of caution. "It's too late," McGraw said. "Whatever evidence they had in that clinic is long gone. I bet the minute your daughter has been cleaning up, or should I say, cleaning down." Cormac clenched his fists and waited while hearty laughter bounced around the room. At least Detective Sergeant Neely wasn't one of them. "To be frank, Superintendent McGraw, I find that kind of language belittling and unnecessary," Cormac said. McGraw sat up. "Excuse me." "She's a whip-smart doctor and highly admired. I find digs at her height to be beneath us." McGraw's head bobbed, as if in agreement. He then gave Cormac the once-over. "I can see why you sympathise." More laughter. "Touché." He could only grin, show he wasn't bothered. Had he given McGraw leverage by defending Dimpna Wilde? He could not lose this case. Cormac turned back to his presentation. The land the Autobody resides on is owned by the O'Reillys. We've directed several requests to the family, including permission to enter the shop without the warrant, but so far the solicitors are throwing up roadblocks to every request. Cormac flicked to the next slide. It was the best photo he'd found so far of the esteemed cult, Last Dance. He was standing tall in front of a large white barn, the sun shining down on him, all muscles and beauty. Even a layman like Cormac could tell there was something special about the horse. "What is this?" McGraw sounded annoyed. "Meet Last Dance," Cormac said. "I believe our painted stones refer to this racehorse." "Based on what?" McGraw again. "Do you know how automotive paint differs from other types of paint?" McGraw folded his arms across his chest. "Enlighten me." "It's lighter," Cormac said, "for speed." He tapped the picture of the racehorse. "Speed." "Are you joking me?" McGraw said. "Isn't that a bit of a stretch?" Murmurs went around the room. "We all remember that horse," D.S. Neely said. "Those of us out of nappies, that is. He was going to be crown jewel of Dingle." "You really think the killer painted the stones with automotive gloss on purpose? A nod to speed and thus to this racehorse?" McGraw sounded outraged. "I do," Cormac said. "I very much do." His mam did as well, but Cormac wasn't going to dare reveal that. The discovery had excited him to no end, and they discussed it late into the night. Cormac was developing a fascination for this killer. This was no ordinary man or woman. He heard a soft curse from McGraw. In the super's opinion, Cormac was probably going woo-woo. But the truth was the truth. He flicked to the next slide. Newspaper articles covering the death of Last Dance. And then more covering Tommy Healy, the one-armed jockey who was supposed to ride him to glory. Tommy Healy was an aspiring, or should I say rising, jockey back in the day. He and his twin, Brendan Healy, had been abandoned by their parents. They were taken in and sponsored by the O'Reillys. The brother Brendan, born with both arms, had no interest in racehorsing and left for America before his twin's big race. But once Last Dance was killed, Tommy Healy never rode a horse again. He's remained with the O'Reillys all these years. "You're telling me he's been their right-hand man?" McGraw asked. The biggest laugh yet. It was common knowledge that humour helped with the horrific side of murder, but coming from McGraw, it didn't feel like stress reduction humour. Just a pathetic man trying to get a laugh. But if Cormac came down too hard on it, then he'd lose respect. He couldn't afford to alienate his team. Diversity lectures would have to wait for another time. Cormac paused so they could take in a photo of a much younger Tommy Healy in his jockey attire. Notice the colours. Navy blue, white and green. He clicked to a photo of O'Reilly dead on the beach. "Navy blue, white and green," he said. "I wouldn't call that a mystery," D.S. Neely said. "Anyone in the O'Reilly racing world would have been in those colours." "Correct," Cormac said. "Our victim lived and breathed horse racing. Yet another tick mark in the column that says Last Dance refers to that colt." It was a perfect segue to the next slide. Colt bolts to its death. The article had a photo of a younger Dipna Wild on one side and the beautiful colt on the other. They leaned in to read the lead. Local veterinarian's daughter releases €1,000,000 horse from paddock. The finish line is deadly and the price heavenly. "Jesus," Neely said. "I remember that one." "Morbid and poetic," Cormac said. "I'm trying to trace down the journalist, Jack O'Shea." "You'll be following a ghost then," Neely said. "O'Shea died 2 years ago." Cormac cursed himself. He should have spoken with the detective sergeant before presenting. They'd both been stretched thin. "Are we looking at Dipna Wild as a suspect?" D.S. Neely said. "Wasn't she in Dublin at the time of the murder?" "Better call her Dr. Wild," McGraw said. "This one is a bit sensitive." "You know, it probably is best to call her Dr. Wild," Neely said. "Can't be easy to get that title, and she deserves it. You're so right, Superintendent McGraw." It was sorted. Cormac was going to buy Neely dinner. "It's been confirmed Dr. Dipna Wild was in Dublin at the time of the murder," Cormac continued. "But if someone is setting up the Wilds to take the fall, we're looking at that angle that it has something to do with the past incident." 27 years later, Agarda spoke up. "Like Superintendent McGraw said, isn't that a bit of a stretch?" "Perhaps," Cormac said. "The entire scene could be a red herring. A killer hoping we'll do exactly what we're doing now, chasing our tails." He waited, enjoying the feeling of having everyone's attention. "Our job here is to get inside the killer's head. I know we don't encounter many murders in Ireland, thanks be to God. The murders we do have are often easily solved. A domestic situation, a drunken fight that gets out of hand, a greed kill, drugs, money. This doesn't fit neatly into any of those boxes. Money, of course, is an angle we're pursuing. Winning purses, side bets, insurance. There's a lot to dig into. What we do know is that this killer is extremely intelligent. I think he or she is playing a game, and before we come to any conclusions about the evidence, we need to look at everything from every angle. It's our only chance of solving this crime. I hear you found the little stowaway, McGraw said. What's the word from her?